This program is rated MA. It contains adult themes, coarse language, sexual references, and violence.
Nice and clean.
All right, everybody, it's Friday. What's up? It's Overcomes. We made it. I made it just in time, right?
Yeah, just in time.
Okay.
Well, no one's ever really late. Always
Just doing the stairs.
when you want
So-
to.
It's good perspective.
Let's get my exercise. Anyway, we did it. Right here.
It's Friday, another week in the books,
They're going by fast. It's like it's hot as fuck out today.
and it's not
Oh,
going
it's
by
gorgeous.
fast for me.
We should
Next week should go by fast. We're going camping.
Nice.
Yeah, we're never late, or are we early?
You guys doing?
Catch my breath. What's up?
Y'all doing tent camping, RV camping, sleeping on the
doing,
ground?
We're becoming professional homeless people. We're sleeping on the ground and underneath bushes and whatnot.
Is that in preparation for all the crazy housing market?
No, it's basic training. It's basic training.
I thought you were asking like, what's your preference? I'm like, I'd do any of them, but I don't think that's an option in basic training.
No, I'd like to stay in the tent, please, Warren. No,
Yeah, where's
no,
the
no.
where's the
Get
showers?
the fuck out. Yeah.
Okay. Got any opening shots for anything?
Did Manic have one? Nobody died.
Somebody
someone,
did die.
Someone
actually.
no.
did die.
The creator of the GIF.
Oh yeah,
That's
Manic
right.
isn't
Yeah.
here, so we can do death shots.
Yeah.
Well,
Dr.
yeah. So
Raphael von Giffenstein. No, that's not
yeah,
his name.
wouldn't
That's
it
right.
be Giffenstein.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who made the GIF,
Let me find it.
he died.
Who so many memes would not be possible without.
I know. I was a little surprised.
Stephen Wilhite, creator of the
Right.
of the GIF.
He was old too.
Was he?
74.
Yeah, it's not that old.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't he
Pretty good
around in like the 40s?
Oh, it says 74.
He'd be around. No, 50s, I think. F for gifts. Yeah. Well, the GIF is still around. I remember. I think it was the Vsauce guy. He was putting a thing on. He's like, "This was the first GIF." I'm like, "That's the one." Because the first GIF wasn't animated. That's like a newer thing.
Hmm.
They used to just be like, what's that program? PowerPoint art things.
Windows.
Yeah.
Just like transition through stills, basically. It'd be like a lot of like YTMNDs.
Yeah, we'll do a shot to fuck, I forgot his name already. Stephen
Wilhite,
Okay, I
creator
was
of the
like
GIF.
GIF guy.
Gone too soon.
I think he got a Webby Award for that, did he?
I don't know, were those around at the time?
I think it was like a retroactively, like, we're gonna give you a
okay.
Webby Award for your past achievements, but yeah.
Sure. Okay.
I think when he made the GIF, I don't know if the internet was I think it was around, but I don't think it was what it was today.
Right. And certainly nobody had the idea to make an award show for it yet, or whatever. Not a show, obviously, but
Did you know that GIFs were introduced in the late 1980s?
What'd you call
GIFs.
them? I think that's actually what he said that they're called too.
He did say that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't like it. I agree with the other
huge
people
point
that
of
say
contention.
he may be the creator, but he's wrong. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't win a Jold medal.
yeah,
Jif is peanut butter, and that's fine with me. I'm content to keep it that way.
yeah. Why didn't you just call it a JIF if you wanted a GIF?
Well, because it stands for what does it stand for?
Graphical
Graphical.
interface format or something.
Something like that.
Graphical image. No, I think
Graphics interchange format.
I was
There you go.
close enough. I had like 80% of that right.
But it's not graphics. It's graphics.
It would be
That's
graphics if you wanted to
It
be
should
GIF,
be a good, right?
right?
Yeah, and I mean, I
Like
think that's where
GIF.
the struggle generally comes from, right? People are like, well, I
Well,
hear what you're saying, but I don't care because this makes sense phonetically.
What do you say? I need
F's in the chat for GIFs.
F's or G's. J's? Man, I was thinking like I was. No, Darwin just subbed. Traffic. Yeah, see, he knows.
Yeah.
Darwin helped him write the thing.
It's true.
That's true. I think he was on that team.
Yeah, I think that's what he did before he joined CCP. Was building GIFs, JPEGs, and PNGs at the same time.
Stephen Wilhite's silent partner.
Right. No, the Mac was talking about maybe getting a bot for the channel. I think that'd be a good idea. 'Cause it's something that we could just do things with. Then we could have,
Like what?
I don't know, just we could actually have things to use the channel points on, in case anyone.
Oh, that'd be good.
I mean, you could have that stuff interact with bots, and then we could have polls like right now is G or J.
I was just thinking there's not enough drunken polls here to
Yeah,
be like,
there
no,
should
I'm right. No,
I
I'm right.
mean-
well, let's let the people decide.
I would definitely have at least 3 a Friday.
Look, see, he worked for CompuServe when he was 13. That's the same company that
See,
Stephen Wilhite worked for.
Darwin's everywhere. He's like making Disney movies, fucking making video games, making
of the
GIFs. But so that's it.
Talent.
Oh yeah,
beyond
Darwin,
our-
how's the vid recovery going?
Oh yeah,
Pretty good to go now.
It was a couple weeks ago.
That's right. He was rocking the Rona. You're right.
Yeah, there was
The thing with kids is like you can get rid of the Rona and then they'll just give it back to you because they're assholes like that.
there's like mutation factories.
Okay, I'm feeling
Yeah,
good,
they're
and the
dirty.
one kid will walk up to you and be like, "I don't feel good," in your face.
Let me
And you'll be like,
walk into
"What
your
the fuck
mouth,
is wrong with
Dad."
you, man?"
The flu. They brought the flu home. So
Oh, typical.
The
Children
next
are
round.
vectors of disease. They should be boiled alive at the door, just for sanitation.
yeah, I keep seeing the signs where it's like free flu vaccine. And I'm like, that's always in Washington. It's like, do they have that here? I don't know.
Wonder what the ethical or legality of just getting a huge quantity of the stuff that they like dip the combs in at barbershops, like some sort of antiseptic, and then
Barbicide?
just
Yeah.
Oh,
fill a pool with it and make your kids like do a dip before they come in.
Like a decontam stand at the front
Yeah.
door, like you're in a hazmat suit. Stand in the pool. They spray you down with that little wand with the barbicide in it.
just send
There
the
you
kids
go.
to
All
school
right.
and like mop
Go on
4.
in.
Just mop 4 classrooms, and
Absolutely.
that's how it should be.
And then your mom yells at you and she's like, "Don't sit on any furniture. You're still wet."
But
Good app.
All right, let me open up a browser here. I don't even have ad open.
We got
Let's get this
patch notes. Another Road to FanFest blog with some announcements in it. We have the new UI test features thing. We have a sale and the Pulse. We should go through the Pulse first because
What's
it
the
covers
Pulse?
literally everything. So here, I'll get you a link to the Pulse. Bam, there's a link.
Nice.
All right, got it. I did not get to see the Pulse yet. Does it work? It's good.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's the Pulse, right?
Yeah, it's like it's
It's
kind of
got
it's like a much
all your
more
week's
structured
news.
recap.
yeah. You know what I think we should do? And I think this would be
Just-
funny. Rip off the Pulse intro
Mm.
and then like like note for note, and then when it comes to the station and it says pulse on it, it should say open comms on it.
Can we do that legally?
Confuse the user. I
I
like it.
mean, what are they going to do?
Right? They're gonna remove your
Probably.
partner.
They might write a white letter and
I don't think there's any actual risk of confusion.
they
here,
might have
but
like
that's
a
never stopped on someone before.
they might have a blackout image to put up for all OpenComms viewers.
Yeah.
Just to
They black out us?
Yeah, they'll black us out. Yeah, Visit
Maybe.
Iceland.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, that's coming.
What would be
FanFest is like next month, isn't it?
What would be even
Yeah.
more hilarious is if they blacked out Jita. Like if this was an actual live feed and they were like, "No, you can't use our shit," and they just like black out the station, and you're like, "Oh, what the hell?"
That I think
Is that a
that's
live feed?
Well, no. I mean, there's been times where Jita's crashed a couple times, and that's
Oh, well.
essential. And even though it's like down for what 10 minutes, 5 minutes, or even an hour, people flip the fuck out. Instant rage. The second you mess with a market like that.
I don't know how to.
Do you
control
remember
all those.
when downtimes used to be like a big deal?
Yeah,
And they
I mean,
weren't like,
I've never really
5
been on
minutes
late
long?
enough for a downtime, other than a few times.
really?
like they used to be like 45 minutes long, an hour
Yeah.
long, half an hour long. And if there
Right.
was a patch coming out, like if they announced like
It was
"Hey, there's a
hours,
patch,"
yeah.
you were like log on the night before, throw a bunch of big skills in the queue because it might not come up. That's the
Right,
thing.
right.
It might
Yeah.
not come back.
Although the one
now, like now, downtime is like a couple minutes.
Dude, it's super quick now.
Yeah. But like people still, like if it's not up in 10 minutes, people are like, it's fucked. Eve's dead. Rip. F. I want
Yeah,
skill points. Like
I knew they
dude,
reduced it
jeez.
again. I didn't know it was down to like a few. I thought it was still down to like 15 minutes or something. But I mean, downtime's at like 3 or 4 in the morning for me. I'm not up at that time.
I do feel bad for the upside down folks because they, I've talked to people who are like, it happens right in the middle of a time where like if you step away, there's a good chance you're not going to be right back. Like, if I'm forced to take a break, I'm going to take a break.
I do remember in the past that there was a couple times where they were putting a patch in, something fucked up, and like the game didn't come back up for like 2 or 3 hours. But they usually rewarded skill points for that, just in case people didn't have training time set long enough. And if you did, well, cool, you just got like free 50,000. It's not a lot. It's like 50,000 skill points or something, but they were usually pretty good about compensating for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was the other thing?
How did we get onto that? I think we were
Initially talking about the
Road
pulse.
to FanFest. Or the Pulse, yeah.
Yeah, I sorry, I mentioned FanFest because it was that's next month, so I just kind of brought
Yeah,
it up.
so the topics covered in the Pulse, there's structure updates, which we're going to talk about, Rorqual hot drop updates, the Proteus update, stealth bomber changes, which we talked about a couple weeks ago, but like they weren't official in the patch until like later on. The feature preview system, the Omega sale that's on, the MER, which we never cover on this show. That's pretty much it for the Pulse. But all in all, pretty good. It's pretty funny at the beginning there. CCP Mirage, his little hologram thing is messed up, so he gives it a flick and then fixes it. I laughed.
I was curious if they'd ever done that before. Yeah, because I was like, oh, that was fun.
I've never actually paid attention enough to like, is the background the same, or do they change up the scene? Like, is he at a different bar? I mean, he's always at the Pulse bar, but I mean, is he at like a different section of the booth, or? Because I swear I remember watching one time and it like panned by and there was like a exotic dancer like pole dancing, and then it like panned over to him. I'm like, wait, is that new, or has he always been there? I don't know.
Depends. I think it depends who you talk to. Because if you talk to like lore guys, they're like,
I was like, Astroth.
there's secrets hidden in the back, and you're like, all right, man, you need to go touch some grass. Like, relax. It's just a fucking bar, like, dude. And then other people are other times they've actually like in the year end video that you get, your custom year end video.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the Pulse bar telling you all the things that you've done.
Yeah.
It's the camera's moving around. You see different parts of it and stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of cool because because this is only the second year they did that, right?
They've done it multiple years. It just changes every year.
Well, I know it changes every year, but I thought, no, okay, this was the third year they did it then. Are you sure?
Maybe third or fourth, I'm gonna guess.
Is it that long, man?
But it's like changed format like a couple times so far.
But yeah, it's not bad. But yeah, FanFest, or that was first the Pulse you said?
Yeah, Pulse, and then we go over the patch notes if you want.
Sure, let's hit them.
Okay, let me get you a link.
I got one. You pop it in chat.
Does this patch note cover the Rourke hot drop o'clock thing? Because I had some thoughts.
I don't know. I haven't actually looked at the patch notes. So that's the latest version of the patch notes in chat. So let's look at it here. There's some defect fixes for like different client languages settings. That's not a big deal. Restarting the client will no longer cause guidance to be lost or stuck while en route to the career agent station. Well, that's
Okay.
good.
Some bug fixes.
Yep. Technical issue. After restarting the client, the reflection settings should now accurately reflect what you had selected. So if you remember the new graphical reflection update, remember that? For
Yeah.
shiny ships?
Yeah, they spiced it up.
There's a setting in the UI where you can like turn it up or turn it down depending on like what kind of performance you're looking for. I guess it wasn't remembering what setting you had put it at, so it would just default to whatever it wanted. But it's fixed that, so now it'll stick.
Nice.
I don't see the Rorqual hot drop in the patch notes at all. I think it's still in the testing phase.
Yep.
You have thoughts on this Rorqual hot drop?
So I know initially they didn't allow them to use industrial sinos, and I was kind of under the impression that it was something to do with them being somewhat combat capable, because when they made the Rorqual changes a few years back, a lot of people are using them as basically like a capital grade heavy interdictor.
Yeah, heavy tackle.
Yeah, and so it seemed like maybe that was like an influence in them not being able to use Indy sinos up until this point. They were still trying to make you like put skin in the game, I guess, via recons or blops or whatnot.
Yeah, hop on, buddy, if you want.
But yeah, so it makes me wonder if how much we're gonna see fun and creative uses of people dropping Rorquals and potentially just industrial ships to do silly shenanigans.
And there's always silly shenanigans.
I know
I
Slice.
think they can go to an industrial sino now. You know who would know? Dunk Dinkle would know.
That's right. I know Slice has done a lot of stuff over the years with procurers and things, and I could see some like silliness coming out of this sort of thing. Just dropping like 30 procurers on things left and right. Although they're not what they once were, but you know what I mean.
The glorious battle proc.
Yeah.
There we go.
They dumbed them down a bit over time.
Okay, I have Dunk Dinkle's blog on it. Let me.
Cool. You pop it on cam, please.
I am not. I can't drink it. I'm not going to be on for very long. So
Oh, okay.
I just want to. I saw this very funny post. Somebody said Dunk Dinkle, and I absolutely had to share it. I had to scroll back and find it. So he posted. He said, "I did a little research. In the last month, only 11 ships have been killed by structure bomb launchers. In the last month, no ships but 7 sets of fighters have been killed by structure PDS. I'm glad we're addressing critical issues. Would you like to know why that's funny?
Yes, please.
Neither one of those things shows up on kill mills.
Oh.
So how does he know?
No.
I don't know why those particular ones. So if you kill somebody with the bombs on a Fortizar, it won't. Or you use a mix of things, like you shot them with the missiles, but they also took bomb damage. It'll just show the Fortizar killing.
Right,
you.
like as the weapon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Same thing with the PDS. So whenever he tried to pull the data showing these things aren't killing as many people as everybody seems to think they are, it didn't work because of the way that the server processed data. So I had to laugh. But
Sure.
I don't know what y'all were
Silly
talking
rap.
about before I jumped on.
Rorqual stuff.
Oh yeah, the conduit shit is out.
Yeah, it's not out yet. I don't think.
Well,
it's not on the patch notes, anyways.
The patch notes are, and I think it's on Singularity too.
Yeah, so like the patch notes over the current patch notes are just a couple bug fixes, but
yeah, it's pretty dope.
I think it could translate to some fun stuff. Of course, after we see prices hopefully go back to somewhere healthier. It's where it makes sense to throw around Rorquals like they're trash.
If anything, it'll just make so you can mine moons easier.
Yeah, well, obviously that's the intention.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
I want to see the creative, player uses of it outside of the intention. And that's why I was saying, like, there was presumably a reason that they couldn't jump to industrial sinos for when that change happened.
Probably to make it to where you can't, because I mean, combat rorquals aren't as awesome, I don't think, anymore. But I mean,
Well, and they've made changes. Well, actually, I don't
think
remember. I think the panic change is older than that one even. So like, I remember when they made the change where you couldn't panic just anywhere anymore. You had to have like a rock targeted and things like that. So
Yeah.
that may not be an issue that it once was. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, like, because pretty much everything that can jump to industrial sinos is non-common. I mean, I guess, like, I mean, battle badgers. I mean, you couldn't really do much with that, but I mean, if you jump like 5 rorquals to a industrial sino, they could probably fuck something up.
Man, that used to be so toxic. Whenever tackle works could just jump and they had the what's the max level panic duration? Isn't like 8 minutes or something like that?
It used to be like 7.5 or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's hard scrams you all the way. You're not going to nude out a Rorqual before whatever else is following it in comes in. Yeah, it used to be so toxic.
Yeah, there was a lot of fun usage of those in like Derelict and whatnot.
I have to look at the rest of the changes. Are they in show notes somewhere?
It was in the Brennan Eve.
Yeah, they're just
channel.
in the Eve channels in
The
Discord.
Pulse is what we were kind of reading off of.
Yeah, we're just kind of running on that with the show notes instead of just.
Apparently, the Proteus is going to
Moving
get some
everything
time in the sun again, so that'll be cool. If you like Proteuses, I do.
Yeah, or the
I'm-
Brodius, as someone said.
Protei, I don't know.
They're so worthless right now, so I'm very glad. Every time we've ever tried to talk about implementing them into a fleet, you're just like, wow, this does everything that a Legion does, worse.
Yeah.
Like you think it being by virtue of it being a Galante ship would be faster than a Legion, but it's not. Or it would be, the only thing it's really got going for it is the scram range, but that one thing does not a fleet ship make.
Right.
Is it in this? Nope. That's Warp to FanFest. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to find it.
I almost got a wreck today.
Should be in that Pulse video, like the most recent thing that's in that channel. It's when you play the video, it's broken up into little segments.
Yeah, you guys got the epic beards. I got the what was that that Reddit? It's like there was an attempt. That's where mine would go.
There you go. I found the post.
Is it the
I have
the
to.
Rorqual post we're looking at, or the Proteus now?
Just the Road to FanFest. Here, I'll just drop the blog
Okay.
on the Eve blog in chat.
Cool.
The funniest, one of the funnier parts of this announcement was the announcement that that this Keepstar Doomsday can't hit subcaps anymore, and so now I'm trying to convince somebody in PanFam to let me have the keys to gun the Keepstar again, just long enough to Doomsday Pittsburgh before they take it away.
They don't let you gun their Keepstars?
Well, we're super new to Pandemic Legion, so.
Yeah, but
It's
I mean,
lame.
you guys were in NC Dot. You've been in PanFam for fucking ever. I know there was that whole trader thing for a little bit, but
I mean,
it's a little blemish.
It's common practice, but so we
Yeah.
don't, just go in AWACS everything. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure
Oh man.
once we're all active again, we'll be able to.
I'd take that as a personal slight. I would use that as a reason to AWACS everything once they do give you the keys.
This took too long.
Yeah, why wasn't I given these the first time?
You should have had better judgment and given this to me earlier, so that your judgment now wouldn't seem terrible.
I think whenever it comes to this, all these updates, right? A lot of this, in the updates, it says updates such as these are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Upwell structures. I think something like this prior to FanFest, a meet that solely, like I was talking to somebody in one of the Discords I'm in about it, and I was saying that the primary purpose of FanFest, right, is the keynote and the the CCP
release.
events, right? So at this rate, if they if this is the tip of the iceberg, then if they keep following this vein whenever it comes to announcing farther changes, even if it pushes, to the end of the year, or if they have some sort of roadmap presentation during the KidMap, oh my god, keynote, then I'm very curious to see what this looks like in the future, or see how far they're willing to go with it. You know what I mean? Because I
Yeah.
don't remember ever entertaining the idea that they'd make the PDS use ammo. That's pretty nifty.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
interesting for sure.
I wonder what kind of ammo to use.
It says it here somewhere. It's like
But I'm
black
just-
charges.
I was like, is it just? It should just be like one flat type of ammo, or is it gonna be? Well, maybe like four different types for the different damage types, but which would be interesting because then it's like, is this EM PDS or
The
whatever?
PDS is Omni. I think it's going to stay that way. It's just
Oh.
that way because right now the PDS, you can PDS for a long, long time because it uses cap and it doesn't use a lot of cap either. But
I think it'd be neat to have different damage types, and then you'd be like, oh, they're bringing these ships. We'll swap it out for the EM PDS, and then
Like if nothing else, it'll have a reload timer now, and it'll
right.
it'll
I mean,
be
yeah,
affected
obviously
by
have
a little
that,
bit
but
more.
just be. I mean, it seems like a simple option to have that would give a little bit more flexibility without too much complexity.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how often like you're like, the PDS is gonna save us, guys. Don't worry. Like this keep stars tip top. We're not gonna lose this thing because we got the fucking PDS. But
so
They
you laugh,
certainly help though.
but 2 times in the war, the PDS was used pretty. Actually, it might have been more than that. 2 or 3 times that I can remember. I'd have to ask Pittsburgh because he played a lot more in the structure game than I did. There's 2 or 3 times during the war where we were going to drop on Goon caps or Goon super caps. Right? There was the 49U fight, the YZ9 fight, and then there was a Satio we tried to doomsday a bunch of carriers on. All of those, as soon as they were getting ready to jump, they'd PDS the bubbles off and go.
oh yeah,
49U it didn't really work, but it's a strategy that it doesn't change a ton with the ammo, but you can't really just hold down the PDS button and burr it away if you're going to use it to try and clear tackle later. You know what I mean?
yeah. Now, do those clear the like Dictor bubbles as well, or is it just the anchor bubbles?
Dictor bubble. That's what they used it for.
Okay.
Is we had Dictors. It iterated the point that we needed to use heavier interdictors, which means we were going to feed heavier interdictors because you're not keeping anything alive at 0 on super carriers. But
Nice.
yeah, so they hit the PDS and then it clears all the bubbles and everybody jumps out. So
Yeah, that's
or if it works. 49U it didn't work, and that's the first time they lost a bunch of super carriers. But yeah, the thing I'd like to see them iterate more on is the 2 things I hate. Well, 2 of the things I hate about structures is the guided bombs and the newts, the newt bursts. Like I don't think I would love to see them just take the guided bomb launcher off it completely.
It doesn't seem very. I mean, it's not even really
is a
an
little
annoyance
strange.
to the attacking fleets. It's like it lends. It's so. It doesn't. The fire rate is shit. The travel speed is ridiculously slow. I mean it doesn't seem effective at all. And like one bomb explodes, like okay, maybe rep up a little bit here and there, and then you're before the other bomb is even a quarter of the way to the explosion spot, you've already repped up all damage that it possibly could do.
But then you're talking about the entire. That's while you have to maintain damage on the structure. You're not even fighting the enemy fleet yet, assuming there is one.
Yeah, if there's an enemy
So
fleet, then you have to do
whenever you're getting ready to fight the fleet, they can just constantly bomb you while whoever is running the fleet can get in the best position possible, and then you're already going into the fight with some damage, right?
It can fuck up broadcast too. If people don't have very good broadcast discipline, they all start spamming broadcast because a couple bombs landed from the structure. That really fucks up the logi that could give a few kills over to the enemy fleet. So it's up to Lana.
I've definitely seen where we've been trying to reinforce a Fortizar or something like that and took in battleships, and we just took a lot of structure bomb damage. And it was at the point where we started to fight, we were already into armor, which you don't really want to be missing some of your tank before you even start fighting. And you can't really rep it back if you're in combat because Logi has to worry about actually repping people who are getting primaried. But I would like if they're hell bent on keeping bombs on structures. I would very much enjoy seeing them. So you have to target them. You know, like the way
Almost like
burst
how you,
protectors work. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say, or like positioning fighters. You kind of have to steer them, so to speak, if you wanted to drive your fighters. If you
Fly
wanted
by
to-
wire bomb.
Well,
Oh.
if you've ever fired a burst projector on a super or on a structure, right? You have to set it. Set your distance, and then you set your up and down. They should just
Right.
do that with the bombs, also, right?
That's how positioning your fighters works. Yeah.
Yeah, also.
That's the only reason I know about it, because I've not done that with Supers or Titans. But I do remember back in the day when Citadels first came out, we were still bashing posses and things like that, and using carriers from distance to Skynet and this, that, and the other. But you had to
Snowcats?
you had to long range. No, not Slowcats were gone by then. But you had to you had to field a fit that let your drone shoot from outside a post shield, which was putting a bunch of tracking enhancing bullshit on it. I
Yeah.
can't remember the name right off. And you would drive them right up against the edge of the bubble, and you'd kind of fine tune them, and then just let them sit there and shoot something.
You aggress them so they start firing, and then you manually set the
Yeah,
orbit. We did
fine-tune it,
Citadels too.
like,
Yeah.
They wouldn't orbit. You had to get them to sit still, because if you had them orbit, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but the POS shield ebbs and flows a little bit, and it would fuck it up if you were too close. And if you
Don't
weren't too
they-
close, you were doing shit damage.
Don't they automatically
Yeah.
start orbiting when they attack though?
Yeah, but you could set it
so-
up to.
Yeah, it was a sequence of events that you could do to make them sit still while also doing that. It was, you basically turn them into sentries, more or less. You don't see
Yeah.
that done much anymore, but there's definitely a way to position your fighters in such a way where you steer them and put them somewhere on the battlefield, versus just hitting attack and it goes and drives and acts like a drone, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Jester? Yeah, no, I used to. Man, I don't fly carriers. The last time I really flew a carrier, I flew one once in the war down south, and I was actually having to ask people how the fuck do I use it? Because I haven't really used a carrier since before all the fighter changes. So I'm like, so you don't just push F anymore. FC, how do? Or I was just asking the people in the wing. I'm like, how the fuck do I? How do I move my fighters? How do I get them to attack?
How
What
do
I-
supers?
How do I do this? Other than a suitcase, I don't use carriers for anything other than.
Yeah.
If you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah, I like that they did the fighter change because it obviously
true?
adds a bit more intricate gameplay and a little bit more skill and tactics to carriers. But it's kind of I don't have the interest to learn that, and I don't use them enough to care. I'll just get in a dread if we need one. Otherwise, I'll just go subcap.
It makes me sad that they're not useful for quite as much as they used to be. I think they're a little bit underpowered at the moment, but that's just me.
Yeah. My issue with carriers and super carriers is whenever it actually comes to to where fighting capitals against capitals or supers against supers, 99% of the time your carriers or fighter ships are just relegated to SS, which is so annoying.
Yeah. I don't know how much, same era as we were using to shoot posses, but when they first changed how the carriers worked and added the NSA and things, they were just ridiculous strong. Obviously they dialed them back and they were overpowered at the time, but it was silly. People would just drop solo carriers on all sorts of stuff because you'd just be blapping so much off really real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Any little gang of wolf pack or anything like that, stuff that was could be potentially 30 people, but not like a battleship fleet per se, or a hack fleet or whatever. You could just start just picking them apart with a single carrier. It was silly.
Yeah. And speaking of, Vlad was bringing up the thing, I almost forgot about it. I should probably ask if anyone's down in Delve or Aquarius if they have an interest in wanting to buy a fire sale of some shit that I had asset safety down there because I decided to leave NC Dot without moving my shit first. So
That sounds like a fun weekend project.
yeah, if anyone wants it, it's a fit Naglfar, Thanatos, and then a couple Guardians, couple Bazzies, I think a Scimitar or two, and a few DPS ships down there. If anyone wants those for probably quarter price, I'm down to sell.
Can you
Don't
still
fire
get
sell them.
Contract
Fire
me the
sale.
nag.
I just want to get rid of them.
I was gonna say sort them to Dom, let him be an intermediary,
Oh,
and
I
get
should
a
probably not
normal
fire sell for
fucking
that cheap, 'cause
Imperium price.
I gotta cover
No,
that. I gotta cover
you
the asset
already
safety
said.
cost. Yeah, it's a Nid. Yeah, Nidhogger. No, not Nidhogger. Sorry, Naglfar. Naglfar and a Thanatos.
I will absolutely buy the Naglfar for asset. I'll cover the asset safety for it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to sell it to me solely for the asset safety for all those ships, I will absolutely do that.
Solely for no, I want to make a little bit of ISK back from the asset safety, but
If you asset safety them, they won't go to like NPC Delve, will they? They would go.
they're
over
already
to
no, they
Iridia.
already got moved because I left NC dot, and so it didn't move
Ermelin.
to a friendly station. It moved to the
Gotcha.
nearest NPC station, so it's in
Yeah.
like, I think it's in like NPC Queries,
Ermelin.
Yeah.
or I think it's
So
Queries.
Quirios and Delve, I think their asset safeties is Ermelin.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's somewhere. Yeah, I think it's Ermelin because it was like in HS Tech or HTech S or whatever that one is before we moved to T9.
It does
Yeah.
not matter. All of that region, it's like I remember. I can't
Oh,
remember
okay.
exactly how many asset safety locations there are, but there's not very many. Just
Okay,
'cause
yeah.
it's all-
So it'll be Ermelin.
Yeah.
That's where it's at. That's like I don't know. I should have to look. I mean, because we're in Esoteria now, but there's that long fucking regional gate through Stain or whatever it is, and I don't. That might be a bit risky
that
to
gate.
just jump that.
You'd have to get it back into Null too, past the goons and all of them.
Yeah. Well,
Just sell it to your power
Wouldn't be an
blaze.
issue getting it past the goons.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think we're blue with goons, so
Gross.
light blue, but we're blue.
That's it. That's still blue.
We're not
But-
allowed to go to 1DQ and buy anything. We'll say that.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, we're stupid and we'll go and buy out all the things and bring it all to Esoteria. and throw it up.
Well, it's cheaper
Well,
than
then
they're like,
do what you gotta
Where
do.
the fuck are all the hurricanes? Oh, they're way down here in A1. Sorry.
They're like fucking wrong about all their hurricanes and autocannon tornadoes for some reason.
Yeah, fuck. To shore up our AT team.
Yeah.
Fucking
Autocannon tornadoes. I was hoping that strat would work. I knew it wasn't.
yeah.
Should have spoke up
Yeah.
earlier. It sounds like.
I've been using we gate camp the polygate a lot in PL, and we call it passive roaming because it irritates the shit out of people apparently. But I've been using a vagabond for a long time, and it's before it made it to LXQ, had the last time that the vagabond was used was a long time ago, pre-fighter change actually. But I've been
It's
Yeah.
funny you call it that. I think of that as the mining of PvP. You get
Pretty
to sit
much.
still and like not have to do much, and every once in a while there's a little bit of excitement, and you're like, oh, look at me, like making money, sitting still or whatever. But instead you're just like, I'm PvPing and I'm not having to go anywhere.
we went and saved
mining
a
of PvP.
Rorqual just because we were like You know,
Close.
4 or 5 jumps away, but
Have we noticed how Horde is becoming old PL? I mean,
Of course,
wasn't
everybody's
the whole,
noticed how Horror's had a great glow up over the years.
Well, wasn't Horde like the baby PL? They were like the new bro PL dudes, and then they
It started out as a new bro group.
the beans have grown up and they're doing adult things now.
As you do.
oh man, this big
Aren't you
battle
just
for Pride
proud?
19.
Whereas, or
Like,
as
squeeze their
Blazing would say,
cheeks.
that one place, like, oh my god, look at these guys going over and like taking this fleet this way. Look, they grow up so fast.
There's a lot of good Horde dudes. I wish I could go back in time and tell the Blazing of old whenever I was in Waffles and they were throwing that idea around to make a new bro group, just to see, just to tell them, tell myself what it was eventually going to grow into. I don't know if I would have ever believed it.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts to see, honestly.
Buy some shares in Horde as a young man.
Sure.
Right.
Well, a lot of the
Gobloon
alliances did that.
bonds.
I mean, you had Karma Fleet, you had PL or not PL, PH, and then I'm trying to think. There's
I mean,
another
Waffles itself
Well,
was kinda
Brave
like
was
that.
just its own entity.
Although not so.
They weren't really like an under, like a sister alliance of a bigger entity. But then I remember the NC Dot. I wasn't in NC, this is way before I joined NC Dot, but NC Dot I think they had the whole like no, we're not doing the new.
Northern
We're not-
Army, for some reason, I want to say is what they called it.
Is that
Did
what
they
that
do
was?
one?
I think
Well, there was also Northern Associates, but
That was the Renters.
Renter
Northern
at the time, yeah.
Associates was the
That
Renters.
was just Renters.
Well, they took over Bot at some point, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Renters are no. I'm talking like an actual like like an alliance that's focused on being a full nullsec combat alliance, just full of new players rather than like you gotta be you got to have carriers, you got to be able to fly facts, you got to have these
With some
skills. And then it's just
mentorship.
like, oh, you started playing last week? Cool, welcome to the group.
Right. Please don't AWACS everyone.
Yeah,
I might be
we'll
Go
take a rain check on that 500 mil, but you'll get it to us, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a wild time. It was definitely a wild time because that was back in the, the curse days, the fighting in F4R2 and Head GP and shit like that. Whenever I was in Waffles, I was old Waffles too, not faction battleships and carriers, but it was uh cruisers, thoraxes, a lot of blaster thoraxes.
I kind of
So
miss
yeah,
the
like
old
actual
days
early.
of like
Yeah.
everyone just throwing cheap shit at each other. I mean, there.
Well, that's the
I
thing
guess
is like
there was the
without
whole
being
jacked up. I mean, like they're not super cheap, but they're not that expensive. I mean, like what fully fit jacked up is like what 70 million, 80 million.
I have no idea.
It's not that.
I'm gonna guess like
Bad.
100, 120.
But I mean, it's not
I
like the
don't
30 or 40 that
buy
you can get. You can get like a T1 cruiser fit for like 30 or 40 million. But
Guys, remember subcaps?
I remember subcaps.
do.
How they used to be fun to fly and shit.
Remember?
Actually, I'm trying to think for sure.
Now
But I don't
we're
think-
in a back in my day topic
Well,
section.
We might be getting
even
back
a-
there though.
Not even a back in my day kind of thing. Outside of doing like some small shit like clearing dead posses and stuff, I don't think I've used caps in PL so far. I think we just do a ton of subcap stuff. Like a ton of
Yeah.
subcap stuff.
I don't think there's been a huge need in a while, unless you're like punching down on boss or something.
I think they might have used carriers for that. I don't. That was an EU timer, so I wouldn't have been there. But
Yeah,
like in all the fleets I've been on.
I like the days of battleship supremacy, but nowadays it's just.
I
Did
mean,
y'all go?
Hopefully, we're seeing it kind of come back around. Maybe not outright yet, because it's just
Also, even battle
inkling back
cruisers.
towards it.
I remember just like Whelp King fleets were fucking fun, and
Did y'all go to the gigantic battleship fight? Oh shit!
No.
It would have
Oh,
been
no, I
last
didn't go to
Saturday.
that. No,
No?
the remote rep battleship thing for Ukraine. Yeah.
Oh,
didn't
no,
go.
I saw
I
some
didn't
of my
do that.
alliance did, but I didn't make it now.
It was a really good time. We took Baltex, which, I mean, Drayden would know. If I was going to fly a battleship, I would much rather sling 1400 millimeter shells at people. But beggars can't be choosers, and I think Headliner already had them. But it was a good time.
I remember there was one Baltic fleet. We didn't do the rail guns. We actually fit blasters on them. It was during the Fountain War. So it was because we've been using the normal like railgun Baltics for a long time, and then so they just assumed, and I guess we had some spy or something that caught wind of it that they were gonna fit up because we were fighting Napocs, and that's what Tess and everyone was using was Napoc fleets, and they were trying to combat us with long range beam lasers, and it just wasn't working, and so they're like, we're gonna refit to like brawling apocalypse fleets or something like that, and just put like pulse lasers, and I think we refit to like blaster Baltecs, and every Baltec had a scram on it, and I think Laz, I don't know if it was Laz or who it was, I think it was Laz, got us a good warping on top of their fleet, and he's like, just pick a random ship and scram it, and like half their fleet just could not get away, we just annihilated them. It was fucking excellent. It's like,
That sounds super fun.
yeah, blasters, like you just don't really see them in fleets anymore, but man, when you actually get to use them effectively, fuck, they were melting. It eventually got to the point where it's like, fucking free fire, I don't give a shit. Everything just died.
Void, large void is a great creation.
Any size of void.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
true.
that's true.
I was I don't know how much damage it did way back when, but whenever I was fucking around in my Vagabond, I didn't even realize the Vagabond is like 780 DPS with hail.
Yeah. Dude, they're silly.
That was a shock.
They're
to
not
me.
as resilient as they could be, but I mean, they spent so many years just in the sun, so it doesn't break my heart that they're not a number one choice anymore.
Do y'all remember whenever they tried to get rid of the neck frill on the Vagabond, and there was almost a roll?
Oh, yeah.
It's when they were doing like the whole new
Yeah.
revamping all the solar panels on or the wingy bits on the
Yeah.
Minmatar ships. Yeah, they tried to make it a little bit more.
They're good. Look at the Look
It
at
looked
the
cool
new
as hell how it
new
was.
the new
People weren't wrong.
Vagabond model. Where is my neck frill? If it's not a spitting lizard, I don't want it.
Right.
Exactly. It had such a cool look to it. It was very reptilian.
I think I've only flown a Vagabond once or twice, but I like those ships.
I'm the same way. I've only
I
flown
want
them a
them.
handful of times. I had a buddy come back who was like old school, like Trimark 1 back in like the late 2000s, and he was just soloing for a little while. And he was like, "Hey, come play with me." And I was like, "What are you up to?" And he was like, "I'm just running around Syndicate in a Vagabond." I was like, "Well, I don't have a Vagabond. I never flew one. Like, I don't know what."
Yeah.
He was like, "Here, I'll build you one. Come fly with me." And we got killed after like 2 PvP engagements, but it was fun for what it
I
was.
might use that as a, because anytime I go on like either NPSI fleets or just random dick around roam fleets that don't have any kind of doctrine, they're like, "Oh, just bring whatever you want." That's usually where I'll just bring out the weird wonky ships that just don't like. They may not be good, but you just don't ever see people fly them. Like the one thing I went on ULB, I was like, "I'm gonna get an Ashimu. Do you guys need that?" They're like, "I don't know." Like,
I had a
you can
corp
bring it." I was
doing
like,
that
"I've
recently.
never flown one. And I want to fly it." And I fit it up probably horribly, and
That's
And then
a
you needed it and it died.
that's a
Or
weird
Frack
ship.
killed it, right?
Yeah,
Ashimu.
it's never had enough like popularity for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like I think I fit it up like really webby and nudie, but also I put a bunch of damage. I don't know. I think it was like had strong nuding, strong webbing, and a ton of damage, but it was a glass cannon. My tank was god awful. I think I had like 35,000 EHP on that thing or something.
It's basically a cruiser Balgorn where it has the range and it's got the newt range and the web range bonuses, and then it has.
I think nuding
It
him
doesn't-
out too.
I
I could be
don't
wrong.
think it was nuding a mount, but I think it has the same Blood Raiders role where it can nos past.
Right.
It can
And
nos.
that's the biggest thing
that's
about
what it
any
was.
of them, right? Is that you don't even have to use
higher
nukes. You
cap
can
than
use
them.
NOS.
You still steal it.
Correct.
Nos just use more CPU. Which
It is a mount, by the way.
I'm
Which
pretty
I
sure
had to put a couple NOS on there because I actually needed the NOS to be cap stable, or not cap stable, but cap stable enough to not drain my capacitor in like 30 seconds.
Right.
But yeah, because I think it was like a couple guys jumped out through a jump bridge, and then like a Vexor or something. Not a Vexor, it was a Demos or something came through, and we're like, "Yeah, fuck it, get him." The other two just left, and then we jumped on it. It was fucking bait. And then here comes like 2 fucking faction battleships and something else, and then like a Hictor, and we're like, we're fucked. And it was like, get the fuck out. I'm like, well, I'm scrammed, webbed, bubbled. I'm fucked, guys.
They feel a little thin for what they are. in my
Yeah.
opinion.
that's the. I think it's
feel like
that. I
fitting
think
was
their
rough on
fitting is trash.
Yeah,
too.
it was
Right.
really tough to fit that thing. It's like, do I want tank or damage or nuding? I can't
Right.
have all. And so it just kind of felt like, I mean, I barely fit that thing up, and I think I even had a couple shittily fit like armor spots where like I just had like the, like the almost no fitting armor resistance things, but they're not very good. But yeah, Vagabond would be one of those ships where it's like, and it's like the thing's like, I don't know how to fly any of these things. It's like I don't. They have a very like. You should like there's a way to fly them well,
Fly it just like
and then
everything
there's
else.
a way to fly them like any other ship, which is pretty bad. And be like, I'd fly Vagabond. Like, you know what you're doing? Fuck no. But I'm gonna tackle them and push F1, right? Just approach, push
Balls
F1
deep.
until you die, right?
All gas, no brakes.
Overheat
Load her up with auto cannons and hail. Hail never fail. Here we
Yeah.
go.
overheat the
Let's go.
MWD till it burns out, or they burn. One of the two.
Orbit at 0.
Drayden, are you telling me you don't feather?
No, dude. Balls to
Only
wall.
has the drain amount. It doesn't have the range too. Oh, that's
Yeah,
really
it's drain
okay,
amount.
so it's
That's what I
drain
was
amount,
saying.
yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
it was like if it had the amount, then it would have been both, but it's not. It's just straight up.
They can
worse
be pretty
ball-
cool. I think they're a hair away from seeing actual good usage. I think if you fucked with them much, they would be OP real quick. And I think they've just been forever unlooked at and unchanged. But like if it had a slight bit more this or that, like it would definitely be a popular enough ship. It's just like
Balgorn
it's
doesn't have a
too
range
thin.
bonus either. How did I not notice that before? Maybe it's just because heavy newts already have like a pretty decent range, and then mediums
Right.
don't.
Yeah, smalls are like, why even use them? I mean, I guess if you're in a,
I have
Utility
one of my
slots,
Vagabond-
heat sinks.
for frigates on, if you're like getting under the guns and just orbiting a battleship at like 3K, sure, I guess, but then you're not gonna newt that thing out at all. So
I have a Gremlin newt on my Vagabond, just because there's nothing else in that spot I could.
track
Yeah,
the
it makes
beam,
for a good heat sink. It's utility if you're just got to
salvager.
tackle or get up under your guns or something, which
Yeah.
hopefully in a Vagabond's not going to happen. But
The next goal is to get snakes for it because it's already
Oof.
pretty speedy, but
keep
I'm
your
trying
wits
to wait.
about
Settle down, Scrooge McDuck. That's enough. Go dive into a puddle.
you.
please.
Oh,
Yeah,
here
I'm
we go.
trying to get better at flying it before I drop a pretty good implant. in
Sure.
it.
I will say, so the ones that were the one that was given to me and the way I often see them flown, very important to run some like blue pill or something and just maximize your use of reps. But like they don't have much tech to speak of.
If you run the 220 active fit, then yeah, you have like even crystals wouldn't be a bad idea on them because you just don't have the buffer to really make a mistake. But I use the 425 dual LSE one.
Oh, okay.
But I think it's like I just DM'd it to Drayden. Hold on. It's
Yeah.
dual large shield extender point MWD. I don't know what those rigs are. Maybe don't fit those rigs.
The shield. Oh, explosive. It looks
I don't
like it's
know
just
why
filling
have
holes.
those.
I guess tank holes.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's good.
See, that's the thing. Like, I'm terrible at fitting ships. I'm always on the fence of like, is it better to just fit an extender and just get more, even though you have less resist, or is it better to fill damage holes? I don't know.
It's situational.
I don't think my resistances are that good to have warranted resistance rigs.
But if your
Like I
resistances aren't
said-
that good, don't you get a better? Because they only have like diminishing returns the more resistance you add on there. So like, if you don't have as high resistance, you get more bang for your buck with those. If you don't have any like, I don't know if that's how that works, but
I don't think so.
What is it? An explosive and a kinetic?
yeah.
I mean that stacking
Which
penalties
is
would
weird,
work
'cause
that way
aren't
if
those
you were
like-
using
aren't-
mods,
Like if
but
your
based
shield
on a hull
tanks-
bonus or like natural hull, situation, I don't think
You
it works in the way that
Don't
you're saying.
fit those. Just do 2 core field extenders.
Yeah, okay, because
It's
I was like,
tough.
if you're shield tanked, like, wouldn't explosive and kinetic be like your better resist anyway? So why add those? Like, wouldn't your holes be EM and thermal?
No, it's a Mimitar hull, so you have a higher native EM therm. It's not a great EM therm resist, but it's a higher native EM therm resist. But yeah, just do LSC. Why is that like that? Why did I do that? That's so you can tell that's an old shit because I clearly did not know what the fuck I was doing. Where is? I'm very mad at myself that I haven't. I'm very glad I hasn't gotten murdered yet because that would have sucked to die in.
Is it pricey?
No, if I would have
Is it
died
just
with
embarrassing.
Yeah, embarrassing.
Should have been embarrassed by the rigs.
Uh-huh.
The
Well,
biomass
you're in
repair
PL
cost
now,
would
so
have
you gotta watch out for that sort of thing.
Yeah, right.
been- drop court before you die.
Exactly. Well, that description could have fit in CW.
Yeah, no, I'm the terrible one where people look at the fit and it's like, why do you have like a CPU co-processor on there? Because I really wanted this fucking gun and I didn't have enough CPU for it, so fuck my tank, I want that gun. And
Could have fixed it with a 1% power grid implant, but
Right.
and I don't,
put a
used-
this fitting mod
I
on
don't
it
fit
instead.
ships that require implants.
Well, that's the ideal, right? Is to build a ship that needs no fitting rigs, no fitting implants, this, that, and the other. Obviously, you can
Although I
do
have
some amazing things in certain situations if you do those things.
Yeah, I have sometimes.
But you would hope to use those things for tank, for damage, for track, whatever. All these better utility things than just let me fit something that I can't easily fit.
Oh no, if that 40.
But
40,
it does.
40
There are
DPS
situations where
more
it's
is worth
warranted.
it.
Sometimes
But no,
I've run carriers with all damage mods on the lows, and I know what diminishing returns are. But
yeah, no,
sometimes you want that little bit.
Draconov, I have sometimes bought or fit ships where like I'll use like the 2% or the 3% implant because those are like 10 to 20 million. That's not too bad. I'm not sitting there. The people that buy like the the tier 5 implants where it's like, oh, I spent like $1 billion on this slave set or snake set. It's like, hell no. I'm not spending $1 billion on implants, let alone like $1 billion for a ship is probably about as much as I'd ever want to spend. But if it's not a capital. The egg hunt? Is there
Well,
an egg hunt?
Yeah, every Easter. Well, not every Easter, but I feel like for the last few anyway. That's their Garista's Easter
Yeah.
event. There'll be like
Which is
pods that you find out in
that's a
space that are
fun
different
one.
colors. Yeah, I actually like that one a lot too. It's funny that there's a couple a year that it seems like everybody is like, oh yeah, these are great, and then there's a few that people are like, oh okay, it's a holiday. Like usually the Halloween one in the last few years has brought like the increase of loot drops, which a lot of people seem real hot on, of course. And then the Easter one it seems like it's silly and fun.
Yeah, the Easter one, the Halloween one, and the Christmas one because the loot's always better at Christmas.
Right. It does seem to do pretty well. Like the whatever the Frost line has been popular for a few years now.
I think who was
Yeah.
it? I think it was Sutonia, or it could have been somebody. Anyways, during the Easter one, they made a character, an alpha character, and they named it Mysterious Colored
Yes.
Pod.
Yes.
And then they would take their pod and just like park it by a Poco. So people would show up and they'd fucking be like, there it is. And shoot
Suspect
it.
flag 'em.
Concord would come and fucking smash them because they're in high sec.
Yeah, I saw a lot of that. And it was really funny.
Super hilarious.
Dude, it amazes me how many things in this game are not locked because they're an item name. So one of my court mates has Sinosaural Generator or something like that. I've seen some people, or Sinosaural Field Generator. I've seen a lot of them like that, to where it looks like something like that. There was a guy who was in our Renter Alliance a year or two back, and he and all of his alts had drone region rat names. So they were like Mother Alvis, blah blah blah, Superior, whatever, all these drone rat names. And somebody reported, hey, I was being AWOXed by so and so, and we were of course like, send us some logs, blah blah blah, and they're indistinguishable because of those are rat names. And so when you look at his logs, you'd be like, it looks like rats. Like, what are you talking about? And it was hilarious.
Yeah, I like the names like Vlad said, their primary is secondary. So you're like, primary is secondary.
Yeah,
Okay.
everyone's like, "Oh, shoot, the secondary."
What the fuck is that?
That's yeah.
I would literally just say the first letter. There's some cringe names out there that have just not made it through, that have just not been corrected or not been nuked
Oh,
by
yeah,
CCP or just
Sure.
exist below
Yeah.
their desire to ever fix them, and I just don't even bother
'cause they
saying them
haven't-
out loud.
It's because they haven't really been
Yeah.
reported. Yeah. It was years ago, but Dirk had a whole spiel on that back in the day. He wrote this whole story thing with all the different names that he could find that were just should be, Caldari Citizen 8 digits or something, but
Manface McMissile Tits.
Manface
Yeah,
McMissile
that's
Tits.
popular.
There's just a whole bunch of. I mean, there were ones that would have been. There's a bunch out there that are still like over the top. Like it's not even.
Here's the
it's not
thing,
even like
for-
funny to say them. It's just kind of like, ugh. But
For many years, that would have never been on the radar. I could see maybe in this, in the year of our Lord 2022, but that, outside of not wanting to put that on a statue at one point, maybe that was pretty above board. Backdoor Bandit, I love it. Yeah.
yeah. Well,
I
There's-
wish she still played.
I wish they would go through and clear out all the old, like, or at least be able to petition, because there's a name that there still is a name that I very badly want, and I'd still look at it to see if it exists every now and again, and it does. And I'm pretty sure that guy he still has the blank portrait from whenever all of our old portraits got removed and he had to remake them. But I have a feeling he literally just made all of the versions of the name that I want and then just stopped playing.
I feel that same way about like clever Corp and Alliance names and like tickers. Like sometimes
Yeah.
just for fun, kind of the whole like that'd make a great band name. I think of like fun names for like alt corps or alliances or something. And I want to do cheeky tickers that go with them that should be pretty good. And it'd be like, well, the last time they were online was 2008. And I'm like, so I can't contact them and buy it from them or anything. Like, God damn it.
I think a really good one I liked back. I remember was the Retirement Club, and their ticker was 401k. It's like that's
Nice.
That's pretty good. I like. There's a few of those ones, but
Yeah, it would be kind of nice to see some level of reset. I kind of get why they don't, because unlike a lot of games, people will step away for many years and still come back and like play this game, and that makes sense. But
Like
it's
I
rough.
realize it's probably not in the realm of not in the realm of well spent design time for them to look and be like, well, this guy hasn't logged in Like he played for a week or whatever the trial was back then, like 14 days, and then never played again. Like clearly, that guy's probably not going to come back if he did that back in 2007. So
I mean, it would just
Yeah,
be a
but I don't-
script though. At that point, it would still be fine.
But I mean,
You
Give
would
me
have
that-
some sort of threshold, and you'd be like, okay, these people are going to be dropped, or the name reset. And the downside, and I guess the dev time involved, would be that you would have to make some sort of hook to where when they first tried to log in again, they would be whatever Caldari Citizen 1,000,000,004, and then they would have like a pop up that would be like name your character, and
other games
you'd
have done that.
hope there wasn't just a ton of blowback.
I think
Or just
WoW did that
wait.
at one time where they, at some point, a long time ago, they did a thing where all the old names, characters that have been inactive for like more than 2 years or something, they just changed their name to like the first 4 letters of what the name they used to have, and then like a bunch of random characters, so that it opened up the name that they originally had. And then when they came back, they allowed you a free name change. And then I think League does that too. There's other games that do that, so.
I could see it, but
could
it would have
see-
to
I
be a
could
longer
see-
threshold, I think, in this game.
I could see Eve
Like
doing
I'm
that.
talking probably 5+.
Although I would say not necessarily like whether the character's been inactive or not. I would say the account itself. Because what if it's not they just
Well,
don't
yeah.
really use much? So I would say like if the account's been not just in alpha state, but also not logged in for like 2 years plus, 4
they
years
did.
plus.
alphas, I'm pretty sure. Like back in, we were talking about it before in Blue Donut, but they for all the alphas that haven't been logged in for a while, I think no, it wouldn't have been 14. I'd have to look back to see. So because somebody looked it up for me and they said when it happened. But for all the alphas that hadn't logged in, you could take the names if you wanted, but they haven't done it ever. If the caveat is if they were ever subbed, right, then they would have to. Then you wouldn't be able to take those names, which was why Dr. Nefarious is still taken all forms of it, unless I want to spell it some kind of dumb way with a 0. But I'm not.
Yeah. Now I could
14
see
anymore.
even if the account's been inactive and unlogged in for a long time, if it's an active Omega account, like they're still paying for it, it's like I could see them not freeing up that name because like maybe they don't log in, but if they're paying for that account monthly still.
Oh well, if they're active sub,
yeah,
absolutely.
if it's like an active Omega, or even if it's not active, I mean, like if they haven't logged in like years and years and years, but they're still paying for the account to be Omega.
That's what I'm saying.
They're
If you're
for that
paying, then
name,
you're
I don't think it should
active
be
in the
freed
sense
up.
of your money.
I think it should have to wait until it goes to alpha status, and then maybe like a year or two after that, then it frees the name up. Probably 2 years.
Yeah,
for alpha.
I would venture to say any character that, or whatever account, let's say, that hasn't been interacted with, I'm venturing to just throw out a number like 5 years plus, because I think at that point it's healthy enough that people aren't, going to notice or care too much if and when.
Yeah, Calico Jack saying
You would
they have
hope.
to code a way to display name change history before that. I don't think they'd have to display name change history.
Actually, I think that would be kind of important, but
You think?
maybe not crazy important.
you
I don't
used
know.
to be able to
Oh, yeah,
transfer
for like spy purposes. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think if you have a name change, because that's something you just not other than them naming your character Caldar like for an inappropriate name. I don't think there is a way to rename a character at all.
There's
so
not, which is, I think, kind of important in this game.
yeah, it's definitely
Speaking-
important.
Speaking of people who have corp names that I want, XY is in chat, and I will absolutely buy Death by Design off of you, by the way.
There you go. Also, Nefarious, use a PH, man. Don't be above that.
I am above that.
Okay, well, do you?
Because it's the bad guy from Ratchet and Clank, and I played the shit out of Ratchet and Clank
Which-
games back
which
then.
Okay,
guy?
yeah.
All of them. It was
no,
the
no,
bad
no.
guy in a lot of them.
What was the name though?
Dr. Nefarious.
Oh, right.
I'm not
Yeah,
playing
Darwin
Darwin
just-
Guildford Preds Corp. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, okay.
Darwin
so
just weighed in on
yeah.
it. Sorry.
Oh,
It was before Alpha, and that's what I was thinking too. I think it was around the same time as the statue. They cleared out a bunch of names around the same time as the statue, but this was pre-Alpha by a few years, definitely.
Yeah, I would say there definitely should be. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, definitely if they allow names to be removed and then changed back if they come back online, there should definitely be a marker in their corp history or something showing that, not only were they
The
in
artist
these
formerly
corps
known
and in
as-
these alliances, but at this time they
Yep.
were named this person in this alliance. So that way, I mean, that would require, if you're doing like manual track it, like that would be a nightmare. But all the alliances that are invested in
Just try
that,
to
they have scripts and all that shit that just run all that, so there would be no problem for them. They just have to add probably a few parameters and some other whatever they have to do on their end. But the guys that set that shit up know what they're working with on coding. So
the slightly outlier worry that I have with some of this is like some of the most old and historic names that like are essentially like in Empires of Eve and things like that. There are people who probably at this point have not been active within 5+ years, whatever, could be the hypothetical metric. But like in my personal assessment, like should never be able to have their name kind of thing because they're like historical figures. But then where do you draw that line, right?
Oh yeah. And Valamir brings up a point too. When you buy a character, does it show that character was purchased at a certain point?
Yes. Well,
Does it?
Yeah, character transfers.
transfer.
If you do it the correct way, it will show.
Right. If you go through the character bazaar and all that stuff, or do it
Right.
through the transfer.
Well, just the correct way. Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to go through CCP.
But
for
I'm saying, like, if
character
someone looks
transfer
at
to
like a corp
overflow.
history or looks at something, is there an obvious indicator that character was sold and transferred to someone
Yeah,
else
it's
at
in
some
the-
point?
I think it's in the employment history.
Employment history. Okay.
Ooh, mixing a cocktail.
Little mule.
I hear that.
A Kiev mule.
There you go.
Yeah. I had some vodka in full throttle.
Is
and
it
now I'm having
is
a
it Ukrainian
and
vodka?
Grape soda.
So it's Polish vodka.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I couldn't find any Ukrainian vodka. But the difference really is that the Moscow Mule is in a copper mug, and copper is a soft, malleable metal that you wouldn't want to build anything out of. This is a steel mug, and it's strong, like
So it makes a
Ukraine.
strong drink, right?
Strong drink, strong country,
Strong mug.
strong.
You were just out, not Ukraine, but you were out in
Latvia.
Also
Baltic
Ukraine.
states, right?
It's in Latvia, yeah.
The last time I was out there, we were doing a tail swap and landed in near Poland, I think Gdansk, and I would have very much enjoyed to stay there longer, but we were only there for like 4 days. But
Yeah. I
was
like
a
the
big fan.
Baltics.
But
By the
Ukraine was
way,
nice too. I've been there as well.
Dr. Nefarious is available now, so I'm claiming it.
Snap, do it now.
Get it.
Yeah.
Well, now that you
Just
said it,
trying to-
someone else is gonna get in there faster. and
Darwin
take it.
literally
Like,
just
oh,
cleared
you
it up
said you
for you."
wanted to buy a character name, eh?
If he did, man, I was going to say because I just checked this not even like a week ago.
He pulled some database lines and he was like, "Oh man, this fucker's never coming back."
They just
Let
use
me
like
just do this
the
real quick."
default character, like they didn't even design the character. There's like boom, 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 name, blah, got it. All right, I'll sell it to you for like
That would be an interesting like
sell it to you
metric
for
for that
5,000
algorithm.
plex.
If you didn't even like fuss with the character creator or anything, like it had a few tick boxes where they were like, "This is not a person. This is not someone who cares about the name or the
Yeah.
whatever. They don't have anything invested."
Well, the name is the only important part, I guess.
I need a bad guy.
True.
What race should I create for?
A bad guy?
For
I
a
mean,
bad guy,
Amar.
Amar.
Amar is
Yeah,
generally
bad
like
guy.
thought of as like the bad guy. Is
Also,
there-
Kaldari, close
Yeah, but
second,
all the
probably
bloodlines-
first if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
'cause
actually, those are
they're
like kind of like
terrible.
the two. I mean, one is like the theocratic, oppressive, egotistical, holier than thou,
And the other one is the
Zealots.
state,
and then the other is the corporate,
corporatocracy.
yeah, the megacorp executives that just keep everyone down by extortion and corruption.
Is this oligarchy? Is that what we're talking about?
Sounds like a word. Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Minotaur's
had
like
a-
the freedom fighters, the revolutionaries, and then you got the Galente or the
Galente and Mimitar respectable all day, every day.
Galente or Mimitar is the Galente. They're like the just democratic.
You can't put a period in names, and that's what I did whenever I searched it. That's why it showed as available. So he
It's
probably
not there.
no.
Now, did you try spelling it out then instead of the DR? Did you do Doctor?
Yeah, I tried all of that.
Galente is
Mother,
basically
father.
America.
So like, hold on, I'll pull him up right now. Somebody did Drax Nefarious.
It's like French America.
So has been a
French
member of
Empire.
has
Like
been a
Kenji?
member of Republic Military School for 15 years, 7 months, and 25 days. So a 2006 character that was just never.
Sounds super invested.
Any
Yeah.
Z-kill activity?
Nope.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm using the show as a sounding board about why I should get this name, but
No, it's fine. No, we're helping you through your dilemma.
yeah,
You should put in a ticket.
I think I did once, and I think they said I couldn't. But which is fair. You know, I mean, you shouldn't be really making exceptions for individuals. But I'm just saying, if you wanted to
You should.
free up characters that haven't played since 2006, or
So
just
Character
you're
limit?
right, but what this does tell to me is you
16?
should lobby CSM and have some sort of, hey, this is a cause we want to rally behind for just silly reasons, but whatever, everybody's got their reasons.
it's interesting you
Maybe let's
brought
do a
that up.
purge at some point.
Someone wants to know what
Uh,
the character limit is on names. Is it like 14 or 16 per name?
I've
Is
seen
it
some
13?
long name.
He
I don't know.
something. I wish you would have asked that like a second ago because I was
Yeah.
just looking at
Well,
it.
I mean, I think
There's-
it's more
there's
than
a-
a dozen, less than 18, somewhere in there per name.
It's first name, last name, right? So
Well,
like,
first name, last name, but I don't think there's an
I think you can break it up into
overall limit.
3.
It's just first name, last name, I think.
So now
Unless they
it's
changed
now,
it since I played.
I think they changed it because whenever I was just trying to make that character name, unless there's a different way to do it, it was literally only one field. Hang on,
Oh,
let me
really?
click through this really
Hmm.
quick.
Oh, you might be right. Fuck, it's been a long time since I made a character. I don't think I've made new characters since like 2014. But
Give me a second. I'm almost back to that.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
just
I think
all
you can do 3 names.
It's just one field. 37 is the character limit, by the way.
Wow.
37. Okay. Well, I was thinking it was like 12 to 14 each. So yeah, I was still low. I was figuring around 28 total.
It can be 1 to 3 words, 3 to 37 characters total. Cannot exceed 24 characters. The name can include a middle name separated by a space. Family name cannot exceed 12
No
characters.
special characters, right?
The only special characters
A hyphen,
you
I
can use
think.
the hyphen and the apostrophe.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah, sure. I think
What's up,
you should
Ash?
it's interesting you brought up the
Hey.
whole CSM thing because I was mulling around in my dome about running again, but
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Gonna make that a platform.
possibly.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
not
Power
that.
to the
fuck yeah,
people
bud.
who want to make
I-
funny alt names that are taken.
that's your whole platform.
It's
Purge
gonna get a lot of
acronyms.
bitter. It's gonna get
I
a
mean,
lot of
the
bitter
last
vet
two
votes.
platforms weren't exactly super successful either, so fuck it, right?
Well,
Yeah, that's exactly. Fuck
what name were you? God, I keep forgetting the name of your my mind keeps thinking Dr. Disrespect, and that's not
Dr. Nefarious.
nefarious.
Dr. Nefarious.
It's not disrespect.
Funnily enough, and this is a little side story that it has no bearing on anything really, but in my early just PC gaming days playing Counter-Strike and this, that, and the other, I used to use the name Dr. Doom, which I thought was clever and original and this, that, and the other. And all these
Okay.
years later, I'm
I'll
You
like,
find out he's a comic book character.
I know this now, but I've never read any comic books and I had no idea that that was a thing. It had a good ring to it. And I used it in a ton of games and then eventually drifted over to Akaroth for all my games. But like years later, I was like, oh, Dr. Doom's been a thing like all along. Well, fuck. Like, there goes my creativity.
I tell people all the time, had I known back in the year 2009 that, well, actually, it was even before that because it was my AOL screen name is how I got Blazing Bunny to begin with. Had I known that I would have approached this level of notoriety in this game, I would have never, ever, 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 or I would have gassed this character way long ago. Because, oh my god, like, I cannot believe that that's the name that people know me by.
Are you notable?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is.
I thought you were serious. I was like, what?
No, I was just being shitty. I
That's
was just
why
trying to humble
I
him some.
refuse-
That's all.
I refuse to use the name famous. Notable is the
I think notable is more tasteful in your case.
yeah. I promise I'm a super humble person, but like
I was just
I-
watching some episodes of Superstore today. It reminds me of the whole thing where like Howie Mandel's coming to be like the guy to reopen the store after the tornado, and he's like shows up and the assistant manager's like, who the fuck are you? He's like, I'm Howie Mandel. Oh, are you a new hire? Oh, go grab a vest and go help in retail or whatever. And he's like, no, I'm Howie Mandel. She's like, I don't care. Talk to payroll.
She goes,
That's
that's
very
not my
funny.
problem.
Yeah.
What do you need, a new name tag? Like, what do you move? Calling yourself humble indicates you're not humble. I don't think that's necessarily true.
I don't know how to express that correctly then, so it gets that point across. I don't like to think of myself as
It's
The best
perfectly
example
understandable to
is-
have a huge inflated ego. Like, I get that.
the best example I can think of is I would have never tried to talk to a major news outlet about an EVE Online fight. That's just not my personality.
The $1 million fight?
I mean, in his defense, it was the CDC. It's not a major news outlet.
Oh, damn.
Well.
Good for hockey, shit for news. So Bunny, are you announcing formally right now that you're running for CSM?
No, I'm still
He's
thinking
running.
about it.
That sounds
I'm
like
not
it.
running yet.
You should get off that fence.
I'll put you in as a write-in. Don't worry.
You should
There's
get
a
off that
bunch of
fence.
isn't there a bunch of people who can't run again this year?
There are.
Term limits
Yeah,
are
like
up?
Innominate, Merkel Chen can't run.
Yeah,
Steve
there's
Vernuken can't
always-
run.
There's always more goons, so it's not
Right.
Yeah,
But
they'll
like
find people.
Brisk is gonna be their number one because he can go one more term without having to wait.
Right.
So Brisk will probably be their one pick.
Do we
but
see
they're
the
gonna have to come
return
up
of
with-
Zenuria?
Oh god.
Return of the Mac?
See, like, you know what?
See,
I
you're
don't
not
even
helping
think
my
goons
bets.
want Zenuria on their ballot. That's a guess.
You know, they
I could be
say that,
wrong, but I don't. The guy is
Toe the party line.
not like.
Everybody said he was a good CSM when he was on.
I actually have heard that multiple times. I have never met the guy.
I don't know.
I've
I
ever
just
from time.
there's been a few, more than one instance in the past where I was just like, you know what? I don't appreciate him. So
Well, feel free to dish, Drayden. Last week you told us all the dirt on Matani and his throwing shade at the event.
oh, did I? Shit.
yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
fuck!
did.
I outed him on that. Well, that's fine. You know what? Hey, dude was talking shit. That's
Well, and yeah,
Which event?
plenty
was
of people were okay with
It
it.
was E-Vegas, the 2021 Vegas. I went out there and I was
Oh.
like, gave him and his girlfriend a shirt, and I was like, hanging out, talking with him, and then he just starts shit talking Redline like the whole time. I'm like, you know what? I didn't come to an Eve meetup to listen to people talk
Apparently,
shit
to make
other
you
people. I'm gonna
out
go hang
your
out with other
spies.
people. So I left, and then I didn't see him again. It's like
To be fair, even
I-
I talked shit about Redline.
well,
right. I think it would be different, but to each their own.
I stood on a very firm. The stream blackout thing was stupid. Platform.
But
Which
that's
is-
your opinion on an
that's
action
your
that was
opinion,
taken.
sure.
This is he wasn't just shit talking about something that Redline did. He was just shit talking Redline as a person, based on looks and,
Yeah,
and stuff like
I
that.
get
It's just like, you know,
Taking it
that's-
outside of the game, and allegedly that's just to make
It's
people
like,
burn
that's
their
not
alts.
cool.
So
That's not
we're
cool to
we're
me
all
at
the
all.
rubes, and that's a normal thing to do.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like I normally get along with Matani fine at the meets. Like he is who he is in the game, but like, you know, people's personas in game are different than, you know, their personas like in the real world. Often, not
You would
always,
hope,
but
right?
often. And the thing's like, you know what, game is game, out of the game is out of the game, and he's usually fine. But like, just this last one, I was just like, you know what, I'm not impressed, and I'm gonna leave, and I'm gonna go hang out with people that are more fun to hang out with. So
I think that's the first negative interaction, I should say, that I've heard about the last Eve Vegas.
it was
I-
this last
anybody-
Vegas was great. LB,
was
we're
say,
back on
I
Vegas,
agree.
but
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, he's-
yeah.
But-
You see, like
this
his eyes
was-
glossed over, and like he was
Yeah.
like in another
No,
place.
I'm busy right now logging onto the Epic store so I can get my free clothing allowance from fucking
nice.
game.
They give
But
us
yeah,
free clothes.
So
we-
it's like I'm not sitting there trying to put him on blast. I was not impressed.
Something tells me he'll be fine.
I think he'll be alright.
I thought it was really entertaining how last week Ronnie Hugo was like, "Nah, man, that's just so we can like out the spies." You know, you'd be amazed how many people just blow their spy cover because somebody talks shit about them in real life. And I'm like,
Redline's not a
What?
spy for
Like-
goons. He's in an opposing alliance. So
even that aside, one, that's a dumb mentality in my own opinion, and maybe that is a perfect way, and maybe you've been doing it for years, and that's how
pretty
the-
sure
the spy master himself finds out about all the spies. What a fucking
Yeah.
joke. But it was just like, yeah, but we're people in a fucking bar and we're all just trying to have fun and be people. Like, this is where you kind of do dial it back. Now, don't get me wrong, we all are there for the reason of the game, and like we'll still talk about the game and we'll still do probably some meta politics
Yeah.
and shit like that. But like,
I agree with
just
I
be a
agree with-
fucking person and get drunk at a bar with me. Goddamn.
Yeah, I agree with Zinley. If you blow your spy cover in real life, you're like absolutely not a decent
Right.
spy. Unless it's intentional.
Would you just
Couldn't hold my cool.
how'd you pronounce that?
Zinley?
I have literally we were in
Is that not how
in-
you say it?
I have no fucking idea. I've only ever pronounced the first two letters.
Oh, okay.
You're-
XY.
XY. He did
I mean,
say
like
it.
XYN. Like that's usually that would be like a Zin, and then it could be
The only-
like Zinley. That's how I would assume it's.
I see
pronounced.
it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Now that I'm looking at it, it makes
Zen,
sense. But
okay,
like,
Zenly. I thought Zinley, but Zenly. Yeah, I was close.
Yeah.
Ed was always
I mean, I
just
think-
too lazy to actually pronounce his full name, so it was always XY, and that's why I picked it up. Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah. Phonetically, I think you got it, Dred.
dude, bringing that fucking 5-head, or no, 4-head, 4-head.
I had to
Look at
back
me,
to see
mom.
who we were
Public
talking about.
school.
I was like, who is he talking about? I was like, oh shit, that's who he's talking about. That's funny. There's a couple people like that where people who have multiple syllables in their name. I guess I'm not really one to talk, but
Yeah, I was
it's
like, you got what?
the same way.
4?
Yeah, but yours is pretty easy.
Yeah.
I have people do weird versions of Akaroth here and there, but it's always close enough that I'm like, yeah, totally, fuck it.
I was always like, I was always on the fence of like, do I say blazing or do I say bunny? I use them interchangeably. And then I think I remember, I don't know if it was Rain or someone else was like, I don't think he likes either of those names. I'm like, then what the fuck am I supposed to call him?
Right? He named himself this.
It's like, that's like his entire name.
God.
If he doesn't like any of it, like, what am I supposed to say then? But
in the realm of like the talk shows and on comms, yeah, I don't care. But I swear, they did it to me in NOLA. If I hear that fucking name shouted across the crowded
Blazing
hotel lobby,
Bunny!
I will walk.
Blazing.
Yeah, I will walk right the fuck past y'all. I'm like, and I'll just say to the security guard on my way out, like, I don't know who they are, but they must be fucking fucked in the head or something.
What's wrong with
I
randos in a
saw that group
hotel
over there selling meth to each other in the corner. If you can
Yeah.
picture
Yeah.
what happens.
as they yell blazing across a crowd?
Blazing!
Yeah, meth dealers,
Walk
all
up
of
the
them.
concierge like, I didn't.
I think
pay
that's
for
drug
hotel
code.
room to be harassed. Yeah.
That's
It's the
awesome.
entire reason. It's the entire reason of making other alts is because I was really hoping one of them would take off as my main, and I could finally liquefy this character. But no,
I feel
does
bad.
not.
One of my corp mates, I initially like the first character of his I met was one of his alts, and it just stuck for me mentally. And I still say it. I'll interchange them here and there, but like he's made known to me like who his main is, and I still call him his alt's name just because it rolls off my tongue, and it's the one that I like met him as.
I've just gotten used to, like, I mean, like, if I'm at any kind of Eve meets or anything, like, Drayden is what everyone says, and that's what I'm just actually used to, just acknowledging that, my actual name, and then I also have just a nickname that all my friends use as well. So there's like 3 names that my brain just automatically, like, answers to and knows.
Yeah, like my mother has said Akaroth to me. That's an easy enough one for me at this point, 15 years later.
There's a couple different ones I wish I could have chosen. Like one of my Titan characters is Death Dread, which I think is one of the better names I've ever come up with. Or I have another one named K9 and another one I've used Yeeclaw on Steam, and that one's my favorite.
When you say Def, is it like Def Jam, like DEF or DEAF?
2 Fs.
DEFF Red.
Interesting. Okay. I was gonna say I used to have multiple Def guys in my corp, and I bet one of them would buy it off you.
Oh no, I love that character.
Well, it's
I've
not
had that
DEAF, so it's probably not a
Oh yeah. There's
although they might like that too.
I slow trained I made that character before Skill Injectors came out, and I slow trained it from start to an Erebus. So that's my last event. Like then I'm my second Titan character I injected, so it doesn't feel as cool. But
I think we already hit the Proteus and Strike, although I don't know if we hit them that hard.
We didn't really get to.
We didn't really get to like what they actually are.
we don't have the full change. Last I looked at the release notes, I don't think they actually said what they were changing on the Proteus, just that they were going to adjust it, which is good. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because there's any direction you wanted to go with it. If they wanted to fix the fitting so you could fit the.
Oh, they did say that they were going to make it easier to fit the 1600 plates. They did say that specifically.
Yeah, but they said that with the full rack of blasters, and the blasters are less fitting intensive than the rails that you would use in a fleet T3 would be, right?
Ashtarothi enters the chat.
He's also he was muted for a second there. But
That's on Sissy. I don't log into Sissy ever.
There's some fun things you can do on Sissy.
I think the last
Drayden,
time-
if you fucked around with capitals and stuff more, where like there's use of like testing out shit, I would say
I know.
Sissy
I
would go a long
just
way.
the last time I logged into Sissy was when they did the stacking penalty for remote reps from like faxes and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the last time I logged into Sissy. What's up?
Whoa.
The issue
Hello.
with Singularity now is just the alliance of Singularity test server tryhards that every time there's a wipe, they all drop whatever alliance they're actually in endgame and make a new Singularity alliance, and they almost play on that exclusively.
Dude, there was some like fun police a few times when I've gotten on where I'm like, what the fuck are you like? Do you people play here? And I did have that like feeling.
That's interesting.
Whatever.
I mean, like, because doesn't the test server reset every, like?
Yeah,
Semi
so
frequently.
every so many months, every so often they re-mirror.
Right, yeah, it's
Like,
with like
so
the new
for
patches that
instance,
come in.
when they seeded the Laylaps into the game, that actually was available on Sissy. So I don't know whether or not they've mirrored yet or not, but until they mirror, that was totally available, and Fonsui was like running the abyss all the time in his Laylaps during that time.
I just don't see the appeal of like try harding the test server. Like we did it.
Well,
but-
in that case, it's a ship that you literally can't. Like, the chances of you ever getting to be able to touch that ship in the game is next to none.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Funny story. As far as tryharding test server, I had an alliance mate years ago, and he still catches flack here and there about it, which is a super nice guy, and so I don't give him shit for it. But he built his first super on test server, like did all the fucking mining, all the work, and like traditional old school methods to build his super on test server because he didn't realize there was like other ways to get access to them for testing
You're-
reasons.
You're
That's
right. I
funny.
would absolutely make
And
fun
so
of that guy.
he spent weeks doing this across all his characters, and like treating it like it was the fucking in-game server, which thank God for him that they didn't do a mirror or a wipe or something at some point during that. But like he made the mistake of telling people, and he's a super nice guy, and that's why they fucked with him about it. But for years since, people are like, oh yeah, what are you gonna build a fucking Nix on the test server? Like,
People
just
do.
catches
Yeah,
a lot of
see-
undue flack.
You still can't fit. Oh well, maybe hold on. Let me change the plate. You
So
still can't fit the scram extension, like the scram range subsystem, on the Proteus and do a plate.
right. So the plate bonus is specifically on one of the defensive subsystems, and the
Assume it would
gun
be
bonus, the power
plate.
grid, is an increase in the power grid in the hybrid offensive subsystem.
Where's defensive? I assume that would be on augmented plating.
Yes.
Oh, it's not plate fitting. It's plate mass.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
So that would help the speed. I didn't even look at the speed before I took the plate off. To be
Right, I
honest.
think that's how they described it actually. Yeah, that
Yeah.
it was going to allow them to be a little bit more mobile and hopefully allow them to
It's
enter more
closer
engagement.
though.
So yeah, you've got if you go with the hybrid one, then you have enough power grid to fit the full rack. And if you go with that subsystem, the defensive subsystem, then you get the 20% reduction in mass addition thanks to plates. In other words, you're not as fat.
Whoa. I'll have
Don't
you know
you-
this is a healthy weight.
Don't you fat shame my Proteus? It's close. So if you have to use an extremely expensive, well, not extremely expensive, a pretty pricey syndicate plate, and then you're only 7 power grid shy. But, I didn't even. The speed looks like
That's
it's okay.
some cheap implant.
It is, yes, but it's just you don't want to. Syndicate plates are hard to source because there's only really one way to
Right.
get them.
You don't want to lean on it. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So as far as the structure changes go, what we have is PDS now requires ammo, needs to be reloaded, and therefore, while it is reloading, it can't be firing, so it opens up opportunities.
Cooldown time, right.
The Doomsday cannot hit subcapitals, and basically the damage and application of all, but mostly the capital weapon systems have been reduced.
And you're saying that's including launchers, like regular missile launchers as well?
Let me double check.
Because I know they mentioned the bomb change.
No,
We kind of
it's
touched on
launchers.
most of these. We touched on most of these earlier, just talking
Yeah.
about the pulse and whatnot. But I hadn't heard that about all the launchers. That's
The
interesting.
damage of stand-up anti-capital missiles has been reduced.
Right.
Is it the
Stand
subcap
up.
version as well? Though?
No,
Sorry.
just the anti-capital missiles. The stand-up arcing Vorton projectors will be receiving an update, taking away their ability to target subcaps.
Wait, what's the
Stand up.
Tron projector?
So stand-up
Doomsday's
XL
on it,
cruise
you're
missile.
saying.
It's a
Oh,
Doomsday.
like the chain lightning one.
The
Yeah.
stand-up guided bomb launcher attributes are being adjusted so that it holds fewer bombs and takes longer to reload.
Which is not a huge change. I think that's healthy enough for that.
And I
See
think
how it plays.
that's it. The bomb launcher, the anti-capital
So-
missiles,
Interestingly enough,
stand-up
the
arcing Vorton.
anti
and PDS.
subcapital missiles got faster.
As far as velocity.
Yep.
So that's
Uh,
actually kind of cool because they are very lackluster. And when you said that a moment ago, I was like, wow, like the launchers, like the regular subcap launchers, have always been a huge disappointment.
Yeah, so cruise missiles are going from 6K to 9K, heavy missiles are going from 7K to 10.5, and light missiles are going from 10K to 15K.
Okay,
Are you
that's
Are
impressive
we
enough.
sure the Proteus change is on? Well, I guess it would be since the plate thing is on here. The Proteus is still bad if you're curious.
Is it on
Yeah.
test?
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean,
even
I
with
know
the
some
res-
people are going to try to keep the dream alive, but I mean, it wouldn't shock me if it needs some
So
more
an,
help.
so an AB Proteus with basically the same propulsion. It's because the propulsion subsystem that you would use on a fleet Proteus doesn't give you a speed bonus. It only gives you a capacitor consumption
Usage
bonus,
bonus, yeah.
which it needs the speed bonus to be competitive. So right now it's 472 before links, and the Legion is 550 something.
You should add this to your platform.
No, I'm hoping they'll tweak it more because I think somebody else smarter than I has brought it up before now. But
Yeah, go
But-
poke Sutoni.
What I find most interesting is the stuff that we haven't seen a patch notes for or devlog for yet, which is the new login reward system.
I
New
haven't
Right,
seen
you're
it.
saying
system
there's a new
entirely, or
one
is
on
just a
Sissy.
new?
It's a new take on the current system. So, like right now, as you log in every day, you collect basic rewards, which are in 4 different tiers, common, uncommon, rare, and epic or whatever.
Then you get a little
Um,
skill point cash that you can cash out after. Like, whatever,
Right, and then
1,000.
after you
That's the
also
scary part.
build up some experience over, that you work your way up the thing, and then you complete, and you get the 150,000 skill points. Okay, great. So that bar that leads up to the 150K skill points is completely being removed.
Oh,
So you now just receive the crates. However, the rewards are now going to be some absolutely insane drugs. A
Sick.
permanent set of skins that are gold versions of the biosecurity skins.
ooh.
And
Ah,
you can also you get skill points in the boxes.
that's what. Okay, so you said
So they're just
getting rid
gonna
of the whole
divide it up
100
in-
I kind
the
of
one
like
key.
that because I like that because if you're logging in every day, it doesn't take that long, and eventually you get the 150,000. But if you don't log in all the time, like it takes you have to wait. You still have to wait till you get all 150,000. So it could take you a
So
long
it's
ass
so it's
time.
not. I was gonna say it's not a daily in that you can lose
It's-
it though. That's the nice thing about it is it's
Right,
just
right. It's
30
you
days.
Just get that
Doesn't matter how
day's
often you log in.
worth because like the things that you have to build, you'd get like what it's usually like 5 to 10,000 per day. It alternates or something like that. And so you
I
just
think it's 5 every time if you're Omega.
no, because there was sometimes it go up by 5, sometimes it go up by 10.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I've
because
only
I
ever
would
seen 5.
watch it. I
In
would
the-
watch it.
in the
If you
boxes
drop
now-
to alpha by accident, it'll
I've
drop
never
down to
dropped to alpha.
2,500.
Whether I'm
In-
even if I'm taking a hiatus and not playing for a while, I still for some reason keep my account subbed and I'm just paying.
I
for
still have
it.
alpha accounts.
You don't have to explain that to anyone.
Yeah, but although like, the thing is, I mean, at least my skills are still trading.
Right, exactly. That's how
So-
this game has talons in us.
You
I gotta
get
head off. I'll talk to
between
y'all later.
4K and 52K skill points in a box.
Oh, is it just random or is it?
Well, so there is a bunch of boxes, both alpha and omega version, boosters, skin, and skill points tier 1 through 4. Oh,
Okay.
and there's filaments too.
Because I'm just wondering, like, if they used to give like 5 to 10 per day, but you had to wait till the whole cash out. I was expecting them to like each day you would just get 5 or maybe 10 this day and 5 this day.
Well, no,
But so now they're like, oh, maybe you don't get skill points for like 3 or 4 days, but then you just get like 40,000 or something.
today you're going to get
Oh,
You guys both
You
broke
cut
up.
out.
you cut out Ash.
sorry. Today you get like a 5K skill points. Tomorrow you get a skin. The next day you get a booster. The day
Okay.
after you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
But
okay,
but
I
he's
see.
asking though, is the next day you get 10,000 and then the
Well,
next
no,
day
no.
you
So
get
he
skin
said
and
like
then a boost and then 15?
you get
Or
one.
is it rando each time?
You get one login reward, and sometimes it's a skill point, sometimes it's other stuff that you would get.
Right, and they seem to rotate on a pretty.
Right,
if
but,
you-
but
if
the,
you've
the
ever
old, the old
noticed,
method
the
was like you
chart
always
shows
got
you.
yeah. The old method was you always got a login reward of it. Maybe it was like a shitty drug or just some kind of like temp scan.
Right.
It was like some kind of like, or like a little like blueprint copy with a couple runs on
Right.
it for something.
But
You get,
the
and
key
then
here
on
is
top of that, you've got the skill point thing that you would apply to.
Correct.
Now
Right.
they're just incorporating them all into one thing. Where like sometimes you get a skill point, or you get some other thing, but the gifts are better now.
right. So what something to point out is that all of the current system has these multi-tiered boxes. It's just everybody kind of dismisses them all so much that nobody really cares. But basically, you build up, you do some commons and uncommons, and then some rares, and then you get an epic at the end of the track or whatever, and then it restarts. So if that epic is a skill point box, then you get a big number, like somewhere like 40 or
Okay.
50 k skill points.
Oh, okay.
If you get a tier 1 box, it's probably going to be like closer to 10k.
At the
Gotcha.
moment, what
Or
is
5K.
considered an epic? Do we have that at the moment? Because I've noticed like
If you just look at next time you go into login rewards, notice the fact that all the boxes on the track have different colors behind them.
Yeah.
no, I have noticed that over time, but
Purple
I'm
is probably
asking
the
what
epic.
constitutes an epic because like I don't feel like anything that I've ever
Something
seen come out of
better.
it was all that impressive.
Right.
And you
Probably I would say some of the drugs.
maybe they're like tier 2, tier 3.
Because there are some drugs
maybe.
that were it's like they actually. I mean, they
Yeah.
weren't like
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. Like a green line behind the box
Sure.
makes it a tier,
Tier
2 gift.
2, right,
The
tier
blue
3.
line is a tier 3 gift.
But
purple is
that
I think
hasn't
there's a
mattered
purple one.
yet until now.
yeah. And
Okay, because I was gonna say they all seemed like they were about the same like value or usefulness.
yeah,
or
because
like
some of them
skins
were
that are
drugs.
temporary is kind of silly, but
some of them were like, let's say, okay, here's like a 2-run BPC of like a Kestrel. I'm like, okay, I'll never use that. And then some of them you log in, it's like, oh, here's a drug that gives you, like 3% reduction of cap on remote reps or something. I'm like, oh, sweet, I'm about to fly Logi. I'll actually pop that in. I'll probably use that. I'll pop that in. Why not? So some of the drugs were okay.
So let's talk about better living through drugs.
Nice.
There are 3 different kinds of drugs. There's the R series, the B series, the G series, and the Y series. That would be 4, by the way,
4,
for those
sure.
counting. And they are in tier 1 through 5. Tier 1 is basically you get the tier number times 2. Sorry. Yeah, the tier number in some bonuses, and then twice. Oh shoot. All right. Well, whatever. Basically, at tier 1, I'm going to read the tier 1 stats and realize that they just multiply up by 1, or they add 1.
I was like, multiplying
Per
up
tier-
by
or-
1 is staying the
No,
same.
they are
isn't it?
multiplied. It is
if
multiplied.
my math serves me correctly.
No. Okay, so I'm going to read this number and just think these numbers and just think about it as this is X times 1. So the tier 2 booster is X times 2, so double. Tier 3 booster is X times 3, so
Gotcha.
half again. All right. So the B booster is, actually, let me start at the R booster. The R booster is 1% bonus to local shield and armor repair module effectiveness, 1% bonus to ship max velocity, 1% to turret and missile launcher rate of fire, 1% bonus to capacitor recharge rate, 2% bonus to drone max velocity and tracking speed, 2% to maximum to mining laser and ice harvester range, 2% bonus to scan resolution, 1% to scan signature radius, and 2% to scan probe deviation and scan speed. All of that on one booster. And that goes up to 5 to 10%, depending on if it was 1 or 2.
Solid.
So that's the first one. The next is 1% to shield resistance, 1% to warp speed and acceleration, 2% to turret optimal range and fall off, 2% to missile flight time, 1% to capacitor capacity, 1% to drone hit points, 1% to mining laser and ice harvester cycle time, 2% to scan resolution, 2% to sensor strength, and plus 4 coherence for data analyzers. G boosters are 1% to shield armor and structure hit points, 1% to agility, 2% to turret tracking speed, 2% to missile explosion velocity, 1% to capacitor recharge rate, 1% to drone damage, 1% to mining laser and ice harvester cycle time, 2% to maximum targeting range, and 2% to signature strength, and 2% to scan probe strength. And then finally, the Y boosters: 1% to armor resistances, 1% to shield agility. Ship agility, 2% to turret and missile damage, 1% to capacitor capacity, 2% to drone optimal range and fall off, 2% to bonus to mining laser and ice harvester range, 2% bonus to maximum targeting range, 2% to energy warfare resistances, and +4 virus coherence. I just figured it out.
Real quick, I just want
What?
to touch on it, and I know it's like one of the world's smallest violins, and it's not a huge amount of player base being affected outright. Drug manufacturers were already, kind of fucked with when they started making all this more common. This sounds kind of like the nail in the coffin to drug manufacturing.
Well, yes and no. First of all, these totally stack with boosters. And
Do
the
they all?
second, yeah. So all
As
of
far as
these are
what?
all
So
of
they're
these
like
are
the 11 through 13, I think, or whatever it is.
all of them are booster slot 5.
Okay, sure.
So so you can only pick one of them. One of the things I just noticed as I was reading through it a second time, so the letter corresponds to the color, which corresponds, I'm pretty sure, to the race. So the R series is Mimitar, the B series is Caldari, the G series is Galente, and the Y series is Amar. And that tracks to their bonuses. So, any rate, these are not ever going to be able to be items. These are only gotten through the reward system and only ever inject directly into the person. And I believe that most of the other boosters should stack perfectly fine with them.
Okay.
It may actually be really good for booster manufacturers, because the biggest problem with boosters is that people don't use them,
I
even
was
though
gonna
they
say that
could.
that's one of the things that I do think was more positive with them starting to just introduce them in this arbitrary way where you just have kind of maybe like a small stash of them if you don't just wipe your thing just to get rid of it. I think more players, and I think it's probably a newer era of gaming where people like little modifiers and temporary little boosters and things like that, that especially ones that you didn't necessarily have to pay for, that if you picked the right one, for like Drayden was saying, hey, I think I'm going to fly Logi soon, I got this whatever cap life or this whatever remote range, things like that. And I think it is
Yeah,
kind of encouraging them to go further down the rabbit hole of drugs are really cool in this game if you use them correctly, and most people
right.
forget and they die with them in their hold anyway. But it
Yeah,
is kind of nice to see.
and the thing is that, like, yes, they are fairly powerful. However, especially the epic version. However, that might be what it takes to get somebody to, like, it's not reliable, right? You can't make sure everybody has a red booster
Sure.
ready to go. It's not something that you can farm. It's not something you can prepare for, but it's something you can capitalize on. If they give you one, then that might be the thing that makes you, like, take the next step. Or maybe if you get an epic yellow booster, well, I guess I'm going to try some Amar ships for a little bit, or whatever.
That's an interesting take for sure. Like, I do like that idea because I do also like that these things, they run over the edge. Like, granted, the skill point ones last for a long time, and any of the like holiday stuff seems to last for a long time, which I really appreciate because sometimes I just dismiss that window for a while. Then I'm like, okay, redeem a handful of things and whatever. But the drugs themselves do fall off the edge. I'm gonna say roughly every 2 weeks, maybe. I might be a little misguided on that, but I do think that that's nice to where it's not like they're feeding people like a constant source of, like you said, an actual item that you could do something with. You couldn't stockpile them. You couldn't. You can't farm
You can
them.
use them to counteract negative effects of boosters too, right?
Sure.
So if
I think so.
you
Yeah.
threw in a booster and you had a bad roll, instead of like deleting your pod and trying again, you just fucking take one of these free ones that you have sitting in your redeem queue to counteract the negative effects of a standard booster.
So it looks like the boosters are designed to last for 2 hours without biology. So that way, then it would be 4 with biology 5. Which I'm seeing this as a perfect opportunity. Like, you get one of these epic boosters, you can sit down and really nail through the abyss for 4 hours straight and just kill it.
Yep.
Yeah. Honestly.
Sorry, I'm typing.
Don't
That's
do
all
that.
on the test server right now.
Yep. You can find them on HoboLeaks, and then you can also see them on the test server, along with the new skins and everything. I recommend, like, the reason why I bring up HoboLeaks is at the very top, like when you do the little caret to make it show everything, there's a caret right below that, and that brings up the text that you can just copy and paste into like a notepad or something in game to be able to pull it up in game.
And the new UI testing feature that's on Sissy as well right now, right?
Yes.
I believe so. I've seen some
And
commentary about that
I
on
Talk
broke
to
Reddit.
us
it
about
today.
that because we haven't touched on that at all.
I don't want it yet. No, so Photon UI is it's got a lot of dead space that it doesn't need. So like the skill system, the new skill window is kind of an idea of more where they're going, but not like with the big images or whatever, but like lots of dead space around the sides. The top of like your selected panel has a glow at the top, and then like your selection within a panel, like as a tab, has the glow at the bottom of the selection. Buttons look at like if you go to the dev blog, like the image that they're showing isn't like just some random thing. Like those are the UI elements that they're using. So like all the buttons have this consistent style, all the all the things have kind of a very consistent style and feel, but universally everybody sees it as being sort of sci-fi, not really nailing it, and really clunky.
Yeah. I worry about that sometimes with these kind of UI changes, which I realize some aspects of it are just like modernization, and nobody wants to leave it as almost still spreadsheets and space on a lot of our Windows setups and things like that. But the downside, the flip side to that rather, is that a lot of that's really efficient, and people can stack their windows in very useful ways to their own needs and whatever, and not waste a lot of real estate if they don't have to.
Yeah, it has a very holopad feel to it, right? But like I said, it's
That was
I-
what. Sorry.
they are accepting a lot of feedback. So, and this is a very early take, but like their idea of standardizing the UI is a good one,
Sure.
and this very flat style is fine, but they definitely need to polish it down a little bit, probably.
Yeah, I was
I could see
you guys may have just covered this. I was typing, so I didn't hear. But Manic's not here, but I know he was mentioning that he thinks the border of the windows got fatter, and so he was saying that maybe that's a little bit of unnecessary extra space used for the window. But
Yeah, that's the dead
I feel like-
space I was referring to
okay,
earlier.
I feel like that's a small gripe, but
That's
you
the thing
think
is
something that could be easily tweaked. I think, but might be something that's
it's easy to cover the things you need to see in this game if you're doing anything else while you're doing something. So a lot of people, like I said, try to min-max and optimize their own settings and their own windows in ways that
Yeah. I mean,
still
I
allow
usually
them
never have more
reasonable
than-
real estate.
I usually never have more
being
than a couple
said,
windows open at a time. But
there's a really good thing, which is if you can take local and you can crush the chat completely to the left, so it's just a list of people.
I did see that,
like
which
that.
was kind of nice.
I'm very happy
Yeah,
about
I know
that.
they won't do it, and I don't know if they even could do it. But man, a pop-out local that you could put on the other screen.
Yeah, okay.
I know it's not
Interesting.
going to
Throw it
happen.
beside your
but-
Netflix.
No,
Yeah,
I
okay.
know, but I would love pop-out windows in Eve. It's not going to happen. I don't even know if they could do that, but
It'd get abused for some sort of screen reading shit.
it would
You run-
probably
You
open
run
up.
more than
It
one
already
screen,
does, I'm
Drayden?
What's up?
Obviously, you run more than one screen, right?
I have 2 screens.
Yeah. So if you stretch your Eve Online window across 1.5 screens,
I don't think you can.
Absolutely can.
Oh, I've
and
never
you
tried.
put all your chat windows in that half a screen that's on the second screen.
But
let's
then
say.
half of your visibility.
That's essentially a pop-out. I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
Half of your visibility is
Well,
over there.
You
That's
can
what people used to do before, and like when they streamed Eve, they would stretch their screen across 2 screens and put all their OPSEC
Really?
stuff on the screen that doesn't show on their stream
That's interesting.
instead of
I like that.
blurring out portions of their current screen.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
cover your overview, like based on default setups,
Yeah.
cover a lot of necessary things.
And
I
you
like
can
that.
you can always, so you can expand it as far left as you want. You can just expand it a little bit over, so that way that, you know, that side is your local because that's where you put it or something like that.
That doesn't expand your visibility.
Well, so no, because what you can do is you can recenter it because you can select your centering point. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of field of view stretching when you get to the far right side at that point
That's what I was
because,
wondering. Because it would
well, I
either
mean, but it's behind a screen. No, it's
stretch the
not.
horizontal, or it would like give you more visibility than you should have, and I feel like that's probably not a thing.
Well, I mean, like you can stretch it across 2 screens completely if you wanted to, and like you could have it on a widescreen. It'll just render however. But but the point is that your main field of view is going to be exactly the same. It's just the nature of turning to the, you know, further and further to the side in field of view.
Yeah, but see, I'm talking about like, oh, this would be cool if they did that, but you know, then I would be covering up my fucking YouTube or whatever the fuck else I'm doing on my other screen.
I mean, like Windows. I don't know. I don't remember if Windows 10 does this, but Windows 11, you can just like slam the window to the right hand side, and it'll take
Snapping.
up half. Yeah, it'll snap to half.
Windows 10
Oh, I
does
don't
that,
think
right?
I'd like
Yes,
that.
Windows 10 has that.
I don't like. Oh,
You don't snap your shit?
I don't snap anything except my
Wow.
You gotta
fingers
snap.
and my
You gotta
neck.
snap your shit.
Dude, I snap one on each side.
I don't even
Speaking
know
of
what
which,
snapping
actually,
is. Windows has snap points now.
yeah, like if you bring it up
On
to
the
the top,
edges
then
and
it
the
goes
top
full
and the
screen.
bottom of your screen and like corners. Yeah, you can do like quadrants. You can do half and half. You
Oh
can do
yeah,
top and
I
bottom.
don't like dividing my
snapping.
window. Like my window, I want one
Well,
screen.
But if you're running 2 accounts, you snap one to one side and you snap one to the other side.
Oh yeah. If I'm running 2 accounts,
And
I
you
have
can do that even for a
full
single
screen
monitor.
on one monitor and full screen on the other monitor.
Right, because like initially my shit shows up as windowed because whatever as
Well, I mean,
multi-boxing
they're
and whatnot,
windowed
but
for me too, but like they're
then you
just
snap them and they
they're
take up the full
maximized
screen
on
and they do their thing.
both monitors.
So somebody taught me a trick this week, and I don't know if other people figured this out, but you know how like the map always starts in full screen in Eve for some reason, and like all these windows start in full screen. Well, I used to have to explain like, okay, grab the box within the box and click on it
Change
to
it to
make it out of.
floating.
No, you can actually grab it and pull it down just like a normal Windows tab, and it will go out of full screen.
That's interesting. I've never tried that. I
Yep.
always just click the floating button or separate the window, whatever from your scan pro, things
This
like
is
that. But
this is why I love streaming. Complain about things loudly enough, and people will teach you the right way.
I
That is
do
pretty
wish. Thanks for the resub, Brain.
oh shit, Rain's here. Let's start the
Oh
stream.
shit,
man.
she's first.
Oh.
Everyone that chatted before this, get in line.
Shh.
You're last. If you're not first, you're last.
Not first, you're last. But, where was I going with? What did you just say, Akrath? A brain reset.
I'm sorry, we were talking about snapping and then
Isn't there a phenomenon where, like,
and
the best-
pausing and
The best way to get the right answer is to tell someone the wrong answer.
yes,
Yeah.
which Rain was
The
using
the
2 weeks
right
ago.
answer is to be loud on the loudly wrong on the internet.
no, that's not that. No, we were talking about UI stuff, and I lost my train of thought.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
I'll get it back. Don't worry.
multiple
Multiple
multi-boxing.
screens, multi-boxing, fucking COVID.
You just refusing to
Snapping.
take any solution presented to you.
Nope. Drawing a blank.
All I know is we were snapping windows,
Oh,
And I think it's important.
Probes. That's what I was
Oh
talking
yeah,
about.
the floating
so-
probe window.
Yeah, so
dragging your map.
the probe window, it's a useful window, right? But I wish you could customize. I wish you could be like, I want to move this thing here, and I wish you could size the individual, like the. I know
Yeah.
you could size certain things to a point, but you can't size them as customizable
Reorder
as you really want them to. Like, I would rather be like, I want the probe window instead of having to expand this and have this over here get expanded. I want to just make this set size and move this here. Like, make the probing visual thing on a separate window, and then the results on another one you could resize.
I
want-
can do that to some extent.
two
I'm
things.
not sure if I'm
to an
understanding
extent, but not the way I want it.
I want
Okay.
2 things. I want 1 to be able to reorder. And 2, what?
You kind of we heard
One, I
reorder.
want to reorder the
just a reorder.
columns.
Okay.
Okay.
And 2, I want to be able to define the secondary sort parameter. In other words, I want to say primarily I want it to be sorted by type, but
Right.
within that group, I want it to be sorted by range.
Yeah. Okay. I could see that. Yeah. That would be nice, honestly.
It's almost like the market windows where you can like have like priority
Multiple- yeah.
priority sortings, but you can put them in order of the sorting that you want. Can they not do that with the probing?
I'm pretty sure the probe does not do that.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, like,
But-
I feel like it would make sense if they did.
Yeah.
Do it like
I
that.
just think
though.
that it's an older window that hasn't been touched for or something.
It's passcode. It's got to be the passcode.
Well, no, it's one of those features that like it's good enough. Like, why would anybody ever change that window? Like, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. No one's going to spend the dev time and take the
Man,
ticket
but that's
to
like
update
Karker
that.
exists. Karker is like,
Yeah, but nobody's ever said that. Oh my God, there's this little thing. Like now we've defined it, so now the little thing is out there. Maybe it'll
I
happen.
keep forgetting. I think there was. I don't know if she was on here or not, but I remember there was a time. I think Karker showed up, and I forgot to mention to her. Or no. It was a tweet that she sent out. She's like, "Does anyone have any suggestions?" But I think she was asking for suggestions on a specific thing, and I was like, "Well, this doesn't. The thing I had doesn't pertain to that." It was a thing when you were streaming, LB. I was watching your thing. Yeah, I know. Why isn't Karker assigned to this stream? But LB, I was watching your thing. And
Goddamn.
I was, when you were talking about how there's the click return all probes to, reconnect to all probes in return. It's in your probe window. There's just a button you click. I'm sure there's a hotkey for it, but you just click it. Why does your drone window not have a reconnect to lost drones quick click button just in the top right corner? You have to right click on your capacitor and reconnect to lost drones, and then like
Don't get me fucking started with the drone
I feel like
UI.
it's like there's already a function for it. You just have to make a new button and have that button assigned to that function. So it'd be a super easy. I think it would be I'm not a coder, but I assume that it's a super easy implementation. That's a great quality of life
implementation
thing.
of that button would totally break everything.
It probably
You know
would.
what
It would probably destroy the whole game and turn it into a black hole and suck the whole Earth into it. But
this is what pisses me off about the drone UI, because I've talked about this before with people, right? And I've asked for improvements to the drone UI, but here's the problem: throughout a lot of the time of the last like decade of EVE Online, drones have been seen as overpowered in one way or another. So anytime you suggest an improvement to the drone window, people are like, no, drones don't need to be stronger. Dude, I need to see if my drones have EWAR on them, okay? Like, I need to be aware of what's happening to my own ship.
You know what that is to me, though? That's people who hate animals and pets. That's all it is.
yeah, those fucking people.
But I'm just saying, one of the reasons why the drone window doesn't get worked on is not only does it take dev hours, but also it would actually, knowingly be pretty unpopular in a lot of ways. But, I've always wondered, why didn't we get an improvement to the drone UI when we got improvements when we got the fighter system? Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
We got a
it's funny
slight improvement where that
gonna
button
say-
pops up when you're about to warp away without your drones.
That's true.
Yeah.
We did
That's
get
so
that.
Click the
annoying.
button and-
I think that
You
was
guys like
quicker,
that?
actually.
So
Do you guys like that?
I like it when I'm ratting and I forget that I.
So if
right,
you
but
click
in
the
combat
button,
you don't
doesn't
want it
it
because
stop
another
your
pop
warp?
up that is in
Yeah.
the middle of combat. You don't want that.
That is
Now-
the worst button ever. And the few times
Well,
I've pressed it, I've been like, "This is dumb. I'm trying to get the fuck out because things are
That's
going
what
bad."
the button
It's
says
not,
it does.
So my
It's not like, oh, just going to the next site and blah blah. And maybe for a lot of people it is. In my opinion, it's get the hell out of here because you're about to get caught or something.
so my
click
thing.
the button.
Well,
And I know that after the first couple
Yeah.
times, I tried
like
it out when they
pressing the
released it.
button.
The button says what it's gonna do.
When
right.
I tried it the
You
first
have
few
clicked-
times, and
you
I
have
was
clicked
like,
the
"This is
button.
awful."
Make the button make a bookmark. Interesting.
Wait, what? So you
Uh,
could go back. Oh, like if you left a
for-
site that collapsed.
so you go back
yeah,
to
so
would
you
have
can
to
go back
probe
and get your
them down.
drones.
That would be
That's
interesting.
interesting. I like that idea. That's another.
They should
QOL.
do that with
interesting.
MTUs.
Control B
Yeah.
by default makes a bookmark.
Right, but if you
Control
have that much
B.
foresight, aren't you just pulling your drones?
Yeah,
anyway?
but that requires
So
know-how.
okay, I feel like we need to clarify something. When you hit warp, your drones get a return command. So if your drones are going to get to you by the time you warp, that's already happening.
They do not.
And on top of that, it warns you that you're about to leave your drones and asks you if you want to cancel it.
Your drones. When you say when they get a warp command, are you talking about the pop up, or are you saying it starts to default?
When you
them?
give a warp command to your ship, your drones get a recall command.
They do not. You could absolutely just leave them out
Hold
there. I
on.
do it all the time.
I'm retarded. Hold
Try
on.
it out real quick.
I'm
That's a
ridiculous.
hard
Do it
R.
all the time. I promise you, dude.
I said it.
No, it's fine. I was just really quick. I was just saying.
I'm very not flammable. Any rate, so my point. Sorry, that's true for if you get DC'd, like an emergency warp does that. My bad.
Emergency warp does do that, and so sometime over the years they added that, and they added the pull your probes when you like leave system and stuff, and those are both
Cancel
like a really
Ash.
amazing, nice, new player friendly things. I don't mind people losing their probes because that gives like the Eve scouts and stuff of the world like more purpose and things like that. But like it is really nice that if you literally just disconnect, you're likely to have your drones automatically pulled and your probes and stuff automatically come back, and that's kind of cool.
Oh, well, what I was saying before though is,
But if you warp, they do not.
So I'm not griping that they didn't before. I'm just saying like it would be nice for them if they could in the future, like it just implement it. I feel like it'd be as quick, simple. I feel like it's something Karker could do. It's a quick.
Are you saying auto pull drones?
No,
Or are you
just
saying
the
something
auto reconnect. No, it's not even auto reconnect. It's not automatic or anything like that. That's much more in depth coding than what I'm talking
There's a
about.
hotkey for it.
Shift
Well,
R.
sure, but you have to know the hotkey. But it would be so you have to right click on your capacitor, reconnect to lost drones, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's
Yeah,
you have to
well,
go to
yeah.
a menu for that, or know the hotkey, which is probably like control caps
Right,
lock,
Shift R is
fucking
for pulling,
backslash
Ironically, I think
numlock,
it's
and
unbound
print
by
screen or
default.
something like that. But
Right.
it would be nice to like in your drone window in the very top right, just have a little button that is reconnect to lost drones. Boom,
Almost like
click
the
it, and you
probes.
reconnect.
Okay.
You're not wrong.
Now,
Actually,
someone's-
there's
well,
a little menu right there. They just put it in the menu.
Yeah. But
'Cause the probes do
before
that. Why can't
someone
you do
before
the
was saying that maybe just have Control R do it, but I'd say I could see maybe that would be a hard thing because Control R is set to recall drones, not
Right.
And if you have it set to
Shift
recall
R.
and
Shift R.
reconnect to lost drones, what if you have 2 drones out there but you've disconnected
Control R is going to
3?
reload your weapon.
Now what? You push Control R and you reconnect to those 3 but recall the 2?
Yeah, hold on.
I don't think
we
you
want
want
to clarify. We want to clarify.
Okay.
Shift R gives a recall command. Control R reloads your weapons.
Oh, okay. Shift.
That's
R.
okay.
I think they meant Shift R.
I don't think anybody here watching is going to trip up on
I
this.
think they meant
So
Shift
this
R.
is actually one of those things
Ash
like
runs a more user-friendly or a Nubero-friendly stream.
But yeah, I'm
Right.
just saying, it would be a simple button to add, and the function that it would perform is already in the game. So you just have to connect that new button that you add on the window to a function that already exists, and that's all you have to do. So it would be.
I
think
agree.
It would be fairly easy to implement it into the game, and it'd be a really nice, just kind of feature.
Little quality of life things. What's that
Yeah.
team? What's the one that does the tiny things?
Well, that's Karker, and then I don't know if is there a whole team for that. I thought it was just Karker just did this stuff.
There was like they had kind of a team.
I mean,
that
they have a UI
called it-
team.
Well, UI
well, it
team,
was
but I'm
called
saying,
something like
Karker
Team
does,
Tiny
QOL
Things, but I
too,
don't think it was
just
called that.
little tweaks to things that already exist in the game, just to like make things.
Yeah,
Just
like
nice.
it's quality of life changes over time, and they're almost always amazing.
And not gonna lie, like I mean, even though there are some bigger changes in the game that really impact the game, some of the QOL shit that Karker does is just like, holy shit! Finally, oh, it's so nice. Like some of the changes
so-
she does is like, okay, they had this whole patch where they overhauled this whole thing, but this one little small feature is nice. I've been waiting for this for
It's
a long
funny.
time.
If you go through the list of Karker's tiny thing or little things from throughout the years,
Mhm.
like it shocks people the things that just didn't exist before. That was just a small quality of life thing, which would like you literally can't even consider it
Didn't
possible.
she do the multi-buy and multi-sell
She did
system?
yep, all of that stuff was part of it,
That's a huge feature in the game now.
and multi-fit.
I feel like I think
But,
those are
like-
like the biggest things she's done. But
No. Because
What?
if you go further back, there are some pretty. I can't think of the examples right now. I can go look, but I do want to circle back on the drone window thing. Like I said, there is a cheeseburger menu in the top left of the drones window that could totally be where you put it if you don't want to try to put in a new UI
Yeah.
element there.
yeah.
But what I find funny is what is in that menu is a checkbox to make it so it no longer displays the warning when warping away without your drones.
Really?
Yeah,
That's an
well,
option.
Yeah, well, I was
It's
saying,
an option.
I wasn't saying put.
Okay, thank you for telling
I
me
wasn't
that.
saying put an option in a cheeseburger menu in the
No.
drone window because it's already
It's an
in
action.
the menu on the capacitor. I'm saying just a one-click button. Like there's the cheeseburger options menu, and then just this
I mean, I guess
button
you're
that
right.
you click the button, reconnect lost drones. That's all that
I-
button does. but
I
it's
can
one
appreciate
click.
how small your drone window can be, though. Because it's
I
literally
know
just a table.
I don't mean to keep bringing it back to this, but I'm just saying, like, it's
Actually, no. Here you go.
think of how many people come back on the field and they're like, reconnect to your drones, and it takes people like fucking 5 minutes to do it sometimes because they don't know how to do it. It's like if there's just a
Right.
one click
FC,
button.
how do I reconnect to my drone?
See that little
So-
like
You're not wrong.
see that
Why
little
not-
Wi-Fi
why not
symbol?
replace-
Like just make it a Wi-Fi symbol. Like see the Wi-Fi symbol on your drone window. Click that. Just click that and push Shift R. Click that. Push Shift R.
Give it a question mark if you got drones on field
Yeah.
with like
Put it-
a grayed
put it
out
on the-
Wi-Fi.
Put it on the drones and
connect the
local
network.
space bar.
Yeah. Have some sort of like little icon that indicates that you're disconnected from them, but they belong to you. Like they're still linked to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Well, just in
Like the
that one, like on that line, just
show
put
out in space.
just do the same thing that we do with probe window. On that same line, you can have a little double arrow and a little arrow in a circle.
Okay. I will say I wanted to touch on it just a moment ago when y'all were saying it. Lately, there's been plenty of things that people can complain about, and I just wanted to take that moment because I was having a a fun little aha moment of being like, in the last 5 years, a lot of those like little quality of life changes that we're all like, how did we ever live without this? We've wanted this and needed this for fucking 15 years. It's amazing how many little things they've increased quality of life on in the last, I'm going to say 3 to 5
yeah.
years. Like I can't even remember like a fraction of them, I'm sure, because now they're like an afterthought, but it's like they've done so well with whichever team that is. I'm assuming they spearhead a lot of that. They've done so many cool little quality of life changes that it's like, yeah, it makes the game just that much easier.
I
to play
like
and
that
more
that's
enjoyable.
been a focus in any kind
Sure.
of regard too, because
So-
it's just one of those nice things where like people are like, oh, balance the game, change this, add that, like that's fine, but just here's the stuff that exists. What if this was just easier to do? This one thing that's a pain in the butt, what if we made it easier? Or this one thing that is a pain in the ass and doesn't really have a good function, what if we just got rid of it? Like that's a pretty solid
So the universal search was hers at the top.
Which that's actually gotten to be a pretty decent tool.
I use it all the time.
Initially, they made it where you had to do more. I think more than 3 characters.
shit,
like when it
Rain's here.
first dropped.
we got the rain.
Oh shit!
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
You know what my quality of life change would be?
What would it be, Rain?
All right, this one's an ultimatum. Okay, so
More
hear me out
cheese.
first.
Be careful with those, Rain.
So you add Logi on kill mails, or
Oh,
That's not a
you-
little thing.
no, it's a little thing, dude. The
No, it's a
database already
huge
has
thing.
it. Database already has it.
just a little. Just
You
a little
add
thing.
Logi on kill mails, or you make it so ECM bursts are not on kill mails.
I've
That's
Okay.
my ultimatum.
What about
Okay.
why not both?
Here's
Top.
here's something I've thought about, and it may be how they've considered it as well. I don't know how it's in the database or what the iteration is like. I always thought it would be interesting. When in the current era of kill mails, it'll pop up and it'll tell you who all was involved. It'll tell you how much damage you took, et cetera, and you get a little bit. You can glean a little bit more information. I feel like if you plug it into like a Zkill or something like that. But how come they can't show negative damage? And maybe that's how it is, but in my mind, that's always how you would put Logi on kill mails. It wouldn't look
Right.
like an AWACS on any sort of tool that could discern. You would do negative damage to something, and that would increase their total damage
Yeah.
taken. But it would show as, for some people, it would be a number. And, as far as spreadsheets or financials go, it would be in parentheses or something, or with a negative sign to be like, and these people rep you this much.
Yeah, and they
here's
already
the-
tried to do this, and they said that they stumbled upon something that made it like a big effort to try to make it happen.
So,
Yeah, that's why it's still in the works.
'Cause they don't
I keep
respect
asking
Logi.
Paradox about it.
So now I Malkuth brings up a point, but I already have a point that might counter this.
Heal
He's saying,
mails, I like.
why not heal mails? Why not just individual instead of kill mails? Heal mails of someone that took damage that you repped and they didn't die.
That
But
sounds
then
tedious.
that's so
That would be
gameable.
really-
That's so gameable because then you have people like, oh, I'm gonna dog my Titan and shoot it with my ult and heal with this guy.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
oh, look,
really
I
weird.
saved a Titan. So I mean, I feel like that would be too, like, not very accurately representative.
I think it might be nice to just simply list the pilots that were repairing them. You don't even have to get
Yeah.
the amount. Just show anybody who's put any positive modules on the ship before they died.
Or the people that were
That being
also
said, though, why
on
wouldn't
the
you?
kill, the people that killed the person, show the people that repped them. So like, I shot this person to damage, but this person was repping me, keeping me alive, so that this person that died didn't kill me. Maybe put them on
Right.
kill. So
That
maybe
seems
just
a little
add-
bit
That's a
more
level
extra.
that now how many degrees of
That's
iteration?
in-
That's
yeah,
for
that's
Z kill
inter-
to deal with.
I know, but
Right.
the thing is, like, it's already there where it's like, you know, you have someone that died, and there's like 5 people that did damage, and then like 1,000 people that shot rockets at them that didn't actually hit. So why
I
not
think
just
the
add all the
only-
Logi pilots that were repping those? I mean,
Because
you can
that's
add, like,
another
all-
degree of it. That's another iteration.
It's another calculation point. True,
I think the
but-
only easy logical way you could do is damage and negative damage. And all those people can show up in the same mail. And the only way, if you were not paying attention, that it would make sense is you plug it into a Z kill or something that translates it to these are your damage and these are your healers. If they wanted to differentiate in game, it would just look like a bunch of people on a kill mail, and you'd have to look at which ones were doing damage, which ones were doing negative damage, you know, so to speak. But I mean, that seems so simple in my mind, and I'm sure nothing is so simple. Obviously, if it was, we would have it
No.
probably. But I mean, like that's a very easy, logical way in my mind to make it happen. You got people who are doing damage, you got people who are doing negative damage. They're literally reversing the damage of the other people in some way or shape or form, and they'll show up on the mails. And for the people who give a shit, Zkill will give them some fucking stats that say, hey, you did negative damage on this, and you still show up on Zkill, and you get your
Yeah. Well, I mean, like,
you get your little good feeling inside of
well,
it.
Dragon, I'm saying, like, people can game kill. I mean, like, you've always been able to game kill mails, right? So, I mean, look at
Have
the whole
you?
like Killboard Green. Well, yeah, look at Killboard Green. It's like,
That's why
oh,
my ultimatums to remove ECM burst.
well, there's
Yeah, those
that-
people aren't even.
Can't put
doing
Logi on a
anything
kill mail. Don't put an ECM burst on a kill mail.
Yeah.
Those people are annoying.
Yeah, I'm just
People
saying, like,
flying the inties into tie-dye battles.
you
and
got someone
shit,
that's
like,
about,
it's-
you got an alliance that's about to lose a Titan, and their own pilots will put. They're like, oh, it's not gonna live. I'll just throw a couple, like, one cycle of damage at it, and then it's on our kill mail too. So yeah, we lost a Titan, but we gained the kill mail for the Titan.
So
Killboard neutral.
instead of
Killboard
Hold on,
neutral.
instead of
hold
just
on.
target painting them or ECMing them or something else, which is all just a whore mod, we get that. If you know they're already dying, just fucking one tap them. Just put
That's-
some
that's what we
extra
do.
damage on them, and you're still
it's
in the
even
kill.
better if your own
it's so
pilot
important,
gets the actual kill itself, because you're like, oh,
Hold
you didn't kill our Titan, we killed our own Titan. You just helped.
I mean,
What's
at that
wrong?
point,
What's
use
wrong
some
with
weapon.
ECM bursts? Or what's wrong with ECM bursts?
When it's
What's
used
Like-
right
with
with
like
ECM burst?
Like, so if ECM bursts don't count, do smart bombs? Do bombs? Like, what makes ECM burst not count?
The fact that
It's
it's
a lag
completely
fest.
illogical to use by any serious measure in strategic battles.
I wouldn't say
Like
that.
name
No,
one
every
fight
kill
where
mail is
ECM
about
burst did
a
anything
very logical to use.
besides
if you
name
use-
one battle, right, where ECM burst was used in like a strategic PvP manner.
That isn't the
I've
only
been-
source of kill mails.
I've said,
There's lots of battles where it's used in a strategic
I
manner.
will say,
Doesn't
like,
matter if
Name
it's
one.
war
I'm
was
asking
shown.
It
for
does
you to
not
name
matter
one.
if they're
Well,
not
hold on.
used in major
The last
battles.
war
Hold
had
on, I know one.
plenty of them.
I know one. I'm saying I've been in fights where
I'm still waiting.
Well, I'm just saying I don't think it's as effective as actually getting ECM jammed, but in ECM burst, I've been times where it's like I'm trying to rep people, and then all of a sudden, boom, lost all my locks. It's like, shit, I have to re-lock these people up that I'm trying
Was
to
that a
rep.
hostile ECM bursting or was that a friendly? Or was that some
Probably
random
hostile.
dude
Both
being like,
ways.
oh my god, guys, I'm gonna get top 1,000 on Z kills, so let me just like warp my ship
No,
in
no,
and do it
it's-
so I can just whore a
It's
little.
like I got these 3
And it could
people
be
or 4
all
people
3.
locked to try and rep them up, and then I got ECM bursted. Boom, lost all my locks. Now I have to relock them. That's fine. I have to relock them, but like that's 3 to 4
That is
seconds of
strategic
time
in
that
a
they
battle,
might
yes.
die before I lock them.
I don't recall
and
any
re-rep
actual
them.
strategic battle, right? Besides,
No, I don't. Yeah.
actually,
Well,
no,
I-
that's not really strategic.
I
That's
don't know
just
of
do
any
more like,
battle
recall
where
multiple
ECM
in the
burst
war
won the day.
where
but
that was
Why?
other than
used
like
to
the
great
ones where
effect.
they just mass ECM bursted until it killed the server, and the server dying is what say like that might be an instance where ECM
Did you-
burst did.
Did
win?
you say having them crash the server is a good strategic
No,
strategy?
no.
So I
No.
get to the
That's
fact that this
no,
does not
Okay,
matter
I was
for-
like, wait a second.
no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like that might be one of the few times where I've seen the ECM burst, quote unquote, won the day, but that's not a good way to win it, and that's not how you're supposed to win it. It's actually against the rules if that's what they were trying to do, but they couldn't prove it. So
Yeah, Drew,
that's what I'm
wait,
saying. Like,
what are you talking?
so I'm just saying like that might be one of the technical times where ECM burst did win a battle, but it's not how you're supposed to do it.
Why does it
Are
matter
we-
whether or not it's used in big scale battles? That isn't the only way that you get kill mails. It isn't the only way that people fight. It's not the only that's not the standard.
I'd agree with that, and that's perfectly fine. I don't think that
And I've said
the
it doesn't have to be a
Logi
big scale
conversation
battle.
has
I
to be
said like
equated
an
to the
actual
ECM
strategic
conversation.
battle. if you're gonna have to Logi, right, which is actually used in strategy and like theory crafting. and all
ECM
this
is
and then-
also used in strategy, right?
no, ECM burst.
It's
Like,
been
it is
used to
also
rescue
used in
ships
strategy.
before.
I'm saying
It gets used to rescue
specifically ECM
ships.
burst.
It is used
Okay,
on
well,
the
name like
offensive
a
side.
battle when it was used to be like,
What are
hey
you
guys, let's
talking-
get this Titan out.
It's not okay. You're right. They're not used in famous battles that I can name. Why does that mean? Hold on. No.
If you don't have an
Hold on,
example,
hold
then you're
on, hold
talking.
on. No.
So I'm gonna say hypothetically, Logi's the
You
only
are
reason
the one
people
that wants
actually
the
play. We should
exception.
have them on kill mails.
You are
Take
the
a
one
breath.
that wants the exception. Therefore, you
Yes,
need to
because
justify
I'm
that
saying they
exception.
are pointless because
And
they're
the
not
fa-
used strategically or used in
There
any
are
meaningful
lots
way.
of
And you're like,
things
they
that
are,
are
guys, but they
pointless.
aren't.
There
Like,
are
point
lots
out
of
a time
things
they
that are
are.
pointless.
Hold on. Take a breath. Allow for this. First off, I don't have any particular system name of a battle in mind. There was multiple battles in the war, many battles in the war where that was used in a strategic way. And again, like Drayden said,
But do you
it
have
was
like?
not.
so
Wait.
you say it was-
Let me. Hey, Rain. Let me finish my thought real quick. That would be
Okay.
really cool. So may not change the entire scope of the battle, but did have a very noticeable effect and did allow one side to take advantage at any given time when it was happening to the other side, to where it was changing the battle as it was playing out. It wasn't the set piece move. It wasn't the most definitive thing that was done on the battlefield, but it was strategic and it was effective on various levels. That was multiple battles. Like I said, I can't name any specific ones. There was multiple just huge, big ass tie-dye battles where people were jamming the shit out of people and everybody was having to tie-dye relock things and stuff like that. It does have a noticeable effect. If you don't see the legitimacy of it in the strategy that it brings,
asking
that's
for the
fine.
legitimacy. But you guys are just saying, well, there was some fights sometimes, and I'm like, okay, well, like what happened? Like,
And I'm sorry that
You're
it's
the one that's
strategic
very
way were they
standard.
used?
go and
So-
none of them burned through my
Hold
memory
on.
where I said, the battle of FW Attack where they were fucking ECM bursting like legendary, Spartans. Like it didn't ring out like that to my memory, but it happened plenty of times. It was very effective and it was used on both sides.
If it
And
works,
has
there's a
been.
benefit.
Hold up.
Go
The
ahead,
rule
Ash,
is-
go ahead, Ash.
The rule is that kill mails show every offensive module that has been used or effect that has been used on the ship as it goes to death. It is an offensive module. Even if it is used and is ineffective, it's still used. It's still part of the fight. If I use a tracking disruption on a caracal, that's useless to the fight, but it's still relevant to the kill mail. You need to justify why there should be an exception, that this is the one
literally
offensive thing
did.
that doesn't show up. No, why should it be the one
Because
offensive
I'm saying
thing?
it doesn't show any strategic value, and I'm
Who
asking you guys
cares?
for
Show me
examples. I'm asking you for an example. Well, I
How
say
do
you
you not
royally.
think that those things that I
don't need
just
to
said
give
are
you
examples?
one. You're the one
Because
that
you said
wants
there
to
was a
change
battle
things.
in a war and it was good and it was
Give
helpful.
me a
But
reason
we
why
don't
it
see-
should be changed.
I
Rain,
just
can you-
that wants it to be
I'm not
changed.
repeating myself for the 20th fucking time. So
Rain,
Akraf,
I'm not,
No,
I'm
no.
not
there were
trying to
some
paint a
fights.
magical picture. Can you not envision what I just said? Literally,
on.
where large
No,
fleets are
because
fighting in
no,
tie-dye,
because I want
and
like an
people can
example
cause
of
people to
what
have
happened,
repeat
right?
sets for multiple minutes.
It's
Hold
it's
on,
like
the
when
The
people
reason
bring
literal-
it.
there is a rule. Why do you want why? How can you
Just
justify the
explain
exception?
it, Ashtarothi. I'm not repeating myself.
It's not. That's not an excuse.
It's not an excuse. I'm explaining.
Okay, the fact that it doesn't get used in big fights is not a reason to remove it from kill
No,
mails.
strategic battles.
does get
There are
used.
small
Doesn't matter.
strategic
I don't
battles
care.
before.
It doesn't matter.
It does get used in
Well, if you don't
strategic
care, then
battles.
stay out the conversation.
If you don't think you see its value in strategic battles, that's fine. And I don't think there's anything I can do to change your mind. But I
No.
have seen it used
It's an
valuably
offensive
Okay,
in
Akraf,
module.
I'm
strategic
asking you.
battles.
No, I know you said you've seen it used. So like in what way is what I'm asking, right? Like I'm thinking. So
To
there's
cause
one.
an entire fleet of people to lose lock and have to relock
yeah,
things
that-
under stressful duress moments where there's
So
hundreds of people doing something at any given time.
They all
was
have to
this
relock
one
the
huge.
ship?
timer.
That
Was
is
this one
strategic.
ship using an ECM burst? Was this like a fleet of squad people
I've
warping
seen
in?
it
Like
used both
smart
ways. I've
bombing
seen it
fleets?
used as the interceptors
You
that come
are
in as the
one that
wings
wants to
that are almost
change.
impervious because they warp in and then they warp out because of the virtues of tie-dye, and they can jam everyone and they get in and out real quick. And I've seen it used internally as well, where it's basically AWACS and people it could have been an accident, this, that, or the other, and
Yeah.
people fuck over their entire fleet in the middle of also a huge battle where there's hundreds of people doing things. And when you lose ticks in tie-dye, it's obviously very noticeable on a very strategic level.
So
If I can't remember the specific battle of fucking Gettysburg, I apologize, but
Oh
if
no,
you
I'm
can't,
not asking you
if
to
you
remember
can't
a
envision the
specific battle.
strategy of it, like
Well, yeah,
it's very visible what it can do in a battle to me.
So my thing is like, does ECM burst win fights? I don't know if I could name a specific fight that was ever won because of ECM burst specifically, but it's an advantage. It's like any other ECM. Like when it works, it's effective. When it doesn't work, then it does nothing. But if you have an ECM burst and it causes a whole fleet to lose their lock, yeah, it does. They're not jammed for like X amount of time, so they just relock. But the thing is, like, that's relock time. And so the damage falls off. That might save whoever was the primary. Maybe it falls off before they died, and the Logi catches up, reps that guy. Now have to restart, find someone else. Maybe their Logi breaks their lock, and so the person they could have probably saved now dies because they lost their lock and lose their reps. So I'm just saying, like, I think it has advantages when it works, but I don't know if is it a game-changing advantage in a battle? Who knows? I don't know. Like, I
and
don't,
real quick,
I
let's
don't know if
circle
you
back
can
to
say
real
that or
quick.
not, but like it is an effective tool in a smorgasbord of tools that you use in a battle. So
ECM aside, because I just want to circle back. Let's not worry about what if something is, then something needs to be, or something needs to go and something needs to be added. ECM, whatever it is what it is. It has been what it is for many years, and it is used strategically by some people, and some people it's not, and you can view it however you want. I don't think that has any bearing on anything. I think let's just fucking worry about also getting Logi on kill mills. I don't care if ECM shows up on kill mills.
Well,
I believe that it does
Okay.
affect battles,
I want
but I
Logi
also
on
think
kill mills.
Logi affects battles, and I would love to champion that.
CCP is changing the system. Like that's what they announced in 2018, and like every time I bug them about it, they say they're updating. It's not just adding Logi on kill mills. That's one of the effects, right? But it's revamping the kill mail system entirely, right? Because it's not just Logi on kill mills. It's links that aren't on kill mills. It's what are they?
Oh, links-
Remote
yeah,
sensor
that's a good
boosters on
point.
kill mills.
But
Links
I have no
don't-
knowledge of anybody working on that right now.
links don't get on.
You don't
kill
have to have that
mills.
knowledge.
And I don't think
mean, like,
anybody's
I
crowed for
talked
that
to
as loud either.
Paradox. I think it was last year, and Paradox said they were still working on it.
Okay. I
So
mean,
here's the thing,
I've
though.
heard. Anyway,
All
I
those
have
things would be
some,
really interesting to see, especially in the tools that we've developed as players over time for battle reports and how to interpret them. Those things would be really cool, I agree. But I don't think anyone has ever been nearly as vocal about any of those things as just the simple thing of adding Logi to kill mails.
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
think
Nobody
anybody would
wants that.
care if you didn't also get command, or you didn't also get, somebody who boosted us, or whatever, because at this point, I think there's I never played WoW, but I know there's like these tools where you can see how like a raid played out in like I guess on like a screen of how people moved around the screen and this, that,
You
and
can
the
actually
other.
do
I
that
feel like that's
in
probably a
Eve.
mod.
So
You can
yeah,
do
so
that
there's
in
like a battle interpreter.
I think that's a
so
mod
to
or an
speak.
add-on that probably does that. Sure.
Held
Yeah, so
will do that for Eve.
until we're fully there though,
That
just
would
on a
be an
day-to-day, not
interesting-
like
No,
quite
it
like
does
an
it
Alliance
right now.
tournament would. Is it really? Well,
Yes.
either way, still.
So there's a fleet mode for Peld. If everybody in the fleet is running their own Peld, it reports to the home server, and the fleet commander can see all the information.
Would that also
And it records
entail
it
like
all.
where the enemies were? Like, would it track that?
No. It just gives all of the Peld information, incoming damage over per second. It basically reads everybody's
different
combat
than what I'm
logs.
saying, I guess. Similar but different. But I mean,
There's a
I mean, I'm just saying, like, at least part of that's already being, like, third party is tracking that in real time. In the same way,
Well,
like, I don't
in
think
Alliance tournaments, they actually do it where they can, obviously they track the server space and all the effects and things like that. So you could actually see it like play out via
Yeah.
Sure.
simulation or whatever. You can
Well,
play
most
back
of those things
without
are
players.
just damage meters, but in the simulations, like you replay the damage meters off the combat logs. It's a combat log parser that you use. But
Either way,
hold on.
let's just
So-
all champion
I-
Logi on kill mails.
Either way,
All of
Logi
this.
on kill mails is not a little thing. However,
It could
I
be.
pull thing 2014.
You
It
went
is now
robot.
possible to open a member edit window for a character, even though one is already open. When creating a contract, the private checkbox is now checked when a name is typed or added in the private field.
I remember that. Yeah, sure.
It is now possible to cancel your own market orders from the details tab in the market. A shortcut to the fitting management window has been added. Fitting modules in fitting management window now have icons and text icons that can be dragged and dropped to create links. The right click to insure has been added to all ships that will open directly a window to select an insurance plan for that ship. It is now possible to drag items from the variations.
what are you talking about?
This is the little things from Rubicon 1.1.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what you kind of broke up at the beginning.
Oh,
of
my
this,
bad.
sorry. It's okay.
It's from 2014.
Okay, good.
It is now possible to drag items from the variations tab. A location search field has been added to the menu in the route info panel. Pop-up questions to ask you if you're sure you want to insure your ships have been made suppressible. Hitting enter in the search field in the fitting management window will execute a search. Attribute tab in show info for drones now has sections, damage resistance attributes for ships. Actually, this one's not even that good. Dang, I'm going to find another one.
I'm gonna do a shot real quick to Team Little Things because I think they've done a lot over the last few years.
Has anyone helped Carker since Punk Therese left, or is it still just Carker?
Wait, was it just?
She's in Team Pony Express, and basically when they get free cycles, they do a little thing.
But is Pony Express focused on like QOL changes, or is that just
They're
Carker's side
more
project
UI
now?
team. But like I said, if they can, they get like one of their dev cycles, like one of their sprints, a 2-week sprint, will be little things if they
Okay.
can fit it in.
That's pretty cool.
Wait, was it just Carker and Puncturus before that?
No.
They would usually do the public-facing stuff, from what I saw.
Okay, but there's other people. I was like, damn, that's a lot of fucking work for just the two of them.
Sure.
Damn.
I remember Carker told me one time she hosted a roundtable at FanFest and it said little thing suggestions, and like 90% of the stuff, the response was, "That's not a little thing."
Yeah.
I mean,
So
yeah.
like someone would come in and be like,
That's
"We
fair.
need T3 battleships," and she's like, "That's not a little thing." They're like, "Oh."
Yeah,
Just smile and nod and be like, okay,
that's
these
not.
are-
But I also
not working
assumed
out.
that a lot of the things that they proposed were just they thought it was little things and they didn't. Because I don't know coding. I took like a year of like QBasic
Computer
and-
science classes.
Well, I took 2 years. One was QBasic. No one uses that. I took a year with. Did
You
visual.
took a class on QBasic?
This was
All right, hold
this was back in like 2003. So 2001.
But still, like when I was a kid, that was like DOS level
I
shit.
know,
and
but
we
it
were
was-
already well past that.
It's a simple language to learn basics of coding, but then after that I went to another course and I went to Visual Basic and C++. C++ is still used now,
Sure.
but
I found,
Interesting.
didn't do
QBasic
that well.
Gorilla. Oh, QBasic Gorilla.
Yeah, Gorilla. I loved Gorilla. You throw the
I
bananas.
played a lot of it, but it
you
was on a
put-
DOS-based PC.
Yes,
Like this is when I was a kid.
Yeah, but anyway, so my
A real
point was
kid.
that I don't know jack shit for coding. I know some basics, ideas of coding, but like the actual like what goes into like, modern programs and software and gaming today is above and beyond. And so a lot of people think, "Oh, can't you just do this?" And it's like it seems like a simple thing, but the amount of coding and integration that it would take to put into the program is like way more than you think, and that's like, something that a whole team would take months to do.
So
And so it's not a quick fix that people think it
Yeah.
would be.
The issue is that like something that might seem obvious, there might be some sort of blocker that makes it so that like if a piece of data is just simply not available in that context, like it may be available in other contexts, but it's like working with a code base that is well matured is often like working with a hedge maze, right? Because on the surface something looks like it should be straightforward, but then it turns out that like there are tons of steps in between, and now it's like, okay, well, technically I could get this information, but I'm going to have to literally bore a hole through this wall.
Yeah. So that's my
but-
thing. It's like with most things, I'm like, it might seem simple. It's probably hard.
So
But well, go ahead.
I was just to say, here's my real quick thoughts about what I saw from Team, Little Things.
Oh, Doggo. Sorry.
She wants to go outside.
Doggo.
I don't think their virtues were found in, hey, tell us things that need to be done, because obviously that's a flawed idea set in general, and it sounds like it didn't go well at that FanFest or whatever example. But from what I saw, they did a lot of really good with like just shit people talked about, like on Reddit, this, that, and the other, just like found it in the comments, kind of thing, where they were like, yeah, that would kind of make some sense. Like that. Obviously I'm just spitballing here, but I'm like, this seems like the way they were finding those things, because it was a lot of when it happened, you were like, yeah, I've been thinking that, or I've been saying that, or whatever, like, how did we ever live without that kind of thing? And it was not any crazy game balance changing things. It was just these little nice quality of life things that it was like, apparently they were, I'm not going
I
to say
found some
easy
examples
by
from
any means,
2012. So
which is still way back.
did you know that without the little things, the systems in your autopilot would not highlight yellow in the market?
I do appreciate
Wait,
that, even though
They do that?
I don't use it a
It-
lot.
Yeah.
I like it in my asset window because it also does
Is
the
that
asset
a-
window.
Yes, that was also one.
I'll go deep.
Your
As the
sell
person who did
orders,
trade stuff, yeah.
That's a
your
lot of
sell orders
cheese.
have a regional column, so you can sort it by region. That also came from this. Also, if you've ever gone to modify a buy order, and there's a little magnifying glass in the lower right hand corner. Yeah, that came from this patch in 2012
Ooh.
as a little
Oh.
thing. And the
Well, that,
when you open up the solar system information and you look at route and other places where like the systems appear,
neighboring systems, orbital
you see,
bodies.
you see how it says the system's security status and it's colored. Yeah, that was added in then.
That's kind of nice. Yeah.
Like that's
Especially
I
for the
didn't get to
high-sec
see those
people.
come in. Like those. I started 2012, so like that shit was just there when I got here.
I didn't know Team Little Things was a team back then.
I didn't either.
No, it was it was just Karker's project. It all
Oh,
started
okay. It
out with
wasn't
her
quite
basically saying, "Hey
formalized.
guys, I want to know the little tiny things, right?" So she goes, "I'm CCP Karker, and I'm here to tell you guys about a number of little things that my team, Team Avatar, is bringing you in the next point release. I am a UI programmer who've been with CCP for almost 4.5 years. This is in 2012. This is my first dev blog. Shortly after the release of Crucible." Hold on.
Crucible. Sorry, you broke up.
Do I tweet?
My push to talk button happened to back up my window. Hold on. Shortly after the release of Crucible, CCP Soundwave posted a thread where he asked you for all of your little things. That thread is now over 100 pages, and I've spent a few nights reading over all of your new posts, or all of your posts. Wow, you guys write a lot. And wrote down a small UI suggestions that I found interesting and thought it would be fairly easy for me to implement. Then, on a beautiful Sunday evening, when I had compiled a long list of your ideas, both from that thread and other threads, and prioritized it, I fired up the client in my awesome text pad, started trying out the stuff to see how much work it needed to take to the changes all the way. I may have even implemented a few of them right there and then, but all the changes that needed to go through the proper channels, the team planned in our next planning session, and then the final touches were made. Anyways, you're probably more interested in what we're actually going to bring. And then it goes on. So yeah, that's how the Little Things project began.
It's the best. Also, one of the fun ways to get little things fixed is you complain about them a bunch, or you just invite a dev to fly with you, and then you're like, "See this thing? This would be so easy." That's how we got jump gates in the route that everyone's been asking for months, and then CCP finally puts it in.
You remember how you wanted to sleep for 4 to 6 hours? Well, let me tell you something.
I want to sleep for 12 hours.
I wish I
sleep for
could.
12 hours. It's
That would
really
be nice. I wish I could sleep for 8 hours.
Take some like melatonin.
I need. Oh, God,
So I want to pose a question to you guys that I posed in the latest video that I just put out. What if EVE Online's PvE was such that you could play the game for 100 hours and feel engaged with it? There's 100 hours of story or gameplay in it, where you could do it with other people, but if you just did it by yourself, you still could, and it would engage with you. What do you think about that being introduced to the game?
You mean engage like we're paying attention, like Abyssals versus,
No, I mean like
anomaly riding, or engage like I'm invested?
no, I mean engaged like playing Final Fantasy 14.
Storyline and
you are
like
playing,
Yeah,
progression.
you'd
you're
sign me
going
the
through
hell up.
something, you're working through something, you're progressing, you're hitting goals, you're working towards progress, you're
You just want a
gaining mastery.
Square Enix and a
I think
CCP
there's a lot of merit to
crossover.
that.
How many hours did you just say?
He said
100 hours. That's actually not that much for an RPG.
Right, or an MMO.
So-
Yeah, I think that would be very modest and still very respectable.
So the reason why I say this is
Your
because
dog is
like
beating you
every MMO has a leveling process that is mostly single player. And while we give it like we think about like skill training as being leveling, but that's not true. So the thing about leveling is that you go through 50 plus hours or whatever with your character, practicing your rotation, practicing, learning your stuff, practicing, getting all your reflexes built in, building your macros. So by the time you're doing the top tier stuff, you are fully competent with what you're doing. EVE doesn't give you a distraction that is engaging enough to let you become a competent pilot before they say, okay, now you need to either know how to fly or die.
So what you're wanting is them to bring back the captain's quarters and have a 100-hour-long stream of porn.
No.
I would be engaged for that whole fucking thing.
And I'm not saying necessarily like a
Don't the,
epic storyline like Final Fantasy 14 necessarily, because that gets into some complications with like the timeline and stuff like that. But my point is that like Cyberpunk, you know, even if you just count like
just
the
started
side
playing that.
quests and stuff like that, you know, there's a lot of gameplay in there that with the, you know, you never even think about the fact that it's not multiplayer, but it could be.
don't the epic arcs provide that?
Yes, I mean, but they're not really let into. They're kind of more advanced. The SOE like
God,
they,
Calgary
they
Prime.
are
He's like, I can help with
in
that.
direction of that. Let's put it that way. But like if you look at the new MPE is relatively short, but it's designed to be very engagement heavy, very punchy, lots of like narrative. You're building relationships with these different characters, and they said that their plan is to continue to kind of build this outward and grow outward from there. So I wonder, like, because I really think that one of the biggest problems is that like people don't actually fly and around in their ship enough to like really get comfortable with being a good pilot.
I see where you're
Sounds fair.
going, but I also know people who've been playing for 15 years that are still dog shit at this game. So I don't know if in
Right,
PE.
because they never
Hey,
had that.
Hey, I'm
No,
right
because
here.
because they are immediately told to just get in an F1, you know, position or, you know, whatever. Like we get around the fact that players don't get 50 hours of flight time under their belt. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Some people I know. Maybe I
mean,
just know a lot of the
people might
exceptions,
watch
but there's
out.
a lot
It's
of
true.
people.
Just say my name, Rain. Just fucking
Yeah.
say it.
I mean, like, if you look at like even me, right? Like, I've done years of solo PvP of trying to learn and improve, and it's like I'm still pretty bad at this game.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like, it's not going to make you like excellent. That's part of the whole thing. Is that like, first of all, it gives you an environment to gain mastery. But you know, if some people, doesn't matter how much you play Dark Souls, you still suck at it, right? But like, the whole point is that we always focus on the fact that Eve has to be about the other players and whatnot. But I honestly believe that that might have been our mistake all along, because ultimately we need to keep people engaged long enough for them to even get ready for that step, right? If they get here and they see the game is hollow because there's quote unquote nothing to do, they're not going to necessarily think, I should go fight other people. Like they're going to just say, oh, there's nothing here for me and leave. But that's not them being bad. That's the game not being enough for them. They could have been a great player. This game lacks achiever processes. There's no like achievements or goals or whatever. Even like gaining standings only matters to like in a very slight way. So like, what if we made all of that more interesting and interesting enough that people would like really dig into it? In Echoes, the path of progression is far more direct, where you know you build each. I've been building each ship as I work up the tiers, but you know I feel like I'm going on a journey and slowly just over time as I'm hitting these small goals, I'm also becoming more comfortable playing the game.
Yes.
But why isn't it the game for them?
I had to fill space. Sorry, it was very
It's-
quiet. For
No,
like
you're
2
fine.
seconds.
Hold on. Calico says that if they need theme park trappings, then it's not the game for them. Why not?
I would venture
Why
to
not?
say, I don't think we should go full blown, but I think there is a happy medium because yes, the game and the world and the meta is different than what we had back then, and I think there was a lesser idea of what an MMO was, not necessarily lesser in any sort of negative connotation. It was different, but it was more raw, I should say. So it was less refined.
like
Is all I'm trying to get
RuneScape,
at. To where
the
you
first
could
MMO.
in a game like this, you could develop your own narrative, your own
That was the
goals,
first
and you
MMO.
still can.
It was.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Sorry, go ahead.
But no, it's fine. I don't think players or people, even in general, just gamers, are as keen to create their own story or adventure or whatever. You know, like I don't think the world is cultivating that anymore. And I can see some merits to, you know, let's give them a
I
carrot,
mean,
you know, whatever. Like let's
here's the
make
thing.
it
It's always
some
going to lie.
aspects.
You can't do whatever you want. You can do what the
That's not what I'm
programmers let
suggesting.
you do. No, but what my point is that it's always been like the sandbox side of things. Like it's great, and we get to do build these structures and all that stuff. But all of that would be still true, obviously. But yeah, sorry.
But but see, even still though, that's a stark difference from whatever. Like there's some people who will literally like they will find the most unique play styles even in this sandbox, which is all still within the given mechanics, but like something that very few people would have ever just considered as a way to play this game. And it's fun and unique and can appeal to a lot of people or a very few people, and it's an amazing thing. What I'm saying now though is that what it sounds like you're saying, as far as maybe having some sort of blurring of the lines to like, let's also appeal to some of those things that work out for more mainstream games, and probably would appeal to a lot of people who maybe would jump in here and just feel fucking lost, where we probably all did at some point, but it didn't feel wrong at the time because it was much easier to feel lost in any new game back then. And now things are probably just so well publicized and whatever, there's probably guides to things on day 2 and whatever.
I think that we just got away with
there's a happy medium.
I think we just got away with things back in the day that we wouldn't get away with now.
And absolutely we did, and actually we still do, because EVE, unlike any game I've ever played, utilizes and leans on player-made tools more than any game ever has. And I assume CCP has a lot of internal thanks for that.
I'm sure there's other games that have been modded that have mod support.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm talking about player resources. EVE has had so many player tools built around the game so that people can learn and game, whatever, weaponize the game.
I thought you meant like just like third-party things that were developed for the game itself, and I was like, Minecraft, I think might contend.
Sure,
the number of mods in Minecraft, I think would contend with that. But I get what you're saying though.
So actually, to your point though, I literally wrote an article, I'm pretty sure back in the day, like with Crossing Zebras, about comparing Minecraft to EVE Online. Specifically because back in the day when Minecraft was first made, no, not mods. Back in the day, in the earliest days of like Minecraft, nothing was explained to you at all. It was just, here's the world.
Here's the world. Figure it out.
And so what happened? We got robust wikis. We got communities. We got helpful websites. We got YouTubers. We've got Let's Players.
And that's the thing. Like
from that, they were filling the gap.
Not to cut you off. I'm just like, that's the thing that blows my mind is like, there was a tutorial. There was, because I played back in Minecraft beta, and it's like, I understood the very, very basics of redstone.
Punch tree, get wood.
Because people had posted it. But the fact that people went and figured out how redstone works, and not just like basic redstone, intricate redstone, the repeaters, the whole like distance of redstone signal, and all that stuff, they had to figure that out, and they figured it out, and they posted their findings. Like, how the fuck do people reverse engineer a game like that?
Lots of trial and error.
Yeah, dedication,
tons of trial and error and knowledge of electronics, and I don't know. Fuck, it's kind of like EVE.
Diligence.
It's kind of like EVE. It's like I'm going to do this marketing like this. It's like how do you know to do that? It's like, well, because I do marketing in real life. It's like, oh, that's how.
Right. If you understand how real circuitry works, then, or like CPU circuits work, then
Minecraft stuff is not that alien to you.
Well, no, like literally for my computer science class where we worked on hardware, so we were talking about CPU processing and RAM. We had a simulator that we would like create our logic gates and all that stuff in, and I would go home and recreate them in Minecraft at 1-to-1.
Yeah, I saw this. I saw something.
It's exactly the same logic.
They basically built a not the graphing calculator, but the TI whatever calculators, not the graphing ones, but because that's too advanced. But the basic TI 36 or 30 whatever regular calculators. They basically built the circuitry for one of those in Minecraft, and they essentially had a Texas Instruments calculator on hand that they built themselves, circuit by circuit, transistor by transistor, and everything. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm impressed, and I'm not going to say it's a waste of your time, but I don't know where this is going to get you in life. But you know what? I am impressed.
Actually, funny that you say that, because
take my like on your YouTube video. I will give you the like. That's the best I can do. I'm not going to give you a sub because I don't know you.
the very first guy to come out with an 8-bit calculator done in Minecraft literally got hired off of that video.
Really?
Hired by who?
I can't remember, but it was a pretty
Joe.
good company.
Elon Musk.
Okay,
I
so
got
a good
hired
job.
because
It
of
wasn't.
It was a
wasn't
software.
like some
it
random
was a
dude.
software. No, like it was.
Okay.
I mean, like think about the level of
Bye, Malcolm.
understanding of circuitry that you would have to be able to put on display just to be able to do. I mean, it's like going to a college and having like one of the college projects really stand out. It's not necessarily going to be like an end game product, but at the same time, if a company's looking for somebody with that level of ability to see it through.
Yeah.
I feel
Also,
like you're talking shit about Facebook right now. What's your
can
problem?
I kind of propose like a counterpoint? Because Ash, we started this conversation and you
Yes.
said, like like having 100 hours of VR porn or something to try and get players into the game, or
No,
at least
that's
get
what
them.
I said as
That's
a
what
joke.
Jaden said. I like Jaden's
I
interpretation.
said it as
but,
a
like,
joke,
what?
but like I mean, like
the
that.
goal to get the goal was to like actually integrate people, have them learn the game like through like actually how the game was meant to be played versus like kind of throwing them in the pit of fire and like letting them kind of fend for themselves, or having a 1-hour tutorial that doesn't really do anything, like barely scrapes the surface. But I also have like a counterpoint because like you guys brought up Minecraft, right? Minecraft was one of those games like a single dude built it. He was just kind of like, hey guys, here you go, like
Notch.
buy it for free, yeah, and it like kind of went crazy, right, with the community, and now it's like what famous
Digital
or whatever.
Legos.
Yeah.
All these kids love it, right? It's like this great game. It's like
Well, he
really
sold it a while
vamped
back.
up.
He sold it to Microsoft for like 1.7 billion or some shit
Yeah,
like that.
well,
Yeah.
Fuck
right,
up.
but like that comparison, right? So like Eve is obviously not on that scale, but and I've played games before. I don't know if you guys have ever had one of those early access games. Mine was DayZ. I know
Oh.
other people have had like Space Station 13, right? Like you start out on the game and it's like this subset of people where like maybe 1,000 people play, and everything in it feels like genuine and real. Like you go out running around and you see a guy in a store and like you hold him up at gunpoint, and then like you're fighting zombies and all these like crazy stuff happens. And Eve is like that to an extent, right? Like you can still go out and hold people hostage
Sure.
or have like the butterfly effect, but then you also see what happens when these games boom, right? Think of like Among Us. Like Among Us went from a bunch of friends playing together to now has billions of people, where like there's all these YouTube videos and it's invaded by kids and all these big streamers and
So
all this
teachers
shit.
are putting out Among Us like memes to
Yeah,
like
and it's like, and
tell
then you have
kids
all
not to
these
do things.
people, and you're like, man, I miss the time when nobody knew about this game, and it was like nobody really played it because it was so difficult, and you only had the hardcore players playing. And I get it, like games can't live on that forever. I have no idea how Eve survived as long. But at the same time, at some point, if like Eve is ever like, hey guys, 1 million concurrent users, and like everywhere you go is just nonstop PvP, like no real human interaction, sandbox gameplay. It's just, oh, if you go to Amamake or Tama, you're just gonna have to PvP at the sun or whatever. Like, would it?
I don't
I
think
feel.
it could
Hold
ever
up,
get
hold
to
up.
that
Having
point, honestly.
structured PvE gameplay doesn't necessarily make it easy. Like Dark Souls. Again, I go back to that. Like that can be like. Here's the thing. I personally believe that Eve actually has to be easier because we have to assume a lower level of competence of our pilots because there's a low standard of competence that comes out of the tutorials and the gameplay. Like not even the tutorials, all of the different kinds of gameplay. Very few of them actually teach you like really good overall piloting, or at least force you to be to and reward good behavior. A lot, or like good engagement. The Abyss is close, but again, there's no like reason to keep doing it besides ISK, right? So if there was things to explore that actually led somewhere, if there was something enticing to dig into as you continue to fly around that actually made sense and was breadcrumbed for new players, then there could be content. And rather than just say that we can't, oh, this game isn't for people with theme parks, well, that seems to me like just an excuse for having a bad system, right? Like
There's
they
nothing.
could have good gameplay.
Do you think if we made
I-
the epic arcs easier to access, that would
Uh,
bridge this gap?
I mean, I think that
maybe easier to
honestly,
find.
there's,
Easier to
there's
find.
there's 7 epic arcs, right? And the only one that's accessible right off the bat is the Bloodstained Stars.
I think that the epic arcs are pretty good. I think that honestly, I would replace the Cosmos systems or the Cosmos entire world and turn it into a more robust functional system.
Can
I thought that was eventually the plan for the Cosmos stuff. Because
I
like
think
right
so.
now,
So by the way, I'm speaking of a hypothetical that I think is the direction that they're going. So
but can I make a real quick thing? Like, what if they made them easier to find? Because my thing was that, I mean, I don't do high stake missions or any kind of missions like that, but for the first 3 months that I played this game, I did. I just did nothing but high stake missions, and I never found any kind of lure or direction or anything towards any of these epic arcs. I understand that
Right.
they
With
might
the
be more,
agency-
and they might be more end game content, maybe, but like at the same time, it's like I feel like if you're not an avid mission runner that delves deep into missions, like, are they meant to be end game content for mission runners? Because if that's the case, then sure, I guess then they'll lead you there eventually. But
so
when I
hold on,
talk
I
to
wanna-
new players and give them advice, what I tell them is to do all of the career agent missions, and then do the epic arc, Bloodstained Stars, and
so it's
then
not
look
super
for.
end game.
yeah.
No, it's not. And then look for a player corp.
But
go
that's the
through.
thing is, like,
No,
do,
it's a
do
good-
the epic arc, because everyone talks about epic arcs. I'm like, well, how do you find those? Where do you get them?
So one of the big
The
problems,
agency,
though,
bud.
like all of our problems
Nah,
are
no one
presentation and
needs
meta,
that.
right? Like the problem isn't that epic arcs don't exist. The problem is that epic arcs are walls of text, so nobody actually pays attention,
Right, no one reads it.
right? Like so
Ooh.
there's a lot of things that could be fixed without even necessarily even changing the actual like gameplay. It just engages with you better. Like if Aura read to you the stuff, if
well,
you
do you have a
could
cat?
unlock different storylines of missions where as you complete one, it unlocks other missions that can
We-
appear as you dig deeper into like the Caldari Garistas conflict.
So we talked about this. You mentioned that Aura having a voice line. We actually mentioned this back in the day, and I forget who we had come on. I think it was Darwin came on, actually, believe it or not. And he talked a bunch of technical stuff to us that none of us remember. But we were talking about the fact of there is AI text-to-speech software nowadays
Yeah,
that is
Aura-
not
I
your
believe Aura
general.
right now
It's
is
not like your
synthesized.
Google Assistant. It's not like your generic shit. It actually sounds like a real person. So
Yeah.
you could get
I
whoever
think
did the
all the
Aura
characters
voice,
in
get
the
them
current-
to do their voice and their mannerisms in the style of the AI, and you could have the AI read the mission stuff. So because that's the thing is like I find one of the like it might be a small point for some people. For me, I like it when a game is like, here's the text. I'm gonna like have a voice.
Those are accessibility options.
Yeah, it's like a voice. I'm gonna read this to you and tell it to you, so I can listen. Like I would rather listen than have to like sit there and read pages. Like I like storyline. I'm not one opposed to long stories, long dialogue, and long that stuff. But I have a much harder time keeping interest reading through it, as opposed to if it's like the games where it's like I'm going to like verbally speak it to you. It's 10 times better. So I think if they did now,
Well, the new MPE does do that.
well, for the new MPE, but does
But that's- I mean, that's
does
what they
every
said they're
single
growing out
mission
of.
in Eve do that though? No.
Right, but they're growing out from there. Like they're still perfecting their processes.
So that's the thing is like, but instead of maybe pay if they have to, like maybe instead of paying voice acting for every single line,
I don't think
of
it's
all
voice
the stuff,
acted.
maybe they do the AI route.
Because I'm pretty sure that they've changed the scripts since they've released them, and
True.
I'm 90% sure.
And that could be an easy thing where like if they have to change the script, or
But that's my
you
point.
cut out-
I don't
sorry,
think that I think that the current ones are synthetic.
are they?
Like I said, they've changed the script since the things have gone on, and Aura just skips on, and Calatrix also has changed her lines. This is
He
not
may
something
have-
that
may
you
not
see very
have.
frequently if they are.
Caldari Prime Pony Club just said as well. Didn't CCP Darwin
I-
confirm this? He was
he-
touching on this a few weeks back. Yeah,
Yeah.
talking about
You
the
wanna
AI
address a
voice
couple things in chat.
technology
Well,
that
no,
they're doing.
he said he thought they used AI, and then he's like, maybe I'm wrong. So I remember him specifically saying like he might be wrong, and they actually had recorded.
That's his way of leaking stuff without leaking.
Well,
Well,
that,
not leaking, but
he's like,
sharing.
no, we use AI, and then like 10 minutes, I swear, like 10, 20 minutes later, he's like,
He had to cover his
wait,
ass.
whoa, he's like, whoa, I might have to reel that back. I could be completely wrong. We might do.
No,
we
because
might
we
do
were
AI
talking
on
about
this.
we were talking about the Minmatar fucking trailer specifically.
Oh, that's what it was.
Right?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
We weren't talking about the
Amazing
new
trailer.
player experience.
That was a
Because he
solid
did
fucking
touch
trailer.
on what that was about, the technology and whatnot.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to address a couple things in chat. First of all, for all the people that get beyond it, what do the people do afterwards? They play the game. That's the whole big key to this, which is that like the game is still there. All of the PvP, all of the empires, all
There's
of the
different
other stuff,
facets of the
everything
game to
that's
enjoy.
currently in Eve is still there. It's just there's also a really good engaging PvE instead of a shitty PvE. And you know what? I'll also say this. One of the things that I have at least experienced is that most people it's not that they're not interested in the lore, but it's inaccessible to them. If you can present it to them in an accessible way, people like it.
I think there's validity to it.
Wait, Ash, do you have a cat? I definitely
Like
heard
a
a cat
dark-
while you were talking.
There was no cat this time, but I have a cat that attacks me frequently.
Oh,
It
okay.
attacks you?
I did hear that earlier too, though. I'm not sure
Yeah.
which like.
That
Like,
freaked me out
like
because I was
it
like,
came in
whose
from.
cat is
Well,
I
that?
was
maybe
like,
right, I heard
maybe
it
my
as
cat. No, maybe my cat didn't. I mean, my cat is right here.
You
Maybe
guys should
me having an
tangent for a bit.
argument.
Like, I have to pee so bad, but I don't want to I don't want to leave the conversation because I want to hear it all.
Where's your battle bucket?
That's right.
It's- I
Do you
ref-
not have a wireless
I
headset,
refuse.
Traden?
No, I don't anymore. I have a better one.
What? It
It's-
looks like it has a thing that would unplug right below it.
Yeah, that's the charging cable.
And
well-
is it not charged? Will it not just stay
Unplug?
going?
No. I tell you, it's the charging cable, and
Ah.
also if I'm using, I have it plugged in through the PS2 port, and so it doesn't have to actually charge. It doesn't.
You have a
it
PlayStation
powers
2
its-
port?
No, Rain.
No,
I,
no.
I hope you're joking. I assume you're joking right now.
Well, what are the normal?
No,
ones?
wait. He said PS2.
Aren't they called PS2?
That's a format. Yeah, no, you're correct, Traden.
What are you
Oh,
talking about?
so okay. I
It's
just
the- it's
assumed
the
USB.
PS2
It's
is
a
like
form
normal
factor,
audio
yeah.
jack ports, right? So it plugs into there. It will charge itself, but if I'm plugged
Slightly
in there
different
through an
than
audio
RCA.
port, it actually doesn't need power because it powers itself while it plays the sound. So the only time I need power is if I'm, because it is wireless capable, but I don't have a wireless Bluetooth on my PC. But if I'm connecting my phone, it has noise cancellation and all kinds. It's like, this is a nice headset, and I use it very Stone Age wise.
So you literally can't just unplug that and listen to us as you run off to go pee?
I could if I had a wireless sound.
Buy a
board.
wireless dongle thing.
Like
a
what the
Bluetooth
hell?
dongle.
Traden, this headset is from Walmart.
But-
And you can do this, I believe.
But yeah, but you have plugged into USB, right?
No, man, I'm wires free, bro. Oh
Yeah.
yes, when it charges.
Your
I suppose.
USB, your connection that it connects to through wireless is plugged into a USB, right?
There's no dongle that let me ponder
Your
this.
headset has to connect to your PC somehow
Dongle.
wirelessly.
I was like, let me
Wait,
think
really?
where I'm
There is
connected
something
to.
it connects to wirelessly in your PC. If your computer
Jaden,
board,
that's not true. I just turn mine on and it just connects.
right, but you
I
have
think
to
that
have
must
you either
be-
have something on your
yeah.
motherboard that is Bluetooth.
I don't think this is Bluetooth, but
accessible.
yeah.
Or you have a soundboard that's Bluetooth accessible, or you have some kind of
I think
adapter
there's a
plugged
dongle,
into the
actually,
thing that
yeah.
connects Bluetooth. I don't have any
Your
of those.
mom is Bluetooth accessible.
Jaden, so you just listed all the options where you could do it, so now you have to do it.
So
Well-
Traden, just get one with a fucking dongle and plug that into your
Dude,
shit.
I don't
You
dongle
can just Google
nothing.
Bluetooth dongle and then just plug
Don't
it in.
tell me you're afraid of the dongle.
Download a Bluetooth.
No, I'm not
dongle
afraid of
and
the
you're good.
dongle. It's just a
Traden,
little
plug
bit
in
of a-
your phone
Look,
to
Ash,
charge
look.
it and turn
You
on your
look what you
phone's
did.
Bluetooth, and then just use that on your computer.
It's like, dude, I don't have a
Don't
big
be afraid
dongle.
of
I
dongles,
don't have a
Traden.
big
It's
dongle. It's
It's
intimidating.
2022.
That's how it works.
Tiny dongle homies, hit me up. Like,
Here's the thing: if you have a tiny dongle, try not to get too far from your base station. That's all.
like I'm just no, I don't have a Bluetooth thing in there. It's fine. I just
What
plug
about
it
a
in.
double dongle?
No, actually, here's that. You want to know the real reason?
I'm not familiar with
Why
this,
I
but
use
Asher
this
apparently knows about
is
this.
because this actually goes up and plugs into my microphone right here, right at the top. Oh, you can't see it, but it's right here. And the reason I do that is because I tend to get super loud because these are like, now I don't run the noise cancellation while I'm doing the stream, but they have it's not a vacuum seal, but it's a very tight seal. So even though they're not noise cancellation at the time, they block out a ton of noise. And so then I can't hear myself very well. So I tend to talk 10 times louder than I normally do, which is already loud.
You ever
And
seen a
s-
waterfall?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, so when I plug in through this microphone, my
running
voice it actually
Just
plays
like-
some of the
like stream?
capture of the microphone into my headset, so I get to hear
Babbling in the
myself
brook,
talk,
if you
and
will.
so it makes me
Yeah.
talk quieter, so I don't yell into the microphone because like, oh hey guys, I can't hear shit. Guess what? Like, you know, like, I don't like yell.
It's
makes
called
me,
a
it makes
monitor
me talk to a
interface.
little bit lower. I talk in a
You willingly hear yourself? I hate
Yeah.
that.
no
No, I have that on my mic too.
I know,
It's called
I
a
know.
monitor.
Here's the thing. I hate that too,
hate
but it's so mild I don't notice it. It's like I think
I don't know how you do that.
it only comes through at like 10% volume. So like it's just enough that I don't yell because I can't hear myself, but it's not enough that I actually actively hear myself talking.
Yeah, it's I mean, basically you already hear yourself talking. So if you just put it very like to me, it just sits as a validator that my mic is unmuted, right? Like it just sounds like an extra layer of reverb, just a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah. So the thing is, it's not that I hear myself over myself. I don't. I actually don't even notice it at all. It's just I think it's just barely enough in the background that it keeps me talking slightly at a lower volume, to where I'm not just blowing people's eardrums out when I'm not yelling into the microphone. I'm like just talking loud instead, I guess.
The
Oh,
Sorry, it's the problem is if it's delayed even a tiny bit, that's when like
oh no,
it
I
becomes
don't
very
get.
disconcerting.
I
No,
don't get any
that's what I'm
kind of
saying, like-
delay.
Right. So, but those of us that use a monitor, like it's real time, and so it like works for our brain. But I'm saying like to Rain, like it works. It's not like hearing yourself in an echo or something like that.
Yeah, I couldn't
Oh, I've
stand
had
that.
it before and it did an echo, and I literally just ditched the headset and got a new one.
Yeah, like I said,
It's
like
funny, I literally ditched my last headset and went back to this one because it has a monitor.
So here's
I
the
hate
thing.
not being able to hear if
when
my
I
mic is
first
muted.
turn on my computer and I put my headset on before Windows activates and does whatever it does, it actually does like a raw 100% volume feed through, and that is disorienting to me because I can't. It's like, oh shit, everything's so loud. My God, like when I talk, now it's not delayed, so as I say stuff, I hear it even louder in my head than what most people do. But the thing is, like, once Windows takes control, I think it dampens that down like really heavily. So, like I said, it's such a mild amount that I actually don't notice it. Like, it's like probably 10-20% volume. So I actually don't notice that I'm hearing it, but I think I'm hearing it enough that it keeps me from yelling. That's why I did it that way. Because I used to plug it into the back of my computer, and people are like, holy shit, you're just fucking yelling at us. I'm like, oh my God. And then I try it this way, and they're like, oh, it's better. I'm like, oh, well, then I'll
My-
just do it this way.
Are you just really
Right.
loud then, or does your headset really block you then, Drayden? Because like
No, I'm just
I'm
a
a
loud
loud person, but I can always hear myself.
No, I'm just a loud person because I grew up in a family of 6. So if I wanted to get a word in edgewise, I had to yell. So I just grew up having a
Oh.
very loud, strong vocal box. I guess.
I mean, I'm loud too, but I don't have that issue when I wear a headset versus not.
well,
What I like about mine is that
I have
mine actually has
tinnitus
two
too, so,
wheels. Like mine has 2 volume wheels, so I can turn up and down the actual volume, and I can turn up and down my monitor's volume.
well, I think the other thing is like I have tinnitus pretty bad actually. So like.
Oh yeah, okay.
So I think that's also another reason why I'm just loud in general. Like when I'm talking to someone face to face, I think it's not like I'm yelling in their face, but like I am just verbally louder than most.
Can
people.
confirm he yells in your face.
Yeah, I yell in Asher Ali's face, but no, I'm just louder because it's a background noise. I don't notice it unless everything's quiet. Like when I go to sleep at night and like everything's dead quiet, I do hear it, and it actually prevents me from going to sleep a bit. But then people are like, oh, get a white noise theater. But then that keeps me awake. It's not my tinnitus keep me awake. It's that thing keep me awake now. So, but anyway, so the fact that that's just always going on, I
There's
think
no pleasing you.
no,
Yeah, it sounds like
I'm-
it.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of like auditorially fucked. So I talk louder than normal, and I think tinnitus is a part of the reason. And then the fact that I lived in a family of 6, that everyone talked loud. If I wanted to be heard, I had to talk loud. So I remember Carneros mentioning a thing like, oh, he's a very soft spoken person. And he was like, I wish I had a louder voice like you. I'm like, you don't actually. people find it.
Carnero said that to you.
Yeah. He's like, I wish I could like just be louder like you. Like I feel like when I talk and I feel like I'm being loud, I'm super quiet. I'm like, you actually are really quiet. But
That's really flattering.
yeah. So
Carneros
he
is
was like,
I wish I
could be
could
loud like
command
you.
the
And-
room
and
like a Drayden.
He's like, I wish I could be loud like you. And my response was like, I wish I could be quiet like you. Actually,
He didn't say command a room. He just said
It was-
loud.
It was
Yeah.
between the lines. Like, what are you talking about?
He wanted to be loud. I wanted to be quiet.
Always
I
gotta
was like,
read between the
we
lines.
could do a Freaky Friday
Carneros
trade
is
if you
a
wanted.
master
I
of
don't know.
subtext. Let's be honest.
Shots for Carneros. I just did one. That's
I'll drink to Carneros.
Well, you gotta announce it and then do them. You can't
I
just do
fucked
them and
up.
then
I
announce
did
it.
it reverse style, but you know what?
Cheers.
Shots to Carneros because that man is a fucking national treasure.
Hell yeah, he is.
I like Carneros.
Good people. One of the better bees.
Hell yeah.
He's all right for an old
Did you
man.
just call him a bitter bee? What the hell?
I said one of the better bees.
Nice. Okay.
I'm talking about those bee guys.
Did you
Need
just
to
say he's one
be
of the good
nice,
ones?
Kakarot.
He is one of the good ones.
Okay.
Like he's one of those guys that everyone's like, oh fuck.
Did you laugh at my pun, LB?
LBs.
Ha!
Ha!
I do actually before I do want to, but my computer B-sodded earlier, or like it started to overheat. But I do want to address one last point,
You gonna
which
catch on
is
fire?
no, I mean it's so when it comes
It's
to
not
the revamp of their PVE, one thing that CCP has always said at every stage is that they really respect the fact that there are people who enjoy things the way that they are as well. And so they've
That's
said
true.
that they want to grow on past it. So one of the examples that they said is they want to add a lot of new content into nullsec, but rather than replace the anomalies that currently exist, these would be like escalation, new escalation types, or new, grow out from there. Be alternative, advanced things that can be done for advanced rewards, but not change the fact that anomalies still exist and still give exactly the amount that they did before. I mean, that might have been a rail issue. I mean, like, within the dynamic and all that Eve economy stuff.
So havens and sanctums would remain the same, but escalations would change.
Well, I mean,
Well,
like they would,
don't break
it
the
would be,
bot.
it would be added as an addition to, right? They wouldn't replace the mission system. They would now add the encounter system, but you can still do missions which are very, like dependable stuff. And then
Vanilla,
you
sure.
just like
Go
think about
save the
Abyss.
damsel.
The Abyss didn't replace
Right.
missions; it augmented
Right.
it.
I could see it, although I still am salty about taking people off to La La Land. But
You
whatever.
received an escalation. The maze. Ugh.
That
no.
being said, like across the board, a lot of it is the fact that there aren't a lot, right? Like, what if there was 20 different, 9 to 10, 8 to 10s, and 10 to 10s, and what if they actually like had stuff that was interesting in it, or rare stuff, like both lore wise and equipment wise? What if there was, 3 times they need? What if there's more missions, so you don't get repeated missions by the time you get out of tier or level 1 missions? You shouldn't have to repeat level 1 missions to get to level 2 missions, is what I'm trying to say.
What if the escalations turn into abyssal style missions?
It's very possible. Like you have to build your team and then go in.
Like you don't know what it's going to be. Like you've earned an escalation. It's in this system, and you go to it, and there's like a
Just jump gate.
wormhole or a jump gate
Yeah.
or whatever, and it takes you into three rooms, random fucking enemies. If it's a 10 out of 10, it's equivalent to like a tier 5 abyss. But you don't know what flavor of abyss it is. You don't know what the 3 rooms are going to be. You don't know what kind of rats are in there. So now it's just 3 random rooms that you have to go through with whatever ship you've brought in. Good luck.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody's
What the
gonna try to
rewards
bring
would
the
be
biggest
like.
ship.
Well,
But yeah, some of them
your
are gonna be
battleship, right? You bring
balanced.
a marauder.
Right. Some of them are going to be balanced by like, well, that was shit reward for your effort. You would have to balance it within like, let's say like an 80 to 90% of them are like just to the effect that if you didn't bring like a frigate or something where you would easily go through it quick because of whatever the nature of what it spawned was, you were actively like wasting time and et cetera, et cetera.
What I would like to see is PvE that requires people doing different things in different places at the same time.
Sounds like Fuzzy stuff.
Like actually fighting off rats while having to actively hack, for example. Things that require,
Or like the LoSec
responsibilities.
fucking the reserve bank fucking things, right?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but I mean like things that have to be happen. Basically, multi-boxing instead of forming a party happens because everything when you increase, if it's a 3-man group instead of a 1-man group, it's basically all 3 things doing the exact same thing, or maybe 1 logi, 2 things doing the exact same thing. Everybody anchors, very simplistic strategies. But the more that you demand different people focusing on different tasks, one person having to nude out things, or giving Eeyore to the certain rats when they appear, one guy who is the tackle, one guy who's the logi, whatever. Like if there's different roles that are required, then that resists just simply brute forcing it with multi-boxing. And the people that do multi-box it can actually be proud of themselves because it's damn hard.
Right.
That's the problem. People used to multi-box in MMOs, usually, unless you're using input broadcasting, as a challenge, right? Like I'm doing 6 times more thinking than the average person, or 2 times more thinking, or whatever. But in Eve, especially
humble too.
stuff we've using multi-boxing as a way of actually reducing the challenge, overwhelming the challenge.
I
But
would
that's
say
what
in
multi-boxing
certain
abyssals is right now,
aspects,
right?
certain aspects. I don't know how people multi-box in combat. I don't know how to do it, but
It's tough, in my own assessment.
I have.
It's hard in PvP. I'm not talking necessarily about that. I'm talking about like people that bring a whole bunch of, once you have 10 accounts, you might as well bring 4 nesters into your mission or whatever, right? Like I've seen so many terrible, inefficient organizations, especially in things like mining, like people bringing orcas, even if it's inefficient before the mining changes. Because basically having a simple process that they can just run on scale is going to be more effective than the precision process. And so they just kind of overwhelm systems. I've seen, especially like back in, invasions where you bring in a certain number of people, but you can bring in more if you want to. People would just bring in, I can bring in like 20 people because it does, and have them all be Dominixes and have them, whatever. There's the guy who brings 10
multi-box
golems.
abyssals. The people who multi-box abyssals are doing what you want people to multi-box.
Well, the
do, right? 'Cause
abyssals
it's
are close.
complicated and it's difficult.
Abyssals
Yeah.
are close. Most of the time with abyssals, it's still like one person is the anchor and everybody else follows and basically follows the target. I mean, Locavol can multi-box 2 abyssals at the same. But yeah, it's getting closer, of course. But like,
I wouldn't look at Locavol and be like, that's the standard that multi-box.
no, it's definitely the top. But my point is that like his quote unquote multi-boxing is literally multiple instances of the abyss rather than multiple characters, which tells you something about like how you can process the abyss as a multi-boxer, which is basically most multi-boxers.
Or how good he is at
themselves.
multi-boxing.
Well, I mean, this is true about a lot of like the setups that you do.
Because multiple instances of multi-boxing, that's just like multiple instances itself. So
what he means is like if you multi-box an abyssal and you use 3 hawks, let's say, you just start the abyssal with your 3 hawks. You anchor the 2 on your 1 hawk, and the 1 hawk just guides the other 2 around the fucking abyssal, right?
Right.
It's not overly difficult. I couldn't do it, but it's not overly difficult for a season.
They're still targeting and shooting.
You effectively have like 6 modules, which plenty of ships have 6 modules.
Locavol does multiple abyssals at the same time. So like a cruiser in each one.
No, that's 2 sets of 3.
Or 2 sets of 3. Well,
he actually will do. One of the things he did was
that's
he'll
still
do
over the top though. That's fucking
no,
crazy.
it's absolutely wild. But he'll have.
I have
2
a hard time
people,
running like 2 ships period at the same time.
He'll actually bring other people with him. He did this once where he had 2 other people that wasn't him, and he was doing 2 abysses with 2 of him and 1 of the other people at the same time, having to give orders to both of them.
That's crazy.
Nuts, absolutely
Yeah.
nuts. But that's my point, is that like multi-boxing used to be about like the pride of how much you can get done at once. Now it's like the pride of how many roque walls I can have be burring at the same time.
Yeah, like I said,
I mean, it hasn't
I've-
quite been about that for quite some time.
I have
actually.
trouble running 2 ships at the same time, and that's with an FC giving me orders, not even me thinking about what I need to do with my own ships at my own time. Well, one is like
It's better now.
Logi and DPS, so it's like Dreadnought, and the target changes for Dreadnoughts are not fast, right? Because like
Right, you could do it for Dreads,
It takes
sure.
it takes a bit of time to kill a target, even with a Dreadnought. So it's like, okay, target F1 fire, that Dread is set. Alt tab over to my Logi. Now I'm focusing on Logi. Like, heal this guy, heal this guy, heal this guy, heal. Okay, that target's dead. Cool. Let me alt tab over. Well, not alt tab, but just go to the other screen.
Yeah, but Drayden, what if you snapped them to your left and your right? I'm just saying, you could
Dude,
see
I
both
don't-
of them at the same time, and you could fly them and play them.
If I snap them, my brain would snap.
Nah, man, you could see it all right there in front of you.
I can see it all with 2 full screen monitors.
Like you said, your Dread is doing its thing.
I'm watching my Dread. I know it's doing its thing, but I can see if it's not doing its thing. But I'm focused on my Logi, and then when I hear like, oh, that target's dead, new primary, then I can just like look over and just mouse over and be like, oh, F1
and
over
this
there.
is why I
Like,
believe in you. I think you could
control. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the Dread is like 10% of my focus. The Logi is 90% of my focus. I don't know how people
do it. Well, sure.
like I've seen people, they're like, I have like 2 Logis and like 2 DPS. I'm like, how the fuck do you even handle 2 Logis? Like, let alone like fuck the DPS. Like 2 Logis is 2. Logi is a very now.
Dude,
If
like
your
if I have
fleet's
3 active modules and the FC says put your drones out, I'm fucking done.
yeah. I mean, now, if your fleet's not getting focus fired, then Logi is a simple role because you're basically doing nothing. But if you are like having to actively Logi, and you have 1 Logi, it's like almost like takes my complete focus. Like, oh, I gotta.
No,
You know,
Logi's
this
a full
guy-
attention job.
Yeah, it is. It's like
You're not
this
putting-
guy's primary. Gotta heal him, but this guy's taking secondary damage. So maybe I like swap a medium rep over there once in a while because like just to keep him up. But this guy's dying. They overheat this one, but then it's like it's a juggling act, right? Like Logi is like when you get into these F1
Logi's the
fights,
most active game style in the game.
and I love it
in
because
combat.
My favorite.
I love it because it's fun because it requires
It's playing whack-a-mole.
thought process. It requires like decision. It's not just like, oh, FC said push F1 on this, push F1 on this.
Oh, I've got
It's
a good example.
decide whether the
So it-
cormorant's more valuable
It's
than
much
the
more of like these 5 people
Union,
broadcast.
whatever.
This person got yellow boxed by 2 people probably. They're not taking any damage. Don't need to rep them, but I'll keep them watched just in case. But it's like you have to like, okay, this person's taking the most damage, but this person is also taking damage. So it's like maybe put 2 large reps there, 1 medium rep there, and an overheated rep on this guy because he's taking a bit of damage, but not primary. But I want to heal him a bit. So it's like it requires a little bit more cognitive skills, I would say.
There's also
Here's
a
the
big
thing-
difference between
Not
armor
saying
and
that
shield.
F1 pilots are brainless. I'm just saying like I think Logi
Well-
takes a little bit more.
A lot more.
It
Here's the
takes
thing,
a lot
too.
It
more.
does, and it's also more communication as well.
It is that as well,
It
but
can be.
it takes a lot more
Heat
like
management.
but it takes a lot more management of like rep management. I'd call it rep management is a thing. It's not just like shoot this guy because he's primary, shoot this guy because he's secondary. It's like there's 3 people dying, and I need to figure out where to send the majority of my reps. Some of my reps. This guy is taking negligible damage. I don't need to rep him at all yet, but I need to keep him locked because what if he gets a little bit lower? Might have to top him off a little bit, stuff like that. So it's a little bit more intuitive, and so that's why I
So-
like it. But
So there's a good example of a scenario that requires 2 different people paying attention in, or at least in the direction of that. In the Doctor Who events, especially at the higher tiers, you bring in 2 cruisers. And the damage that is coming in at the very beginning, there are towers in opposite directions. And sure, like by tier 3, you have one person that sits with the Dalek and fights the saucer,
Daleks.
while the other guy runs and kills the 2 towers. But by the time you get to tier 5, there are too many towers. There needs to be one guy that goes east to west and one guy that goes north to south, and they both need to do their job. And that is just too much for one person to process. So, or at least if you do, then you deserve to fucking win. So, like that kind of scenario allows two people to practice with each other, working up the tiers, getting better at working together with each other, getting better at the execution of things, and then they go in and get rewarded for it with a scarf and a bow tie. All right, I'm done.
I'm
now.
down for those. Yeah, XY
But
or
you can't
mean,
wear them at the same time.
Zenlai, Zenli. I don't like. I thought I pronounced it right, and then he's like, "Here's these 5 different pronunciations that I've gone with." I'm like, "Well, but what's the right one?" I think Zenlai is what he went with, or Zen. Cool. He was saying, oh no, that's actually not, no. Calico Jack Rackham. That's the one I was looking at. He's like, "This has convinced me never to fly Logi." Don't discourage. Don't get discouraged, man.
Just
Logi's
fly
fun as
shield.
fuck.
Shield's
No.
easier.
Here's
No.
the thing.
No, Calico Jack. It's not like an IQ test. It really isn't. It's one thing. Like in the heat of the battle, you might get a little flustered when you're first starting out. But like you will eventually. Like that's the thing. It's like I was kind of like, "Oh fuck, I don't know." Like, but here's the thing. You'll never get blamed. Like if someone dies, it just meant that hey, Logi couldn't keep you up.
I lost him.
Right.
It wasn't
You're
like,
almost
oh,
always
Logi
a
fucked
default
up.
hero just by
Like,
Yeah,
virtue.
you're the
Like,
surgeon. Okay,
So-
you're
No.
on field. Everybody looks up to you. Everybody loves everything you do. And if you fuck up, it's
Nobody-
like, well, that was a tragedy.
Yeah.
Nobody
so-
knows that you
so
cut wrong or your scalpel
Yeah.
was in
Yeah,
the wrong
so
place.
that's-
like
yeah.
they don't know.
That,
What you
that's
just
just
do is go,
appreciate
"Oh
that you're
no,
there."
dude, I was jammed," and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
like nobody
Oh
questions
no,
it.
it's like, hey, we
Remember,
put
Logis
reps,
aren't on kill mails.
or
Yeah.
we put reps, but
That's,
just
that's a
wasn't
big
enough.
part of it.
It just wasn't enough. So that's the thing. It's like
Well, no,
Lo-
if you're up, you're not in kill mail.
Logi is never blamed for losses.
I won't say never, but we're talking like very.
Yeah, I won't say
rarely.
never.
Very
Logi is almost
fractional.
never
If you're
blamed for
lazy,
losses.
you just rely on your Logi FC.
Yeah, Logi is almost never blamed for losses, and generally when people die, it's because hey, we tried to rep you, but we just couldn't hold, and that's the reason.
No.
So
You didn't
Yeah, the
broadcast
one
early
time-
enough.
the
We
one time
weren't
that
holding. Et cetera, et cetera,
don't
positions.
be discouraged from Logi. I'm just saying, like, if you want to try Logi, go for it. It's fun, and honestly, if you're new to it, just let the people in the Logi wing know, like, hey, I'm new to this, I'm learning. They'll give you tips, pointers, and also if you fuck up, hey, they're like, you're new. No one's gonna shit on. If they
Right.
do shit on you, fuck them because they're an asshole.
Yeah, fuck
So the real secret is, while you're starting out, make sure you're the extra Logi, right?
Yeah.
If the comp usually goes with like 3 Logi, be the 4th. So
Yeah.
that way you're just a bonus. They could work completely without you, but you're helping ease the pressure.
Yeah,
and
which-
and slowly but surely you're going to be more and more useful, and then something crazy is going to happen, and you're going to be able to be the person that knows how to do it, and then you're
yeah,
a Logi.
but so
Oftentimes, a
that's
lot of
the-
groups don't
it's
have
not-
the
it's-
luxury
No,
of
it's
that.
too late.
but-
You ruined
no,
it.
no, there's no pressure, Calico.
God
There's
damn,
no pressure.
Drayden, dude.
No, I'm
Every
saying,
time.
no, I'm
No
saying there's no
pressure.
pressure.
If you're not a Logi, you're an inferior pilot. No, I'm
No,
just-
no, there's
So-
no pressure. You go in there and you're like,
there's pressure.
Oh, there's
and
definitely
it's like
pressure.
you go
There's
in there and you
pressure.
just rep the broadcast, but eventually, throughout experience, you will learn like certain broadcasts mean more than others. Not saying by
Drayden,
certain
you've been
names. I'm saying like
sacrificing fleets
you
this
will
whole
you
time?
will learn you will when you fly with people, you will
You
learn
get
the people that
broadcasts?
broadcast for negligible damage. You're like, maybe, and you see like 3 broadcasts all at once. You're like, that guy broadcasts when he gets like flicked on, but
Every
this guy,
single ship
yeah,
is your
so-
fault.
and also you'll learn that it's like, oh, this is a boosting ship, and this guy's a general DPS. The boosting ship's
You're
more
making it
important.
sound-
So sorry DPS ship that you broadcast.
You heard it
first,
here
but-
tonight first.
Every
Drayden
loss
has been
comes out of that player's
sacrificing-
wallet.
but
He's been
boost,
sacrificing
boost,
entire
Logi must
fleets.
know everything about the game
boost
first.
need to stay alive, so you rep the boost, and if the DPS dies, that's 1 DPS, but 1 boost benefits
And
the
you have to
whole
manually
fleet.
pilot,
That
so that way
pilot
you
Well,
keep
you
the,
guys
you have
are-
to
mil.
keep the enemy
You guys
fleet
are
or your
paid
fleet
Paid
between.
350 mil.
I'm
for
saying
that
there
character.
are some
Literally,
ships,
no one
there are
will
some
ever watch
ships,
again.
Did you say 350 mil for
350
the
mil he had.
Caracal?
There are some ships that are more important than others, and there's sometimes you just have to be like,
That was it. He's
C'est
broke
la
now.
vie, au revoir.
I want you to
ruined
know, in
I
PL, we
want you to know if
literally.
you're flying Logi, you need to interrupt in multiple languages to say
As-
goodbye to people as they die.
in PL, we have
Nani?
a Logi sub channel, and we literally just all scream over each other, and we
Hell
have
yeah.
our links. We have our links and then extra stuff prioritized on our watch list, so that when both are being shot, we know who to save.
Wait, you guys scream at each other?
Yeah, we're like,
Dude,
prep this
I
guy.
wanna be-
No, he's
It's super
holding.
toxic,
Prep
Trade.
so and so, and we
Why
just like
couldn't I be
scream
in
a
your guys'-
bunch.
We've heard
And
about
then at
this.
the end
It's
of the
super
fight,
toxic.
like it's really funny because like we'll all be screaming, and then like headliner's like, Logi, how we doing? And someone's just like, we're fine, holding.
Like ships are just dropping left, right. We're fine.
That's funny. The
the
kitchen's
best
on
we can,
fire.
Dad.
How's it going back there? We're good.
We're
Well,
good.
usually what
Where's
happens is
my
if you have,
GPS?
you
They're
have
dead.
someone like who DCs or they don't broadcast and they just instant die. He's like, how the fuck did we lose a mutant? And Lighty's just like, he didn't broadcast. He's like, so then Headliner's like, fuck you, dude. You need a fucking broadcast. ADC and broadcast. He just screams at the DPS no matter
Yeah,
what.
that's-
It's so fun.
Someone said before. It's like that's always the answer. If you fuck up, just like they didn't broadcast the time. It wasn't my fault.
The
So
last
here's the
time I
thing.
flew Logi,
Deflect.
this guy
in
lost his
all
ship
options.
and he was fucking super salty about it in fleet chat. Fucking
Yeah.
Logi. And we were like, post your fucking loss mail, dude. Like, let's see what happened. Like, something must have
You
gone
took
wrong.
like 35,000
posted-
damages.
We're in a fucking Cerberus fleet, and he posts a lost mail for a Caracal, and we're like, buds. Like, come on. What are you doing? Of course
Nobody
you were
looked
going
you
to
up.
die.
Let's be absolutely real. Nobody gives Logi shit for the same reason as you don't give your cooks shit, right?
Well,
like
people do though.
you want
People
them to
do.
save your life next time.
Yeah, I also love the yeah, because I mean, there's
Fine, and then they
definitely,
die.
there's definitely for fleets where like there's that one guy that's just a piece of shit ass. So he's like fucking Logi, like what? It's like, and he does that multiple times. You're like, use
I
it.
feel
Here's the thing. I don't
It's
think
like you
anyone
see a
in the
broadcast,
chat.
you're like, I
meant cooks in the
could,
military,
I could,
not-
but you know what?
not
This
civilian cooks.
this interceptor over here needs some reps. Man.
Yeah, but
Like, he
Ash,
needs
when
to
you
stay
get
up.
fried bologna for the 5th meal in a row, you got to walk into the fucking kitchen and be like, what the fuck?
But
And
also,
look at that mustache and let him know.
Also, the guys that
What
like
the
complain like, Lodge, you
What
didn't
the
fucking
fuck,
rep
man?
me. And you look at your loss mail, it's like your EHP was 34,000. You took 35,000 damage,
Yeah.
which means that you basically didn't get repped shit, which means you probably didn't broadcast at all.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you're
you were-
EHP and you
you
took
were in
more
an
damage than your
all
EHP,
DPS.
Yeah, it's
No
like you
chance.
died before
Yeah,
Logi
get
locked
Logi.
you, which means that you probably didn't broadcast because Logi wouldn't just intentionally ignore you unless you're actually an asshole. If you're the
The
asshole of the
Logi wouldn't
alliance,
just let you die.
yeah, Logi just wouldn't let you die unless you're the asshole of
I
the
mean,
alliance.
wouldn't they?
And now,
You
but then
wouldn't
you,
say
then
it.
you
Would
would
do
see
that?
it.
Unless
Fly
you're
a
that
Logi
guy-
ship and not
Unless
rep
you're that
anyone?
guy that I've added to the watch list and set to color red.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
yeah.
Never to
but
rep
the
that
person
guy.
that's bitching
Yeah.
probably
That guy
bitched
in
earlier too.
particular.
Yeah, it's
Did I ever
th-
tell you guys about what happened in PL once?
no.
yes,
I
you
mean,
told us what
just
happened.
one
in PL.
time
Yes.
in PL
Yeah.
When
camp?
So
things
we
happen
had-
in PL.
We only had one guy kicked for flying Logi, and that was because he put a horror gun on his ship. And we only found out
He hoarded
because
all the losses.
so he was trying to shoot a loss, missed, and he had Headliner locked. So he shot Headliner, and Headliner's like, "Why the fuck did this guy shoot me for so much?" Because
Because
sometimes
you were
we-
gonna die anyway. Fuck
Shut
off.
up.
Headliner.
no, because Headliner was in a monitor, so like
Yeah,
we
don't
keep
care.
him locked to
10,000
anchor.
damage.
But like he's like,
Monitors
it's
die all
like
the
yeah, like
time,
a couple
yeah.
hundred damage. And he's like, "What the fuck? That's not drone damage." And he looks, and it's gun damage. So he literally kicked him from the fleet.
Wait,
Lost
so
him.
so a monitor taking a couple
I
hundred
love
damage, that's a
him.
concern.
I love
No. It was
Headliner.
because he put a gun on his Logi ship.
and shot
then-
the FC with
and then shot the FC, and that's how we found out he put a gun on it.
Supposed to
And-
use drones for the record.
And these are fine.
I love Headliner. Headliner is like I think my favorite European in the world.
I don't know who that is.
Wow. Of all the Europeans,
Well, whoa. Oh, I might reel that back.
think
I
long
might-
and hard on
What
this.
about Celine Dion? Hello.
No. I might
She's
reel.
Canadian, you
What?
fuck.
I
That was
think
a pretty
Justin
Justin
Bieber?
claim. That's
No,
for
no,
sure.
no. I-
Also Canadian.
no.
Yeah.
She's doing this on
European.
purpose.
Bieber's not
Oh,
Canadian.
okay.
No, he's Canadian. He's not European. He's
Canadian belongs to England, therefore it is.
No, he's
Yeah,
Canadian.
exactly.
not
No, no,
European.
it's true.
No,
it was
We have
European
socialized
until
healthcare. We're
Brexit.
European.
No,
That's right.
It was
I
European
actually-
until Brexit. Now you guys
Af-
are just the Commonwealth.
After some
Shoot,
after
you're
some
right.
deep 10-second thought, I take back my statement. Headliner is my second favorite European. My favorite
Oh, God.
European
Oh, Lord.
is
Make sure and clarify.
November.
Well, there you go. What?
He's
Although-
Australian.
He's not. He's not European.
What kind of asshole are you, Drake?
I actually
Drayden,
retract.
this is my joke.
I retract my reduction of Headliner's status. He is now my favorite European, and I think Headliner's my favorite European, and November is my favorite Australian.
You're a terrible person, Drake.
I
That's what
love
I'm gathering
these
right
What
now.
about
people-
CCP Carter? She's European.
I feel like you're just trying to be
The
a terrible
entire
person.
CCP stat. Well, I mean, I guess depending on how you measure it.
I might have to put Headliner at my second European status.
I don't respect your choice of
I think
vanilla
here's what
versus
you should
chocolate.
I think this was
do what I do with Headliner and just pretend like you don't know who the fuck.
I
he
just
is.
like people.
That's ideal.
I like people that are
What are you,
not here.
space important or something? Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
about that.
Oh, who?
So-
Never heard of you.
I
PL?
like
Never
November.
heard of
I
it.
like
Drayden, who's
Headliner.
your
What's that?
least favorite European?
What do you guys?
Oh, my
what do you
least
like,
favorite
Jackdaws?
European
That's pretty
is
cool.
probably
nullsec?
No,
like a
dead or alive.
NPC nullsec, right?
Yeah, what do you guys?
It's funny how many
Doing
people
Great
nowadays
Wildlands?
that I have to teach
Was
them about
Erotica
PL.
one European?
What do you run burners? Yeah, that sounds
What
about
do you
right.
mean teach him about PL?
Was
Did
Erotica
you learn
one-
something today, Asherathi?
I have to teach people about PL in the context of Pandemic Horde.
I think Erotica
Oh,
1 is
yeah,
my
yeah.
least
Oof.
favorite person
Like I
from the game itself. I think they're American though.
No, I said European, not in the game.
Well, okay, but I'm saying so Erotica 1 is my
European.
least favorite
I'm not European.
American person from the game.
Jaden, you
Let's
know
not
what
have
you
a
are in the
favorite.
bathroom?
What?
I'm oh no.
European.
Well,
only
sometimes.
half the time. Maybe
Yeah, I think-
2/3 of the
Really?
time.
You have a 50-50 ratio?
You're a
Drake?
poopin'.
No, it's
What's
probably,
your fiber intake like?
It's,
Because
it's
I'm
a
impressed.
it's a 2/3 of the time being.
Yeah, I mean that sounds.
I have a Campbell
regular,
bladder. Here's the thing,
nothing
like
else.
most people go to they go pee like 5 times a day.
Here's
I
the thing,
go-
Jaden.
I pee like twice a day, maybe once a day sometimes.
Yeah,
That's
enjoy
fair.
it while
Is
you
it-
can until
I
you get
suffer from
pregnant.
that
Color
as
is it,
well.
Yeah,
What
like,
until you
Wait, Rain, what?
like when I'm on the
Yeah,
road,
when you get pregnant, you get a smaller bladder because the baby's got to go
I
somewhere.
absolutely
the-
understand that, but like
I don't have
the
a
way you
uterus.
say it makes it sound like
I don't
you enjoy
have
it
a
while you got it. Like,
swollen
as though
uterus
you're-
pushing on my
you-
bladder.
Well, I'm trying not
I
to
don't
make
think-
assumptions anymore, so
Yeah,
Wow.
guys don't have to worry about uteruses pushing on their bladders, so we're good.
maybe
Yeah,
just
prostate.
like beer gut.
across your expression.
Also, I go on long road trips all the time, and honestly, like, when my time frame of like I might have to pee to like holy shit I'm gonna pee my pants is like 3 hours. So
That's
Yeah.
normal. That's
With
normal.
your
well,
with
no,
your
like for
well-zipped
most people,
pants
like
that
I
contain
like when
things.
people like oh I gotta pee. Me, it's like
Well, I have
gotta
a tiny bladder, and that's fine. And I do 3 hours.
me, it's like I gotta pee. It's like I'll be home in like 2 hours. I'll be fine. I'll wait.
you get a lot of early warning.
That's not good for you.
It's,
by the way,
I don't believe that. Ace
I know-
Ventura said that. I don't believe him.
It's bad for your kidneys.
I know a
And
lot
you know
of
what? They're
I know several
fine.
people that get like zero, like their body just goes, it's time to pee, and you're like ah, and they run to the bathroom.
Yeah, no. I get that.
It's
Yeah, those are
impressive.
toddlers.
For me,
Like I've known a few
He goes,
people,
Yeah.
I've known a few of
mostly
those. And
women.
It's
yeah,
They-
for
they do that.
me, even when it's like, oh man, I really gotta pee, I still have an hour before I'm like pissing my pants, at least.
what are you trying to
Jaden,
brag?
what
Drayden?
color is it? Is there a red tinge to it? Because that's not good.
No, it's yellow to
Is it a
darker
crimson
yellow?
source?
Sometimes not orange.
Be-
I would
like
say
clear.
Green?
orange.
Is it
Is
like
it-
cloudy?
Does
No.
it smell like energy drinks?
Probably because I actually drink those all the time,
Yeah, that's
Those are not good for you,
okay.
Drayden.
but I like them.
Look, we've talked about hookers and boy. Let's talk about monsters.
Yeah, but you know what?
you know,
You know what's
like, I'm
less
not
In
trying
like
to
a
have an
month,
intervention.
Drayden's gonna be like, guys, I have this massive kidney stone. I
You
don't know
what's
how I
less
got it.
unhealthy? Like, I did get the kidney stone from hookers, Rain.
I know.
You
I'm-
could get
I'm
a
trying
kidney
to blame
stone
it
from
on
hookers if you get a
Can
bladder
you?
infection.
Wait,
I'm
how
trying
do
to
you
blame
get
it
a bladder
on
infection
energy
from
drinks
hookers?
for your own good.
I really don't.
That
know.
requires some weird shit to get a bladder infection.
If you're doing
Hey.
sexual relations with someone,
Look,
you
if we
could
want
get
to
a
explore
UTI,
weird
which is
shit,
a bladder
Drayden,
infection.
then let's
If
do
you
it.
don't treat it, it goes to a kidney infection.
You know what
fucks
I
up your
mix
kidneys.
up all the time? UTI, IUD, and IED.
Bro,
Wow,
They're
Yeah,
all
that-
they're
those
all
Those are-
volatile list.
they're all very different things, and I mix them up all the time.
Very different.
Just
When you talk to those lady friends of
Very
yours
important.
in the night sometimes, and you talk about their IEDs,
No,
And- and they think about like a blurb
I-
they saw on NPR about
I would hope
fucking
What about
IEDs are
call
not.
up we have to call up the counter IUD team.
I would harp. I would
a
harp.
counter
I
UTI
would hope.
team.
I would
And
hope
you're like,
the
those
I-
guys are heroes that put out those
Yeah,
IEDs in those women.
I would hope the IEDs are not prevalent. IUDs plus sign, although I hear they have some negative health
Meat
effects, so
locker.
that's
Which has a whole new connotation.
it's a plus and a minus, right? You know,
It was hurt
there's
locker,
there's
actually,
negative
now
health
that I think
effects from it, but at the same time it is pretty effective. And then there's UTIs. That's the other one I mixed up. That is just shitty
Well, sure.
to
You
have
could just say
happen.
bladder infection instead of UTI. They're the same.
Well, UTI,
Urinary tract
urinary
infection,
tract
bladder
infection.
infection, sure. I don't know if they're the same thing. Bladder is
My
different
doctor
than your
calls them the
urinary
same
tract.
Well,
Your doctor might be
it's I
oversimplified.
figure if there's an infection in your actual bladder, it's probably a UTI as well. But
Well, it starts out in your urinary tract and then it moves up, which is why you got to treat
Yeah.
it ASAP.
that's one of the things where it's like,
ASAP.
you know, what?
Cranberry juice.
That's
You do
right.
not treat it with cranberry juice. The only way to treat a
that
bacterial
is
infection
one of
is
those
with
things
antibiotics.
where it's like, you know what? That is just one
Cranberry
thing where
juice
guys,
is an antibiotic.
that's just
of
one thing where
its- of
guys
its own.
just luck
I
out
don't know why
because
you're
guys
so
almost never
against
get
biotics.
UTIs and women get them.
Shut the fuck.
Rain, do you like
I am
lobby against
probiotics.
big cranberry?
I'm not saying they get them
or-
off. I'm saying like
I'm just
women-
saying, as someone who's had UTIs, cranberry juice does fuck all. What cranberry? So the reason they say do cranberry juice is you do it before you potentially get a UTI.
Sure, boost your
because
antioxidants.
Yeah, which are antibacterial.
Cranberry and pineapple juice. You should
Oh,
be
I
drinking
didn't know
both
that.
those all
well,
the time.
I heard the
Delicious.
cranberry juice thing, but I didn't know it was as effective. But
Yeah, it helps slow infections.
yeah,
good for
so
Thanksgiving,
I'm just
too.
saying, like,
That's
like
delicious. Yeah, you're right.
women are prone to UTIs, and guys almost never get them.
What does that say about
Can
us,
get them.
though? What does that say about us, Drain?
It means that apparently penises are resistant to.
Dirty magic sticks, and we just hand things away.
No, I mean, I think it's more just on like the functionality of how things work down there. But
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not
it's just the layout. It's just the layout of the pipes. That's the problem.
I think it's a little bit more than that.
It's the plumbing layout.
I think
Like,
it's a
if it
little.
was
I think
different-
it's that there's not much more like intake on the men's side.
Can
now,
you guys tell which man is married and which one isn't?
now also obviously like no, now we're getting to the fucking science talk. But
Drain, you gotta
Put
pull
on
up a
your
diagram
glasses.
now.
no, I'm not gonna pull. I don't because I'm not a biologist. So
Drayden, that doesn't mean you're not available to talk about these things. That's one of your
bio-
I'm
American.
not a
biological-
doctor, but I
That's
stayed
one
at a
of your
Holiday
freedom.
Express once.
biological
It's a
Exactly.
science.
conversation in which you have to specify how much of an expert you aren't.
Biological science, I am not even like remotely knowledgeable in. So I would have to say like all of my things here would be complete guesses, and therefore don't take them
All right.
at any
You do
credible
not
level.
apologize for
Once you
your
hear
lack
the
of
reason.
knowledge.
Anything.
That's
So
one of your
my
freedoms.
guess on the reason.
A woman has a shorter urethra than the man does, which shortens the distance the
That's
bacteria must travel to
true.
reach the bladder.
That's
The
true.
fuse, as it were.
That's the
That's
plumbing
true.
layout.
Also,
What I said.
Use as it were.
That's why I said bladder infections.
yeah. So that's true. It's very shorter because it goes like right up to the bladder, whereas the men's goes down and then up to the
Plus,
bladder.
like
Here's the
huge
thing.
dicks.
Here's the thing,
Huge.
Rain. The difference between a bladder infection and a UTI is sometimes you can diffuse the bomb before it gets there, and I've seen that in plenty
Actually,
of
let me look.
movies.
I
But
would say let's
shows.
get back to little
the
things.
thing is,
but
it's like UTI is not a bladder infection; it's a urinary tract infection.
Well, and now
That's-
I'm making it a spy movie, so I'm
And
just having
therefore,
fun with
the-
it,
the,
but it's okay.
And here's the thing: is the urinary
A
tract.
bladder infection is a UTI that's only located in the
hold on.
bladder.
yeah, so the urinary tract is a component of the bladder.
It is, but it is.
But it's not the whole bladder.
Well, the urethra thing is
Okay.
just
Well,
technically
no.
the opening.
What if you
but
could cut it off at the urinary tract? Will we still
But you
just
don't
call it a
say-
urinary tract infection?
You say I have a.
What?
Well, so
he broke up.
I'm saying like the urethra.
Ashtarothi, a UTI is 100% real. Like nobody's
No,
gonna
what?
contest that here, so that's fine.
But if you
No,
if,
it's like
if,
you say it's a headache. You don't specify.
if you look at the
You're breaking
distance
up.
it has to
keep
travel
cutting out.
from
Headache.
from
Whatever.
women up to the bladder, it's like a couple inches maybe. Whereas the man has to go all the way down the penis and then down further and then up to the bladder.
Whoa, Drayden, what
Yeah.
are you talking about there?
It's like at least.
I'm talking about
at
biology.
At least 8
inches.
inches.
No,
minimum.
It's like you're
well, I mean,
swinging
like
timber.
God.
no,
To go
because
all the way through the penis.
Huge. huge dicks, huge,
No, but
It's about a quarter mile, and then
and the girth,
you take
the
a left.
girth too. Oh
Well,
my
sure.
god,
I'm saying
You know, it's not even a straight
the
road.
juiciest
Oh my
cocks
God.
you've
That
ever
point-
seen.
compared to the distance from where a woman's urethra comes out to her bladder,
Can you point out on like a diagram where it is? I don't think
I
I know
Can you
sure
get a
fucking, I
whiteboard?
sure fucking could.
Can you get a
Let's bring it-
whiteboard and draw the
Can we-
woman's reproductive system so that we
Yes,
know
I
the
exactly
can.
where the
Yes, I can.
urethra
I'll be
is?
right back.
Oh my god,
you.
he's doing it.
Get the
Trade-
lab coat too while you're out.
If you don't come back in glasses and a lab coat, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Get
He
the
needs,
white.
like
Why
a
is it-
doctor coat.
Why is it that every time I come on this show, I get nervous about my partner status with Twitch?
Because you come on too late. The show starts at 7 p.m.
Ash, I've been
Mountain
doing this
time.
show for like 7
runs
years and
till
I've never
9.
been banned. Okay.
It's really
That's when
respectable
he
in the
is-
early hours.
Yeah, when we're sober, it's respectable, and we try to stay on point. After 9 o'clock, it's a fucking crapshoot. We're talking about UTIs this week.
Yeah,
Next week it's
sorry,
gonna
sorry.
be-
This is
We're allowed to
um,
talk about
who
it in an
knows?
educational manner. They actually,
I think there's a lot of people who will benefit from this, and I agree with Rain.
All right, draw me
as long
the.
as we're not showing like real pictures or anything weird like that.
Wait, Rain, what's your problem with pictures of the vagina or the fucking
Twitch won't let us do it.
even
Even-
in a scientific
like
sense?
educational
They
Did you
won't.
see
No,
his
we have to
playing
do like a
anatomy?
diagram.
every.
What about that one
Okay,
doctor?
so I have a
He's
better
straight.
idea. Let's do a dumb drawing from me that's probably wrong.
Oh, this
Right.
sounds fun.
That's mostly why I wanted you to draw it, so we
Oh,
can see how
God.
wrong it is.
Train,
Oh, God.
show me where the fallopian tubes are.
Oh, we're talking about the
I'm
urethra.
not going.
That's
that,
okay. I just want to see if he knows where things
I'm not going that deep.
are. I bet.
Ha! Get it?
And we'll reset it.
And we're back.
3, 2, 1.
Eve Online spaceships.
What does it mean to you?
Does anyone
We'll
see
find out
this?
today.
What the fuck is that? Is
Let me
that a
see
fucking
it.
wormhole? What have you drawn?
Drayden, let's see it. I missed it.
Okay, so this is, so
Trade.
all right, so I'm gonna try and talk well.
come on now.
So
Oh,
you see the outer labia and the inner labia, right? And then you have the clitoral hood here. This right, so inside the
Menorah
just
and Majora.
inside
I
the
mean, there's
vaginal
no-
opening, or right on the outside, you have this little hole here. That
Did you say
is the-
inside the vaginal opening?
no,
Which,
it's not.
which
It's
hole
not.
are we referring to?
It's not quite inside, but it's like right on like the verge
Oh,
of
it's
it,
on the
right?
surface.
So you look at the vaginal opening, and you have this little hole you'll see right here, right? That's the urethra. That goes directly up into the bladder. And it's
Does it?
probably like an inch, probably
Is
a
that
couple
where that one
inches, couple inches into the bladder. And then penises, obviously, unerect, are much shorter than 7 inches or whatever
No,
people think
not
their
mine.
porn stars on.
What?
But
Wow, Jaden,
still,
you're,
you get a couple.
Really selling the whole sex short here.
I'm just saying,
Like, speak for yourself.
I'm
bud.
trying to explain why women's urethras into the bladder.
Look,
are
if we need to
shorter than
explain
men's.
science to him, let's talk about all 13 inches.
This is just
Let's just be
anatomy.
honest.
Like, you
why
guys
do
are
you
fuck, you
feel
guys
the
are
need to
making it.
explain it? We all agreed.
Well, but everyone's trying to argue.
Trayden,
and
you didn't even put on a
What?
lab coat.
Who
So-
argued what?
Yeah.
What
I
do you
can't
even-
Drayden,
trust
wait,
anything
can I
you
see your
say.
picture again? I'm comparing
I
it.
erased
this
it.
picture.
Oh, I erased it.
So, draw it again. It only took you 3 seconds.
Can you zoom
Rain's
in on
actually
your
got
picture?
a mirror out right now, and she's gonna compare your
Do I
mouth.
Do I draw the penor picture?
She said, "Let me see it again. I'm comparing."
I have this one on Google. I'm not posting it in chat because I don't.
She's like hovering over a mirror right now.
I was like, you could just check yourself, Rain, but
Yeah, that's 100% legit. We're good. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Just check
I
with
already
the source
showed you
material.
the.
You're
I already
fine.
Wait.
showed you the
Wait, Vlad has the thing of the fish that swims up the urethra. Does that
Oh,
mean
wow.
it affects women more than men?
That's in
No,
that's in
no,
South
no,
America.
no.
That's
That's
smaller fish.
Dwell on that.
that's that weird fucking Amazon devil.
Yeah, don't pee in
Yeah.
the river.
Don't pee in the river.
Rain-
It actually,
Rain,
there
that
was a-
goes for both sexes.
So I
Yeah.
have a question about that fish. If you stand on the bank of the river and pee into the river, is it swimming up the stream?
Yes,
Or are
I
they
was
talking
always-
about like if you go swimming in the river and pee while you're swimming,
I've
is it going to
always
swim
wondered
up
that. I don't think it
It-
could.
I
But
think most of them are actually the second one, but I've heard of some that can.
I don't
Wait,
think
wait.
anything could swim
But
up
actually,
a
that
stream
doesn't even make
in
sense
such a
because
way.
your stream
Salmon
isn't
You have a
swim
solid
good
enough for
flow.
that. But your stream isn't even solid enough for that by the time it gets to the bottom.
Right.
Right?
I think
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think it's possible for it to swim up a stream
I heard it.
outside
No,
of the
it
water.
jumped
I
out of
do
the
not
water. It
Salmon
jumped.
swim upstream. Kildare
Now,
Prime.
so
Swim
either the
That's
guy's
not
lying
the
and
same concept.
I think the guy is
No, you're
honestly.
right.
Here's it, the
Accuracy.
guy's
Like
Rain,
the
here's the
size of
thing.
the
I've been to
salmon.
South America and in rivers, and
No,
this is vastly
here-
different things.
Here's my theory. The guy said he was standing up and peeing and it jumped up into his dick. I doubt that. I
Okay,
think he was.
Yeah,
the
that's how you explain
Wikipedia-
cheating on your old lady.
I think he was.
Wikipedia says there's only one case in 1997.
I think he was swimming in the river, and
He urinated in thigh-deep water.
yeah.
And
so
he
I think he
couldn't
went
admit it
into
to
the
his
water
friends
to
or his
pee,
family.
and while he was peeing, it swam up his dick.
Well, he's in thigh deep water, so obviously the end of his dick is
Yeah.
in the water.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Swinging timber, sure.
Is that like the top of his thigh or the bottom of his thigh? Like, how big is this?
I mean, we're not going to specify. That's too graphic.
Look,
We've
that's
gone too far.
between you and him, Rain. Like that's poor taste.
I need an adult.
So what I hear is it has barbs, and I don't even want to talk about it after that.
Anyone
All
else has
fish
barbs?
have barbs, just so you know.
And
Okay,
and
you guys want even
here's the thing,
more?
LB. I want none of them anywhere near my
You
penis.
want an
so-
even
If you take
more?
a
It seems
largemouth
fine.
bass, if you take a largemouth bass and you jam it up your urethra, it's not coming out. I'm just saying.
I believe you, and that's why I won't.
You
do
want
it.
an even more in-depth picture of anatomy?
No,
Holy fuck! Look at that. let's
Why are
discuss
there
that.
curly cues on it?
Do you want to know what
That's
those
not
are?
the scale.
That's
not
how
the
it
scale.
works. So,
What's the green?
oh my god,
so
You have- is
here we
that
go.
piping?
This is how we.
The
So
blue, the blue is the urinary
this
tract.
is the urethra.
obviously.
Hey, wait, where
Yep.
does it go to the kidneys then, or the bladder?
which one is the vagina?
The
I will show.
blue-
So
the blue balloon is the bladder.
this right here is the bladder. So urethra in
Oh,
men,
okay.
urethra in men goes up, goes into the bladder, but then past that, and then it goes through a tube that goes around this orange circle here. You probably can't see it. That's the bladder. Oh no,
When
sorry,
it goes
sorry.
all the
So
way. It goes up and then goes all
no,
the way back
I
around the
fucked
head.
up. I fucked up and drew two bladders. This bladder should be here. So just
Wait, what?
I fucked up. This bladder should be
Kinda
here. So anyway,
Braden has two bladders.
yeah. So anyway, but anyway, the sound is the drawing is still sound. So imagine that this
I'm
is
so glad
this.
you're not wearing a lab coat.
But anyway, so it goes up into the bladder, but then there's a tube that continues that goes around the back of the bladder, and that's where you hit the seminal vesicles, which make the semen, and the
I mean, it's basically
what's the
it's
the-
basically cursive in your lower stomach.
what's
as we see on the screen.
fuck it's the
Vas
seminal
deferens?
vesicles and the
That's the only thing I
fucking-
remember is the vas deferens.
No, it's like the thing that guys have that girls don't.
Pituitary?
Prostate.
No.
It's
Prostate.
one of the
Yeah,
chromosomes, but-
yeah.
How do I know this? And you guys don't?
Yes, you got it right, Rain. Prostate. So the prostate's here, seminal vesicles here. That's what makes all the semen. And then, but the thing is, like, this tube wraps up and around the front of the.
So you got to
the
massage it through
bladder.
my anus.
It
right?
wraps around the back of the bladder, and that's where the prostate and the seminal vesicles are, and that's what makes the semen. And
Hey,
it wraps
Rain,
up and
okay.
around the front of the bladder, and then comes down, and that's where it goes down into the balls. It goes into the
Where
epididymis.
does it go into the kidneys?
It does not. Well,
Right.
the
The
kidneys
kidney
connect.
goes
Hold up.
to
The,
bladder.
the kidneys
bladder?
connect to the bladder, but that's
The
different.
urinary tract takes a stop at the balls?
No, the urinary tract
No.
goes to the
Well, everyone
bladder,
knows
and then
piss
yes,
is
and
stored
then
in the balls.
because when
Oh, yeah, okay.
when you come,
Can you
or-
fix the bladder thing? It's really confusing.
Okay, sorry.
I like that Rain's on
I
cam
think-
now, so I can see her
Raincoat.
face as we discuss.
I think
all
that it
of
just kind of
these
explains why he
intricacies of a
These are-
human
your
the
body
bladder so well.
that we're vastly familiar with. Apparently,
Does that help? Okay, so
Nothing
Yeah.
else.
the
I know exactly
the
how all
kidneys
my
connect to
plumbing
the bladder
works.
separately, but the thing
I'll
is, like,
have you know, apparently.
the now I like how this is like biology hour, but I feel like most people don't know this. There's a lot of people that think that the tube just goes straight from the dick down to the balls. It doesn't work like that.
You mean you don't pee from the balls?
No,
Wait,
you don't
where's
pee
my
from the
pee
balls.
even held?
Like you pee from the bladder, but also there's the tip from the bladder, but then it continues on and goes around the back of the bladder and then it comes down into the balls and into the epididymis, and that's where it stores mature sperm.
So what do they call the music note? It's a
treble clef.
I think that's what
treble
you're,
clef.
Yeah. So we have a treble clef.
There's
of
a treble clef and
your
an alto
track
clef.
system.
There's
Wait, can you draw where it goes up to the kidneys?
Where does it get into the
that's what
highest
this
notes?
blue line is here.
That's
Up
what
to
I'm
the kid, it goes right from the penis up to the kidneys. But then that.
Oh, it goes from the penis to the bladder, then to the kidneys. So where does the kidneys?
Oh no, the kidneys is probably. I don't know. I think the kidneys are like up over here, and they like connect down to the top of the kidneys. I don't know. I'm just looking.
So
at
if I hold
this
it
is
for
the
a long time,
this is
can
the
I pee in a
reproductive
higher
tract.
note?
This is the reproductive tract. I'm just saying, like, but so you have the balls, which you have like in the front of the balls is like immature sperm. The back of the balls is more maturing sperm, and then you have it processes down to the epididymis, which is a sac of like mature sperm that it then takes from and pushes it into the seminal vesicles and the prostate, and then
Can I choose which sperm I offer up?
so
based
when
on
guys are
whether-
like,
Epididymis
oh,
was
when
a
guys are like
character
sitting there
from
like
Final
ready to
Fantasy.
go, it's like that shit's already up here. It's not down their balls. Down their balls
What
is
if
like
I
shit
want
that's not ready to use
young
yet.
and young, dumb, and full of
Their
cum?
shit down their balls is
You know,
like shit
just-
not ready to use yet and not
anyone
ready.
that's
So like
willing.
it's up here in the seminal vesicle and the prostate behind their bladder. That's the shit ready to go. And so when they're like,
So
oh,
does
I'm
it take
coming,
it from the left
that's
ball
that's
first or the right ball first?
neither.
And is
They're-
there a
they're
maturity
both.
level
And
therein?
That's a misconception. People are like, oh, the left ball is storage and the right ball.
A
no,
lot of people think the
they
left ball
both
is more
are
wise than
they
the other,
both
and I
are
get that.
unanimous. They both are the same thing. They
How come one hangs lower than the other one?
No, they both
Answer
produce
really
That's
that.
so they don't
Batman.
hit each other when you walk.
That's
No,
an error.
No,
Oh,
so
right.
they produce young sperm in the front, and then mature sperm in the back, and then they push it into the epididymis when it's fully mature sperm, and then any sperm there that doesn't get used gets reabsorbed into the body and recreated into new sperm.
So you're saying if a dude doesn't get rid of the sperm, he
It just eats
I'm not gonna
itself.
say it.
Are
It just
you saying that
no, it just eats
I'm
itself.
consuming my own load? Is that what you're saying?
You just
No.
absorb your own load.
Yeah, so
Oh,
that's
that's
the whole
gross.
You just take it.
I'm
that's-
fucking gay. That's
I will
gross.
say that's the misconception of like people
I
say
had
like,
my
oh,
suspicions all along, but I feel like this is really
no,
revealing.
Wait,
like,
Drayden, hold up the diagram again. One clarifying question. This is super serious. So where's the clit?
it's right up here in the belly button.
No, that's
Oh
not
my
what-
gosh.
Like it's belly button action. So people in belly button fetishes, they don't know, but they're getting the best action in the world. So, you know, y'all doubters are missing out. You should fucking try it.
I'm losing it.
No, but what I'm saying is like people that like the whole misconception of like, oh, if you don't like come for a long time, like your balls get over swollen and it's painful. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
You
It's
just told
bullshit.
me I would take my own load and make it
Seema
work.
just gifted
So what are
5
you
tier
even
1
telling me?
subs.
Oh, thanks,
Thank you very much,
Seema,
Seema.
for the gifted sub for the science hour. But I'm just saying, like, here's the thing: your balls, they create sperm. They create like millions of sperm per minute. Like it's like thousands of sperm per second. And so, like, you never run out of sperm. It doesn't matter if you're coming. If you came every like minute, you would not run out of sperm. But the thing
LB
is
That'd be awesome.
I would like to remind everybody that he started this conversation by specifying how little he knows about biology.
And that's fair.
well,
But
that's
we're
true,
all
but-
gonna learn
but here's
how
the-
little he knows.
I mean, is he
Yeah,
wrong?
And this is all
though?
basic knowledge.
I'm not wrong. I've looked it up.
it's
The
basic
the,
knowledge.
the thing is like your
I have
limiter
a
factor
question.
is your seminal fluid. That can run out, and that's where you get dry orgasms.
Dry nuts.
That's
Oh, that sounds
basically
awful.
where it's like you got the
LB
sperm, but you don't got the goop.
Sure,
left.
to propel it. Sure.
Yeah.
LB's got a question,
Doot.
and I'm curious.
Doot.
There's no doot left in your balls or in
So-
but
Let's say, hypothetically, you've had a vasectomy. What's happening then? What hoses are disconnected?
so I
What's
can show you that. I
happening?
can show you that. So
I want
this
to know this too.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is actually simple. So that's why the thing is like, you know, people that think that people that have vasectomies can't cut. No, because semen is like
Were you gonna say people with vasectomies can't fucking come? Is
they
that what you're gonna
can't.
say?
No, they totally can, and
Yeah,
it won't.
they,
definitely
yeah, they
can.
can.
Yeah, they totally can,
Yeah.
and it won't even look any different.
Let me tell you, they fucking can.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Got a full family.
When you
Lots
come,
left.
it's only like
I'll be fine.
It's only 5% sperm, and that's literally all that's coming out of your balls.
Hey, don't you judge his sperm.
So here's the thing. Back behind your bladder, like I
95%
said,
pure.
when you have your prostate and your seminal vesicles, that is what's making 95% of what you come out. So all they do in a vasectomy is they cut this thing here. So now the sperm from your balls aren't coming up to the prostate or the seminal vesicles, but they're still making their shit. So you can still orgasm and come, and it looks the same. It just doesn't
Yeah,
have
I
any
can.
sperm in it. So if they're just cutting the
I have
tube,
a-
they're literally cutting the tubes from your balls to your seminal vesicle. That's it.
I have
Okay,
a
so what-
semi-serious question.
So what's happening down in my left and right? What's going on down there?
Nothing.
It's just I'm just
Well-
making it and then absorbing
Well,
it. Is that
right,
what's
right,
happening?
yeah. So that's the
Is it
thing.
coming all over
You're
himself?
taking your own load every minute.
my
dude.
Yeah.
God.
So the thing is like,
You've
let
been
me,
gay for many years.
let me draw another diagram.
I've been
It's
gay
fine.
for
It's
myself
fine.
ever
Dran, I
since.
post a picture in Discord.
It's called
That doesn't match
narcissism,
your
and
picture.
it makes
Why?
sense.
I did a quick thing. I might not be 100%.
Here's the thing.
Perfect.
When LB shoots his possibly blanks, do they still say "fuck yeah, bud"? Like as they go?
Oh fuck yeah, bud.
Because I assume so, but I'm not. Here's the thing. You're telling the science tonight.
Caldari Prime Pony Club says, my dad had 2 kids after a vasectomy. How would that have happened? Did the doctor find out?
Wow. I think
Back
the doctor
in the day
lied.
of
Sure.
vasectomies, they tried just cauterizing them. And therefore, there were vasectomies where they healed back together and opened up new pathways. And so vasectomies in the old days weren't 100%, and they fucked up. Nowadays, they don't just cauterize
like a
the-
really good
they
fucking
cut and
iron,
separate the tubes
like
and
a nice
cauterize
Black
them on
and
separate
Decker.
ends and move them apart so they don't heal back together.
Life finds a way.
I've heard that about
Dran,
life.
what's that picture you're drawing? Can you talk to us while you draw it?
But there's like another option here. Where
I'm drawing
Caldari
the
Prime Pony
inside
Club.
of
I
the
don't want to make
balls.
assumptions about Mama Caldari Prime Pony Club, but like
Who
those
delivered
might-
them? Who
those might
delivered the
not
mail
be-
or the milk?
that's what I'm saying. Where's the mailman in all this?
And nothing against your father. I assume he worked long hours and he was a respectable man. But,
Your
you know,
parents are both respectable individuals. I'm just saying that there's another option here.
But what if
He said it was his stepmom who was their maid when they were kids.
those were long nights and they were lonely?
Sounds like
There's a-
something's wrong
there's
with
a
the dad,
lot
not
of-
the mom.
There's a lot of variables here. There's a lot of like players in motion.
Wait.
Like it's hard to sell. What's going on?
Stepmom that became a maid that became stepmom. I feel. Never mind. I don't even want to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
don't-
not.
Yeah. That's probably the best.
I'm not going to speculate.
Well, I mean, you should, but I mean, yeah.
Simpo, did stepmom get stuck a lot? What are you doing, stepmom?
Help me, stepson.
Oh,
I'm
God.
stuck in the washing machine.
What a relatable problem.
Okay, I have
Speaking
another
of porn.
diagram.
Oh, good. I was waiting.
This is the one you're waiting for. So
What
this,
the fuck
Quality
is-
Eve content.
so
This is
Eve
what gets
content stopped
confused.
like 2 hours ago.
quickly
Wait,
drawn.
was this the diagram of?
Oh my god.
Quickly, this
Oh,
is the
shit.
this is the
What
inside
is
of a
this?
this is the inside of a testicle. Quickly drawn.
Oh, please
Oh,
no.
wait, the left one or the right one?
Do we have a
Both.
flower?
They're
inside
both
it?
they're both the same.
I
So
like flowers.
the
That's
front,
cool.
this is like the front, like the penis hangs out this way. So I think this is the front. This is like where the new immature sperm is made. They made these like weird, like I don't know what they're called, but various things. And then they're made, and then as they mature, they move into the back of the
So
balls.
that's what like the inside of
The
plums look
tubulus?
like.
Yeah, I don't know. They move further back this way as they mature, and then as they mature, so this weird like little round thing I drew here, this is the epididymis. This is what holds the mature sperm. So like when you jizz your shit, this is like where it comes from. So it comes into here like as it matures, and this is like where all your mature sperm is stored, and this is where it goes up and down, and this is where it goes back behind the bladder and stuff like that.
Is
So-
there a Kegel exercise where I can limit which
And so,
knowledge base
the thing is,
or
like, but so
experience based
if
sperm
you're
gets
using it,
involved?
it's constantly made. If you're not using it, the sperm just sits in here, and if it sits in here too long, it just breaks down and gets reabsorbed by your balls, and then the
So what you're saying is
the
if you don't
proteins
use
that it takes in
you-
are then
What he's saying is he
recycled
paid
and then
attention
Is
in
that a
health
serious
class.
question?
used to make more sperm. So you basically your old.
You
dead
know what
sperm
my
is
favorite part of this
recycled
conversation
into new
is
sperm.
that we're mixing super technical biological terms with stuff like shoot your load. It makes me
Exactly.
fucking laugh. Like, this is the
feel-
epididymis, and then when the mature sperm
I'm
moves
just
back
trying
and you
to, like,
shoot your
educate
load,
people.
I'm like,
I'm
oh,
just
I
trying
think we
to
just
educate
fucking
people.
lost all credibility there. Perfect.
I'm-
Thank
well,
you.
but-
No, I
but-
love it.
What's
but it's
great.
true.
gone like the other direction, right? Like we're all like, oh, I want to see a bit, but like now it's
I-
like, why do you know this much off the top of your head?
Because
didn't.
I've
It's
looked.
cool.
Because I'm curious. Like I'm curious, and I
Fair
know similar amounts on like female reproductive systems.
Drayden, you don't have to rationalize your curiousness
I'm just
about
curious
our
because,
reproductive
Can you draw-
organs to other
So
people.
you drew the diagram
That's
of
a
where the
natural
urethra was.
curiosity.
Can you draw the rest of the diagram of the urinary tract, like to the bladder and then to the kidneys?
For guys.
For
This
women.
feels
And
like
then
a
follow
test.
up with
Oh,
the
for
entire
women?
nervous system.
Well, to the kidneys, I think now the kidneys, I think, just go down and connect to the bladder, and the bladder is like it for women. Like I drew, it's like it's pretty simple. It's like the women's bladder is much more simple than men's bladder is simple too. It goes down.
Rain, you guys got those simple bladders.
No,
Let's-
here's the
come on.
The bladder for men
Fucking
goes
simple
down through
bladders.
the penis and then goes
Like,
up to the
what-
bladder.
what do you even
For
ask about?
women, it's like
Train, you gotta fix the cameras apparently.
I know I because we have 4 now. I'll fix it here in a second. But for women, it's like it just goes through the urethra. That's
Like, what's the no? It's
near
just a simple
near the
bladder. Rain.
it's near the vaginal
Apparently
opening.
this one has a sphincter in it.
You gotta. Well,
It's near the
it has
vaginal
an
opening, but
effect.
then it just goes through that bladder in women and goes up to, or through that urethra and goes up to the bladder. Just where the bladder is the simple part. The reproductive part is the complicated, weird shit. In both.
So I have a lump on
sexes.
my left thigh.
It's cancer.
What is it? Oh, okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm
Wow.
sorry. It's not. Don't talk to me. I'm not a doctor.
Wait, is
That's
that a
a post-
serious question, Ash?
No, no, no.
He
I
said
hope
it's
it's
Post
not.
pics of your lump in chat, and we'll all
It's-
look at it and discuss
It's
it.
not part of your reproductive system, I'm pretty sure. But go ahead and post that.
Ash, those are your balls.
Yeah, they're your balls.
Little-
Don't
little-
worry about
little
them. They're
flash
supposed to be there.
Little plum shape right there next to your
All right,
leg.
I'm gonna
Okay.
fix these cams real quick.
You know, locker rooms are not the most friendly places, Ash, and I appreciate that. You know, but there's a lot of knowledge to be gleaned from seeing what other people's balls look like.
I've been in a lot of locker rooms and nobody busted out a diagram of the urethra.
Well, and I wouldn't have expected them
Yeah,
to.
then a
But you did
comms
see a lot of
locker
balls,
room.
right?
I mean, I wasn't like
See, that's
I
my
was
thing.
I was
like,
You don't
attempting to
have to.
actively
You don't have
avoid
to
looking at a lot of
justify it,
balls.
but there was a lot of balls that you
There's so
saw.
many,
Am
like,
I incorrect?
So here's my thing. There's so many people that are so like taboo about.
Anti-ball.
No, there's taboo
No,
about
I mean like
talking
well,
about
so
anything
I
like
was in the military, but
anatomical.
I also prided myself on not getting
You have
glimpses of
nothing
such
to
things.
prove to us.
There's
no,
so,
because,
there's so
like-
many people that are against
It's a respect thing. So no. So like when I went to Fort
I'd
Drum,
respect if you looked my balls in the eye, thank you. But go on with your story.
in Fort Drum, our showers were literally 3 shower heads with like a little shower curtain half covering that area, and they were just right next to each other. So, and you have 1 hour for the entire troop or all the people in the building to get their showers done after PT. So yeah, you're going to be showering with somebody with at best a line of flimsy plastic.
We used
but
to call it elbows and assholes.
Yeah,
but-
exactly.
Yeah.
But you learn to, not get glimpses of balls and stuff while doing that.
I feel like that's a coping mechanism that you tell yourself that you're not glimpsing.
Maybe I've just
balls
blacked
or
it all out. That's true. It's
Yeah.
possible.
There's a lot of balls, and
I feel like I looked at a lot of walls and
I'm
a
not
lot
trying
of
to.
ceilings.
I'm not trying to judge you with your ball viewing because they're there. It's let's be honest. If they're there, they're there. You know, you can't get
Yeah,
away from
they're kinda
balls. They're
low.
there.
Balls.
I'm just watching Drayden try to fix the cams. As
I
explained
did
why
most of
balls
this
are
before the
normal
show,
and you
but I
shouldn't
didn't-
feel bad
Off
about
in the
I
middle
did
of
not have
nowhere.
a 4 cam set up, but I will have it. Here's the thing. So I know it looks crazy right now, but like before,
So-
if you looked at the nice overlay, Manic did all this stuff for me. And
It
it's
looked
gonna
really nice
be-
earlier.
It's made it a million times easier to fix. Although this is the first time I fixed it for 4 cams, and therefore I didn't have 4 cams before the show to set this up beforehand. But once you get this set, it's literally when I go to fix this shit, it's literally just like click change name, type it in, new name, and it's done.
Boom.
So
It's just like coming right out of the balls.
it's one of
real
those things where
simple.
it's like, thank you, Manic, for putting your ball effort into this urethra stream.
I want to point out we gained viewers by
Your
just by
ether
with the
stream.
diagram, and I don't know why people join us for this.
Rain, people really appreciate science, and Drayden
Oh, I think
tells
we know
science
why.
like no other. And the fact that he didn't put on his lab coat is a travesty to the stream because
I know.
we saw it go from like the 40s to the 50s. Drayden, if you would have put on your coat and your glasses, we'd be in like the 80s to like, let's be honest, like the thousands right
If
now.
we had
Yeah.
renamed the
Let's
title
just
of
be
the
honest with
stream.
ourselves.
If you had a
Penis
full like
Time,
4 foot
There's
by
so
8
many
foot
people who need to
whiteboard in
know.
the background there that you were drawing on with a lab coat on,
I had
be in,
an
like-
option for that initially, but then my roommate,
we'd be like, we'd be Twitch partners
my
now.
roommate's sister teaches at a daycare, and she wanted.
You could just Drayden, your state's shutting down schools and shit like that. You'll be fine.
But
Just like
it's
buy one on
teach-
sale.
You know what? Hey, if it's education for the kids, they can have it.
I like how so Interdimensional joined and he said it's just hard to look away from much like locker room balls. So I guess that's why people were here. But the problem isn't looking or getting a glimpse at the balls. It's not laughing when you see them. Does anyone else have that problem?
Why are we laughing when looking at balls?
You never just look at someone naked and you chuckle to yourself?
No.
Oh, I definitely have.
No, no.
Like if I see someone naked, I'm like, okay, or like, ooh.
But
You-
but
you
to
are the
myself
worst
being very
girlfriend.
internal.
The
I'm
two
not gonna
options
embarrass
are:
them
I'm not
sexually.
going to laugh at this person because they're going to laugh back at me, or I'm not going to laugh at this person because I'm trying to do something with this person.
Right?
Sure.
It's like, oh, that's hot.
Laughing is not an option.
Yeah, like-
at all.
Yeah, I'm
It is-
really sure guys
Conducive.
can't often get away
Like
with that. sort of shit.
imagine if some girls just like takes your clothes off. You're like, that's not gonna make her
Yeah.
feel good
Yeah,
at all.
a
Like
girl can like giggle at a guy getting
she's
naked,
not
and there
gonna
would still be
be-
sexy time.
she's not gonna feel good about herself. It's like, no, you gotta be like, oh yeah, baby.
These are
Well,
so
fi-
accurate. It's so funny.
You can't laugh at a girl, and vice versa. You can't laugh at a guy. Like, if a guy takes his pants off and the girl laughs,
Oh,
That guy
whoops.
will not
I mean, that's
find an
pretty
erection
classic.
easily.
there's no boner happening that night.
No,
He
it
will
might.
struggle.
It might.
It might, but it's
yes.
gonna be a shame boner.
I'm a glutton for
Don't matter.
punishment.
No,
I'm
I'm not
boning
talking
the
about
boner.
sexy times though. Like you don't walk in a locker room, see some dude like taking off his clothes,
No.
catch a glimpse at
No,
his balls
because
and
like
laugh.
in a
I've never
few
laughed
minutes,
at
I'm gonna have
no.
to take off my
No.
pants to put on my gym shorts, and he's gonna be there, and he's gonna be like, "Ha ha! Look at you, you fuck!" And I'm like, "Well, I deserve that because I came in here and chuckled at your fucking."
Yeah,
I think it's
I
pretty
think if I
there's
chuckled
terrible
at
to let,
somebody
No,
else,
let it
like,
all
it's
just
like
hang.
play.
Not
body, I'd-
questionable,
I would
right?
just
Like, I
go
mean,
back to
because
the
yeah,
house.
guys, when guys in locker
Wait,
room, they're just
real
like,
quick
they're
though,
just there
Ray,
to do
do you
their
guys
shit.
do you
They
guys
don't
laugh
laugh
at each
at,
other
like-
when you guys change? Because
Women
I
are
assume
vicious.
not.
Yeah, like, do
Women are
women
vicious.
laugh at other women? Like,
No,
in
but
the
you know
locker
how
room?
like they have those gender neutral bathrooms and all that? I laugh every fucking time, dude.
When you go in a
Well,
gender
yeah.
wait, so people who are already fragile in a gender neutral bathroom, you're
No,
laughing at
because
Rain?
everyone is in the gender neutral bathroom.
Which
Yeah,
they
that-
could all
that-
be fragile. I don't know what their story is, but I'm just
that was
asking.
my
Assuming
thing.
they're
Like, I
just
remember in
peeing.
Toronto, I was like,
Doesn't matter
Look,
if
I
they're
was
peeing or
looking
doing
at
Why are
anything
you
else.
looking at their balls when they're peeing?
Why are you laughing
I'm
at
not.
people in the bathroom,
how
Rain?
can you
Are
even
you a
see
their
fucking
balls?
monster?
Person here.
Rain's that one weirdo in the bathroom with her phone out. You're like, "What the fuck are you doing in here?" She's
I
like,
ain't that disrespectful.
People want to like fight her and kick her out, but it's like it's a woman. Like, don't hit her. But like, you should not be filming in this medium.
No, I'm not that weird. But I'm joking. I
Ma'am-
really don't
ma'am,
walk
this is
around
Wendy's.
laughing at people.
Damn it! I was literally just about to make that joke.
Yeah, Rain. I don't know that I've ever laughed at another gentleman in a naked / locker room situation.
I just
No.
liked how you all got like really defensive about it.
I
And
actually
it
went
was,
the
like,
other
it
way
was
with
really
it.
endearing
Look,
hearing all of
Rain,
your
we
defense.
live in a society.
It's
With
not
rules.
defensive. It's being taken
Like,
aback. Like
That's just the way
Like-
it is.
I never even.
That's a good way to put it.
I'm just
And
now
that's my
looking
point,
through all
is,
the
like-
chat.
It's not like I have some sort of strange aversion to balls. Like porn is fine, but like my point is that like it's a respect.
Tell
thing,
me what
right?
bothers you so much about balls. Just
No,
let's
no.
just put it out
no,
right
it's
here.
a respect thing. If you know the people, if you're in a public place is maybe a little bit different, but like especially in the military, you know these guys. You give each other respect.
and you know what their balls look like, and that's fine.
Oh
That's
my
just part
God.
of it. Don't tell me you don't know what their balls look like. Let's be honest
We're-
right now
we're-
with ourselves.
We're better
is not
friends
he has
now
a
that we
good
know
point,
what each
though.
other's balls look like.
That's
So
right. You're
No,
gonna
I
be in the
think Ash has
foxhole
a good
together, and you're
point.
like, look, we're back to back. I fucking know him. I know all his stories and his his vulnerabilities, and I know what his balls look like. And it's not the most important thing.
One is
But I
not
know what his
necessary
balls
for
look
the
like.
other.
Well, I'm not suggesting they're
debatable.
mutually exclusive.
Debatable.
There's
See,
already
I'm
enough
looking at
homoerotic
all the chat,
jokes
and
going on.
Ash has a point because I've been in circumstances.
He's like, look in the trenches. I want to know that you got my back and that we know what each other's balls look like, so that it's important to us.
Hold
There's
on.
a best interest. I want to see those balls make it back home to their family.
I know.
And that's
hold
what
on.
he's saying, and that's a
Have
big
you-
thing to
wait,
say.
Akaroth.
That's a
Have
nice
you ever
gentleman.
been in a circumstance where like you're with a friend and maybe you're not out in the military or doing showers together, but there's a circumstance where like I don't know, they get drunk and puke all over themselves, so you have to like bring them home and get them out of their clothes. Do you
I've
you
been
know
in
you know
literal
the thing
circumstance.
but you
in
know
Vegas, or
you know
no,
the
New Orleans.
criteria of like undressing them politely and
Right.
respectfully, not looking at their junk or inappropriately touching them on accident, and then throwing clothes or a
Threw him
blanket
in the
on them.
fucking shower.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
In New Orleans,
so
I brought my
that's what
buddy.
Ash is talking about.
So yeah. No, I mean, I guess that hadn't even occurred to me because I don't even like. I literally don't even think about that kind of stuff in that context. Like when I'm doing, because I did a combat lifesaver and stuff. So absolutely, but like I don't even think like that. Literally is what I block out. So
So my best friend and
I didn't even think
I,
of that.
I have a quick.
when we were 18, my best friend and I
Not very
were
many
in,
of my friends had to experience that though. Sorry.
my best friend and I went to New Orleans when we were 18. We were in college and we went to play against LSU in rugby. And after the tournament or whatever that we went to, we were like, oh, it's Mardi Gras. So we were like, let's drive into the city. Let's all, get some hotel rooms, whatever. And we had a good time in Mardi Gras and whatever. My best friend at the time was super hammered. We were all pretty well off, but super hammered. And I remember at some point he was like, I gotta go pee. And we just like stepped off in an alley, and he was like trying to take off all of his beads and like make a whole process. And I was like, just go pee, dude. You're in the alley. And he ended up like pissing across the front of him. Which anyone who's been to New Orleans during Mardi Gras, it's still kind of like February, Marchish. It's like kind of brisk at times at night. And so I loaned him my jacket because he had pissed down the front of him trying to figure out his situation while he needed to go.
Trying to get his beads off?
Yeah, he did. He was trying to take all of his
Just
beads
trying
off.
to get your clothes off and piss all over
and
yourself.
I just remember
Damn.
I being like, what the fuck
just
does your beads matter? Like,
I'm
it's such an
imagining
unimportant-
my kids like, I have to pee. Okay, cool. Like go in the bathroom and pee, and they're like busy taking off their sweater. Like, no, dude,
Your
like
kids
that's
don't
not
take
the
off all their
priority.
clothes
You
when
should
they go to the
right
bathroom.
now.
Well, they just
Well,
drop their pants to their
when they were
ankles.
younger, they
My
did. But
nieces are
like,
just like, fuck yeah, naked time, pooping. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my god, dude, here we go.
Yeah.
Plot
So
twist.
I loaned
he
him-
actually wove his beads through his pants loops. So he literally couldn't take off his pants without getting his beads.
So
It is about
I
flashing.
loaned him my Carhartt jacket, and he put it around him, and he covered his shit, and we got back to the hotel room, but he was covered in piss, and he was hammered still. And I was slightly better because at this point I was like helping somebody. And so I remember like got him to where he needed to be, like shoved him in the shower, and then made sure he like got out alive kind of thing. But that was my first experience with the whole like put somebody in the shower, less than
I had
what
that.
they would prefer
I
to
gotta
be.
erase it.
Scared Panda was
I-
like called. She
And you
had to,
know
like,
what?
Oh
I
my
looked at his
God, I don't
balls
wanna
and I
be-
still laughed, Rain. I'm kidding. I didn't,
so
but
I
it's-
You throw them in the shower, and then you're like, ha ha.
I,
kidding, I
I
didn't.
want to call a shot. I have to say this. Y'all laugh because it was a funny topic, but at the same time, how many of you learned something today?
I learned
I learned a
about
lot
the
about
male
myself.
urethra track.
Right.
I learned a lot about
right, 'cause
myself tonight.
That's one thing. When I went and looked up, I'm like, wait, that's how that shit fucking
Apparently,
works?
I've been looking at balls.
Because so many
for
people think it
years.
goes right from the dick right down to the balls. No, it goes like this loop to loop fucking
Well, it
route
has to
through all
go around
kinds
the
of shit.
pubic
like-
bone, right?
So the thing is, like, I think most, and looking at even the chat responses, most of them were jokes and stuff. Like, honestly, it's like, I think a lot of people, now, maybe, I think the female reproductive system has a little bit more knowledge in the general
We're
populace
talking
than,
urethra, not.
well, urethra, but
Women have
than the
urethra.
male reproductive system. Because I think that most people know the female
Sure.
reproductive system basically.
Most people know the female system. Did you literally
to
just say that out
a
loud?
basic point, like they know like the general shape and like what's in there. Whereas
Rain,
I
would
think
you say that most people
Can we
know
be
about the
honest about
female
what-
reproduction
But when I was
system?
when I
What
was showing
the
the
least people know about with any regards to
But here's the thing: when I was showing the male reproductive system, I think that I
we be
guarantee
honest
a bunch
with
of people
ourselves right
learned
now?
something today, and I'm gonna do a shot to fucking learning because I love teaching and I love people learning. I love learning stuff, and so you know what? Hey, as much as you think it's a joke, you learned something today, hopefully. So
I'll drink to that.
shots to fucking science.
Rain, I apologize. I'm going to drink to this, but I apologize. I still will not be able to navigate your plumbing. You know, we'll see how it goes. Whatever.
As long as you're not a doctor, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah,
It's cool
Don't
lifestyle.
hold me liable. That's all I'm asking. Just don't hold me liable.
Yeah, I like that, Rain.
Well, I can bring him back.
Dude, no, it's fine. Dude, don't like fucking balls.
What's wrong with balls?
We don't need that.
Just left.
So if
No,
you
that was my plan though, right? Now no one's gonna want to take their clothes off around me. So, dude, Fran's gonna fucking laugh.
Yeah,
I
right.
gotta say,
It's like, yeah,
I'm a really big fan of the new outfits that they're giving out to everybody for free on Epic Games Store.
I tried to get
I
on
really
the
heard
Epic Game
about that,
Store,
yeah.
Is there a link?
and like I'd have to download the game again to get them.
It kind of sounded like it.
Yeah, it. I mean, you can. I think like there's a little bit for Epic, but once you've done that, it actually does like open up the normal Eve launcher.
No, I'm not doing that.
Well, you can all. I mean, now that these things are being generated, I imagine that they're also going to be available on the market. But I'm just saying is that the clothes are really awesome. They've got like neon. They've got
Well-
like glowing Tron lines around the shoulder pads and other places.
So you're suggesting that are these not auto-injected clothes? Because that's
No, yeah,
now
all
that's
of
the
these
thing.
the skins
They
and
are
the
tradable?
clothes from this are absolutely tradable.
Okay, fair enough.
It's the 4 T1 Explorer frigates and in superluminal, which is normally a premium skin. It was the skin that was sold during the Doctor Who event, and the outfit, which is top, pants, and glasses. And the glasses are also pretty darn like sci-fi styled.
What'd you say these were called?
Superluminal.
All, and that's the name of all the items too.
Yeah, it's Superluminal Semutique, but
Wow, Drayden.
Putting
All
it out
science
there.
is good
I
science,
see it,
even
okay.
cock and balls and pussy science.
It is.
This is NC-17, so
Dude,
this
I-
is
These things are
there-
really
there's
good.
there's no realm off limits. Like science is science.
I believe.
I just like trying to know as
And
much
look-
stuff as I can, and I forget. Here's the thing: I forget shit all the time. I'll look up stuff.
Oh, this shit's okay. I see
I'll
what
look up
you
stuff
mean.
and I'll forget
Tron
it, and I'll look
stuff.
up it again. I'll
Yeah.
forget it. I'll look it up again. There's things I've learned 10 times in a row that I couldn't explain to you now. But you know what?
I'll
like
admit that I
learning.
thought my plumbing was simpler than your dry erase lines, but there were so
No,
many colors.
you got a bunch
like,
of
how
s-
could I say for sure?
You got a bunch of squiggles in your gut, dude.
Dude, it seems like it now, and I don't know how to feel about it.
It's fine.
You think, I know you guys mentioned carterizing earlier, you think I could just like reroute them and just like simplify things? Like almost like retro modding?
Yeah.
I mean,
Is
You're
that
gonna
not
want to
fair?
go with the traditional vasectomy.
Go with the
not a sort of like
Go with the
out of the
OEM
box,
setup.
like experimental, like externally venting vasectomy. You don't want anything like that. Like
No superchargers, pro chargers. on
no,
it,
just
any of
go
that?
with like the regular run of the mill.
Factory setup. Okay, sure.
You know, that's good to go.
You can get any color that you like as long as it's black, like Henry Ford style.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't ask for like the RGB lights or anything like that. That's like
I don't know. It sounded cool for a minute though. You don't want an artesian urinary tract build for sure.
yeah.
But why not? I mean, I don't want like big ass like hips or you know whatever, like some questionable surgery in those regards. But what if we just we
Why
just
would you not want big ass
reinvent the
hips?
wheel?
Then you get like a badonkadonk.
I mean,
What about
I would go for
Patty?
like a baseball player ass. I don't want like a huge badonkadonk. I just want
Yeah,
like some
like, I'm
squats,
You don't
Yeah,
want
know
a
what
dump truck?
No, like
Dumps
I'm
like a
fine-
truck.
I'm fine with like just
What?
like I'm fine with whatever, but it's like big, small. I don't care.
Well, Drayden, now we know where your priorities lie.
Same
Other
with-
parts
same
of the
with boobs.
region.
I don't know. It's like I think I'm different than some people because like
You just said it.
You've been
Drayden is
reabsorbing
built
that sperm
different.
for too long, dude.
Dude, I know. But
Drayden, you like them top heavy? Sure, maybe,
No,
maybe
no,
maybe a
no,
little
no.
bit of thighs. Other
No.
parts. I get it. There's something for everyone,
to me, B
and
and
you don't have to excuse yourself for
B
any.
and C cups, perfect.
Feet.
Sure, exactly.
D
I
cups,
saw a Reddit post today that said, "Are sandals like lingerie for
B
people
and
with
C
a
cups,
foot
perfect.
fetish?"
A cups, perfectly fine. D cups, perfectly fine.
That's why you got to get those Louis Vuittons and
dub-
like it's like the fancy lingerie, dude.
Here's the
Some
thing.
Christian Louboutins like on the beach.
To me, double D's is where it starts getting
Bitches don't know about these
like
feet.
it starts getting almost too big. Like, what do you
Wait,
do? What do
did
you
you say too
do
big?
with
This
what,
one- I've
what
got
do you
one
do
for you
with
guys.
all that? What do you do with it? It's too
So-
I
much.
mean, people have been asking that question for a long time.
You
Drew,
double
but some
fist 'em,
people,
dude.
some people have the urge.
My thing is, it's like B and C cups. That's the best range. Like women that have like D cups, are like I need boob implants. Like what the fuck? Hey, you do you. But you no, like they, like chicks going for like triple E's is like what? That's too big. It's too
It
big.
takes all sorts, Drayden. It
too
takes all
big.
sorts.
But again, like
No.
I'm
One
not.
man's
I'm not
trash is
shaming
another
people
man's
saying like, hey,
treasure.
whatever people
Takes
want
all
to do with
sorts. I'm trying to
themselves,
think
that's
of
fine.
very
But like
neutral phrases.
So
my-
I got
my-
a question.
personal
What up,
preference,
Ash?
it's too.
This was argued about on the internet a couple months ago. But so if
Ratios.
you go to the
It's the
park
beginning of time.
with your significant other and you intentionally do not wear shoes because you know that your partner has a foot fetish and there are children around you in the park, are you involving those children in a sex act? Are you a pedophile?
Wow.
Is there any actual sex act going on,
No,
or is it
you
them
know-
just looking
you
at
know
your
that
feet?
your-
Are you
that
just
you know
ogling
that your
toes?
partner has a
You broke up.
No, because that's like wearing like a shirt with a lot of cleavage or a dude who shows off, I don't know, his ass or
Which can be
shoulders.
questionable as well on some
Like, if-
circumstances.
If you're like, if a
those things
girl
aren't done
wears,
exclusively for you're making that choice for the sake of the fact that your partner has a foot fetish.
Look, in society today, I don't think
I know
it's recognized enough to be a
like,
concern,
titties, and
but
I
I
walk
do
around with my
understand what you're
titties
saying.
out, like, but
It was
still
a big
If you
back
walk
and
around
forth
with your
for a
what
couple
out?
weeks.
if you walk around with your titties out like in a bikini or something, but like, and there's children
You
at
could.
the pool, like, is that a sex act if your dude's oogling you?
I mean, that's just that's a meal plan.
What?
Felt like mixing it up.
That's so. I would say no, because unless you're doing an actual sexual act, then it doesn't. Then no.
For the
I-
record, I agree.
I think that's a
But it was
fun.
like there was a big
Sorry.
Keep cutting out, dude.
I think that's a fun topic, just because,
Yeah.
it's not widely recognized in the same sense, but obviously it could be if there's enough emphasis or interest around it, in the same way that any other part of the body could be, where people take notice. And yeah, you were cutting out, so we didn't hear the end of it.
Yeah. Well, either way, the point was that
Joe Hill, no underage partners. That's not just that's
No.
never a discussion.
No, that's the point.
all.
Is that the only reason why there's a child involved is because they are a witness to what you're doing. Like if you
Right.
performed sex in front of a child, that
Well,
would
and
be a
even-
problem. But
Like
if you
going topless on a beach where it wasn't legal or something, or going bottomless for
but
male or female,
those things
whatever.
are not done exclusively for the sexual gratification of your partner.
They could be, though.
I mean,
That just it literally depends on the situation, but it also it depends on the situation. What's legal, what's allowed wherever you are. There's nudist beaches, there's whatever. But I get it. It is a very fun and silly ponder on,
An interesting
because
topic, yeah.
yeah, because it's like, wow, that's not a normal necessarily, let's say, fetish or kink or whatever. It's not most people's general go-to thing, but it is a thing, and it's actually not underrepresented outright. Like as far as you mentioned, feet or whatnot. Like it's
it's a relatively common one as far as things
yeah.
go.
So it's only a matter of time probably before people have something to say about it, however silly it seems in the moment. But
I was just amazed.
I've
that
been
there
trying
was
to
a big
say
fight
that
about
it's
it.
Instadimensional
probably
has
not
like
anything.
He has a related kind of topic. He says public nudity is allowed where he lives, so he can go anywhere naked, and as long as he's just doing normal stuff.
Yep, that's the way. Like girls can be topless here.
Right, and that
Nice.
seems mostly normal enough that I think that that's a good way to set
In
the speed.
Oregon?
If you do
Portland, as
something
long
that
as they're not making a scene.
I mean,
yeah, if you take it to a
I've
next
never
level,
seen
that's
it.
something different.
I've been to
but
Portland a few times. I've never seen it, so I don't think it's a common thing.
No, it's not common, but it's legal.
Drayden,
Yeah,
actually,
it's legal.
toplessness is allowed. I think in quite a bit of the country.
I feel like
Despite
New
the
York
fact that people
City,
don't
yeah.
realize it.
what
Well,
wasn't
New
it,
York City is the main
Let me put it-
glaring one, but it's actually legal in a lot of places.
wasn't it
Let me put it
argued?
to you
Just
this
not
way.
noticed.
Do you remember
think
during the protests, there's that picture of the girl who was like naked in front of all of the jackboots in Portland?
wasn't it?
Like she didn't get arrested for that. So I mean,
Yeah, wasn't
I
it
mean,
argued
well,
and
not
Dirty
legalized in Maine
protesters.
as well? I think I remember it being legalized in Maine because I remember seeing a protest and a movement against that there. There's a bunch of women like, oh, guys can go topless. Why can't we? And it's like, fuck, I don't know. Like, go for it. Like the fact. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty liberal in any kind of social things like that. It's like, hey, you know what? If you want to go topless or naked in public, fucking go for it. I don't.
Drayden's that dude at the on sitting on the park bench with sunglasses on,
I mean,
Hey.
I would.
blanket on his lap.
I wouldn't go naked in public, but you know what? Hey, if someone else wants
But you might
to,
put a
I
blanket
don't-
over your lap.
I don't care.
Well, other people
Like,
did.
I don't see a problem with it. I don't know. It's like, hey, if that's what you want to do, and it's
pretty,
not causing
pretty
it's
progressive
it's
view
just
there, Drayden.
fucking nudity. Like, that's the thing. Is like, I think it's a weird mental condition, right? Like, there's a difference between like
When you say
sexual
mental
nudity
condition,
and just
like-
like general nudity.
Are your hands in your lap, or are they like to your
And
sides?
well, and it's a weird thing, right? Because like there's nudity that causes a sexual response, and there's just nudity that's just you don't have clothes on, and like people know what penises and vaginas and boobs look like. Like I don't know, like there's a bunch of times where it's
but
like,
how should
okay,
I feel about them? Tell me about it.
I don't know. I've seen plenty of nudity where
But how
just
should
was-
I
it was,
feel about
I didn't think of it as sexual nature. And like I went down to a cruise down to St. Martin. It was one of the Caribbean islands down there.
Sure.
I took
in
one
the
of my
Virgin
shore
Islands.
excursions was a 4-wheeler ride down to the beach down on the Dutch side, which was it was a top optional beach. But then-
Optional is what the kids are calling.
Yeah, so it's top optional, but you had to have bottoms. But the beach right next door was a optional full nude beach, and there was a bunch of people just crossing back and forth between the two, and like it was, even though there was that designation, it was not enforced. Like as long as it didn't cause a problem, like no one gave a shit. And so there's just a bunch of fucking fully naked people walking around. And I wasn't sitting there like, oh my god, boobs, you know, like. Sorry for
It sounds like you were about to throw up over.
It was
over
just,
boobs.
it's like, oh, yeah, like,
right?
I mean,
Like
it was just
fucking
one of those things where
horrified.
It's like,
Ugh.
okay, so people are fucking naked. I've seen naked people before, and it wasn't like
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Yeah, yeah. Can you milk nipples, Greg? Fucking A. Like it wasn't sexual. I don't know. It's like I feel like there's a time and place. Like there's sexual nudity, and then there's non-sexual, just generic nudity. And I don't think that generic nudity is offensive, in my opinion. So I don't know. I don't have any kind of so the whole like thing where people are fighting against it. It's like I'm all for it. You know. Hey, if people want to,
Yeah, but
if you don't want to be naked in public, then don't be naked in public. But if you like, I want to be naked in public, well, fucking be naked
what
in
if my
public.
3-year-old
guess.
sees you and has to ponder on what a penis means?
Okay, well, there's a 50-50 chance they have one of those
Why is
themselves,
penis?
and if they don't, well, then they probably should learn about it anyway. So whatever.
I like that. Why is penis?
Yeah, it's like
Which is about the sentence that would come out of.
it's
a
like they
3-year-old.
have one or the other, and they should probably learn about that. And if they don't have the one, they should probably learn about that too. So you know, like,
Would you put on a trench coat before you spoke to my 3-year-old about penises? And
Wait a
should I feel creeped out if you told my 3-year-old
I-
about penises?
Like, I don't think there's. I might be in a different.
I'm pretty open-minded, but I
I
don't
might
know
be
how
a
I feel
different
about
mindset.
you
Like,
educating my
I
children.
think like
so.
sexual education, not in like procreation sex education. I mean, like, just sexual education of, like, like, education of anatomy in general, just basic
Sure.
anatomy.
Penises happen.
That's called biology, Drake.
Right, biology. Like,
They
penises and vaginas. It's like, this is just basic biology of your
LGBTQ.
body or a body
going to
that is someone else. Like,
Well, I agree with you. I think if you
I
started
don't
teaching
think
people
that
randomly in a
is. I
park,
think that
people might
should
find it a
actually probably
problem.
start younger than it does, honestly, because it's like, hey, this is their body. This is a body that they might see, and they should probably know about it. Now, when it comes to, like, sex, that might be something you wait till later. Like, I agree that that's a little bit later. Teach them that there's no reason to be
little
teaching
bit
sex to, like, 5-year-olds, but But as
Throw
far
it
as
out
just
there. If you don't teach kids this stuff, they
basic
learn on their own.
biology,
That's a
like,
fair
I
point.
don't know. Like, no,
When
maybe
me and my
it's-
sisters were kids, we punched my dad in the balls
Maybe-
because he reacted to it, and no one ever explained to us why.
Right,
Like, yeah,
look.
we hit daddy in the crotch. He gets real mad at us.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
what
like,
we did.
Why penis? You know what I'm saying?
here's the thing.
Why penis?
What?
Good
And
night.
I wonder if my
Bye-bye.
parents let us.
Night,
Why
LB.
is
Hi,
penis?
LD.
By LB.
I wonder
Here's
if
the,
my
Well,
parents
why
let
is
us do
penis
that so
pretty
that
advanced for a small
and-
child?
and-
that way, if someone tried to kidnap us, we'd just be like, "Bad guy, punch him in the nuts."
well, and
Well,
here's
that's
the
why he
thing.
didn't want to discourage you. Like
That actually makes a lot of sense.
he was towing a line
Whoops.
where he was like, "This hurts, but like, I like this initiative. Like, I don't want to discourage this outright. I just don't want this for myself." And Drayden just reset the.
No, I'm sorry. You see how fast
for
that
a second.
was?
It was very quick.
That's
You did
thanks.
well.
That's
Lord.
thanks to fucking Manic, dude. Manic set this shit up so well for me. I
on
love it.
vacation and everything.
Like,
Look
I
at
know
him.
he's on vacation, but when he gets back, I'm gonna give him a big.
His legacy precedes him.
I'm gonna give him a big old virtual smooch.
Dude, why not just give him a real smooch?
Well, because I'm not in Salt Lake, but
But you could be.
yeah. So I'm just like, now, like I said, I don't know. I feel like I might be in the outskirts of that, but it's like, as far as just basic biological, like, bodily biology, maybe teach it earlier. I know there's gonna be, resistance against that for various reasons, but the thing is, like, it doesn't. I feel like just because they're sexual organs doesn't mean they have to be sexually oriented when you learn about them. So I don't know. I think that kids should probably learn about the basics, maybe not the sexual aspect of it, but like the basics of those organs earlier, and then the sex component later. I don't know.
Well, I know.
That's my standpoint on it, because
I mean,
there's
when you're
nothing
doing like
wrong
potty
with, like,
training with kids,
having a better idea of, like, what the fuck you have going on in your body.
Well, I know, like with my nieces, like potty training them. Like, I'm assuming it's the same with little boys too. But like, you have to explain a lot of shit, like teaching them to wipe front to back, explaining like,
Right.
hey, don't fucking like pick at your butthole, child, and like random shit like
Yeah.
that. Because like kids are like, oh, I'm learning. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever noticed when little kids are tiny, they get like giga baby brain, where like they just want to observe and learn. And a lot of them learn through like trial and error, like breaking things, putting them back together. Like food, like if they don't watch you eat food, they'll probably just put everything in their mouth until you teach them not to, or until you teach them how to like chew and shit like that.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's actually like super cute. So like I know you have to do it when like before they're 5, like just basic potty training.
yeah.
ideally.
Well,
Look,
and
so I'm no expert,
maybe
but-
my thing is like it's already being done, because, like I said, like, I'm not advocating for like sex education early, and obviously I figure like probably parents. I'm not a parent. I don't know. But I assume maybe parents are just like, this is your penis, or this is your vagina. This is how you pee. Like, maybe they probably tell their kids that. I don't know. I don't remember it. As
I
a
don't
kid,
think that's how it
but-
works.
No. Like,
Maybe. I don't know.
I
I
feel
don't
like
It's
that.
not,
That's
not how it works.
I feel
Here's the
like
thing.
that's
I saw
probably,
Kindergarten Cop.
That's
and
probably
boys have
something that should be
penises and girls
taught.
have- Exactly. Somebody just said.
I figure that's probably something that should be taught. Like, well, yeah, Kindergarten Cop, like, girls have
That's
a
all you
vagina,
need to
boys
know.
have a penis or whatever. Like,
Arnold Schwarzenegger taught us. Like,
yeah, so I don't
he's
know.
a national treasure from
It's just-
Austria.
It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know, like, I'm not an education instructor, and I don't have an education
Could've
degree,
fooled
so
me.
ignore my shit as anyone that's an educated person. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like people's prudeness and just avoidance
Oh, it's
of
very
anything
westernized.
sexual
We're
related
super
at all.
prude.
Like, because there's so many people, like, you would think it would be more knowledgeable. There's so many people that are just, I feel like, oblivious. It's one thing like, okay, yeah, you put the penis in the vagina and you have kids. Like, well, okay, yes, but
like sex ed's
Well,
like
what
one
if you
thing
put her all
like,
these other places?
there's
that are
more
fun?
to it than that. There's more to it, and you should know more than that.
well,
And
like
so,
so I
that's where I
remember.
think that
I
there
mean,
should be
I
more
don't know,
education on that level.
but that's just like sex ed, right? Like I remember the first. I don't know if you'd call it sex ed, but we called it sex ed. But really, what it was teaching about puberty and like
Right,
periods.
yeah. You're,
And
yeah.
there's like shockingly, if you ever go into the working world, there's a lot of like older generations, especially men, for instance, who don't understand how periods work for women. Like
yeah.
like there were people who were like, "Hey, I have to go to the bathroom to change my pad," and the dude was like, "Can't you just hold it?" And it's like, who the
Hold it.
fuck educated you?
What?
So,
Okay,
so
so-
Drayden, when you're talking about this stuff, it makes a lot of sense to like, oh, we need to teach children.
Okay, that's
But like, if you
shameful.
don't, then you deal with like a lot of adults who have
Continuing
no
on
idea
some
how
pretty
things
bad
work.
Right, right.
stigmas.
So now I will admit here's the thing. Now I would have an Idaho education. Take that as it may. Now here's the thing. I went to Lakeland.
guys are outlawed
and
books.
Lakeland, it was rated the third best education district in all of Idaho. But anyway, that being said,
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It means that we're not as dumb as the rest of Idaho. So
Yeah, I guess that's what that means.
But so my thing is like, I was I've always been a curious person. Like when I see something that I don't know everything about, or I'm just
Put
curious
your fingers
about,
places, sure.
or I just hear a fucking weird curiosity or think of weird curiosity thought. I'm like, oh, weird.
Better
I wanna-
probe it.
I gotta.
Yeah, that's science.
I'm not gonna be satisfied until I find out the answer. I go and fucking. Sometimes it takes me down like a 5-hour Wikipedia search or whatever it is.
a
But
little bit of probing.
so my thing is like, I'm not gonna lie. I think that most of my sexual education did not come from my school. It came from me myself researching my own shit and finding out. Because when I went to school, it was literally based like you put the penis in the vagina, and then you feel good, and then things happen, and
Is
then
this
a
like
baby's
Operation?
born. It's like, well, what the fuck? And then I started looking. It's like that's not how it fucking is at all. There's way more shit. There's swimmy fucking cells and shit. Like they didn't
Some of
teach
them are
us.
slow and some are fast.
I'm
like,
not
what if they're all
kidding.
just slow?
They
What if I'm
literally
a terrible
didn't-
racer?
They didn't teach us about like the fucking zygotes and gametes of like fucking sperm and egg. Like, I mean, like basic idea. Like there's a sperm and an egg, and they combine and make a baby. It's like, but how? It's like, well, I mean, they just do. It's like,
So, Drayden,
But
you
how?
You already highlighted.
well,
the
you
very
put the
important
penis in
thing.
the vagina and it happens. Like, but how? It's like, when you're like 6 or like in 6th grade, it's like you don't know that shit. And then it took me like I learned as much as I could in elementary, and then like I got into like junior high, and I was like, oh, porn's awesome. And then I was like, well, what the fuck is this for? And then it's like porn actually spurred me on to like, oh, I need to learn more about this because I don't know what the fuck's going on here in this video. And then like, so literally porn.
Drayden
gave-
out googling like why man spank woman ass while
Yeah.
sex.
no. It's like I get this is a porn, but it's like porn. It's like,
What does this do?
it's like,
for
but
the
what's
experience?
actually going on? here? Like my thing is like, that's cool, that's hot. I'm gonna jerk off of this, but after I'm done, I want to know what's
Let's
actually.
learn
I want to
about
know. I want to know what's actually
But
happening here.
why did she do that?
And
How
so
did-
there
why did
I'm
she
gonna
respond in
go
such a
and
way?
like, and so that's where I start going on the internet and like, I want to know what the fuck is actually happening. So I am gonna give 2/3 of my sexual education to myself.
I mean, I'm going to
Um,
give at least a third to your stream because I
and-
think it was very good that you highlighted that there are multiple inlets for,
Right.
for the female body that a lot of people
Well, for
apparently
both,
don't
for
realize.
male and female.
And they're roughly in the right areas.
I mean,
I
sure,
try-
yeah,
I
they
try
were
my-
pretty close, right?
I try my best, and I just did the bladder connection. I didn't go full.
Yeah,
I figure
there was
everyone's
a third hole you missed out on, but
Everyone,
that's okay.
no.
we can
third hole.
discuss the
I was gonna-
Third hole?
reproductive part of like a woman because a lot of dudes don't get that, and I feel really bad for dudes not getting that.
Right, because that's the thing. Everyone knows the
Hey,
diagram of like
baby.
the vagina into the cervix into the the uterus,
Do they?
and then
Do they know
the
about
fallopian tubes, ovaries. Everyone knows that diagram, but
Do they?
I hope
Most
so.
do, but a lot of people don't understand like what
a
happens
lot
with a
of
lot of
people
it.
don't really know the and that's the thing, is like the bladder connection is like such a basic one. That is the one thing though that I would say is like most people. It's sad is most people. Not most. I won't say most. I will say that I've met people that thought that pee just came out of the actual vagina itself. It's like no, dude, no. It's a separate fucking hole. It's a separate hole.
It comes out of the vagina as a topic.
It's like at the edge. It's like at the edge. It's a separate hole.
There's a lot of things that go on in that region.
Very near there, but not.
It's a very functional region.
It like you don't pee out of your vagina. Like that's not how it fucking. And when I hear that, I'm just like, and that's why I'm not. A lot of people when they hear like sexual talk, they're like, "Oh, taboo!" Like, "Oh, we don't want to touch it. It's uncomfortable." It's like, I am perfectly fine talking about sexual topics.
Well, sure.
I am not
you told us your thigh is like thriving.
I am not uncomfortable talking about it, and I think everyone should fucking know about it. So if you don't know about it, hey, I will tell you about it because everyone should fucking know sex ed. It's important.
As interesting and enlightening as this has
Sorry,
been,
Ash, I went on.
I'm going to take my leave.
All right, I know I went on.
No, it's been great. I need to go to bed, and like I've actually needed to go to bed for a little while, and I'm like, well, I can't just leave in the middle of this because then people will think that I'm leaving because of this. But
oh no,
Ash,
I'm just
are you gonna really run away from your ignorance?
See, exactly. This is what I'm talking about.
All right, sorry, true Vulgarian. No,
hey,
you didn't join
don't be
the wrong
afraid to look at
stream.
your buddy's balls. I'm just gonna tell you.
We were on the. We
all have those.
All right, see ya, Ash.
Yeah.
But no, Joe. No. Who was it? True Vulgarian.
Who are you talking about?
Sorry you came into the stream at that moment. This is actually a very unconventional discussion that we're having right now. Normally we don't talk about this shit. So you just can't. You actually came in like a odd time, but we're moving on. I don't want to. I want to make the.
He was just trying to do like lyrics.
I don't want to make the whole night about this topic.
Let's talk about you and me.
I'm enthusiastic about people learning shit, so that's why I went there.
So you're gonna say about sex, and I was like, God, I hope so.
Right, I'm enthusiastic about.
I mean, I hope
have you guys ever seen those
nothing.
tweets from people where they're like, I've never seen a woman participate enthusiastically in sex, or the one guy who thought WAP was about like vaginal infections? Like, this is why you need sex ed, so you don't out yourself as an absolute fucking idiot who can't please a woman in front
how
of everyone.
happy about like?
And that's a sad topic in its own right.
Wank ass putrefaction.
No, she was like, wet ass pussy, and the guy's like, your vagina shouldn't be wet. You should get that checked out.
Hero, yes.
And everyone's like, bro, what? You're married?
He said my wife's a doctor, and
see, this is why I do these.
That's even worse.
This is why I do these discussions.
It's important that you keep the desert dry. We don't want to mix ecosystems.
No one wants a dry pussy. Guy or
he said, "Look, I'm not trying to affect the ecology."
I mean, not to be rude. I'm saying during sex, neither party wants that.
What? You never saw the video with like Aaron from The Office being like, "Oh, you like it dry? Like I'm gonna make it so dry."
No one likes that.
Would she like teeth? I'm gonna give you so much teeth.
But anyway, we can move on to another.
It was a really good video. It was like college humor.
I don't want to capitalize on the topics. We can move on. The science topic is done. I've made my piece.
So they're reducing the PDS on Citadel.
Oh, the PDS, yes. Let's talk about the PDS.
Let's be honest. I feel like the viewership goes up every week when we get real, and you know, it is what it is.
I really want to call out Dunk Dinkle. So
Dunk
does lots of.
He was wrong. That's
Dunk is wrong.
Ash,
Dunk does all these tweets about like logistics and Eve and how CCP is making it harder, and then he's like
a champion of the industrial people.
Exactly, the logistics, and then he's like, why do we need to reduce the PDS? It's like, because Dunk, Logi need to get on the kill man. They can only do it with drones, and so the PDS kills the drones. So therefore, you either love Logi or you hate him. You can't be both.
It's not even just that, but it was a little bit incorrect because of the way that they're registered via kill mails and like how it's tracked. But even still, like it wasn't a good metric to quote in the sense of like, this isn't a cause because these are the stats. Like they're incorrect stats. there's plenty of good reasons to have Logi on kill mails otherwise, and various other things, but like that's not the reason to champion against PDS or bomb mechanics. And I like both of them. I appreciate them more than I don't. I benefit from them more than I don't. But I don't think that they can't use some balance, some passes.
Yeah. I do think it's weird because they're making PDS like reloadable. The only thing I thought that was weird from PDS is that you could like run it nonstop for the entire
Right.
timer.
It's essentially a smart bomb, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like even with ships, like if you're doing other stuff with the ship, like guns or not locking people, pointing people or whatever, you can't just run a smart bomb for 20 minutes straight and not suffer
I mean, you
consequences.
can and you should in that regard. I think if they wanted to go another route with it, it would just been balancing it damage wise. Like you can run this the whole time, but it's not like amazing. It's going to kill some drones or whatever. But that being said, too, I don't think this is some sort of like major like gotcha moment for Dunk or anything. Like I think he quoted something that he was a little bit off base on, and it's a little bit silly, but it wasn't like Dunk doesn't know shit about shit. It's just like,
It
well,
was more of me
you're a little
making
bit wrong
fun of.
there.
It's more of me making fun of the difference between logistics and industry and freighters, and logistics is in the ship.
Well, and also like in a very slight way, that was Dunk showing that like, look, Dunk has a lot of background knowledge on various things. He's not the end all be all knowledge base for a lot of things. There are aspects of the game that is not his wheelhouse necessarily, or what he's going to be able to speak on to a T and just be correct about. And I think that's one of those. And I will wholeheartedly admit that Dunk has probably defended some structures and gunned some structures, and he's done plenty of industry, and that's where usually people lean on, like, hey, Dunk has something to say about industry because Dunk likes to talk about it, and etc. There are various aspects that people are rusty on, myself included, and that wasn't one of his best moments, talking about things that aren't recorded well or documented.
Wait, was he on tonight?
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
It was
okay.
just
Yeah,
it was like a
we
Twitter
couldn't do Dunk
poster or
all.
like a comment that he
Yeah,
put
yeah.
out about, this is what you're wrong about on, PDS and bombs. And it was like, well, that's how Zkillboard and like the game mechanics allow us to track it. It's not conclusive at all because the game doesn't track it in such a way. Which is fine. And again, like I don't want it to be like a, hey, like, oh, Dunk fucked up. Like, let's discredit Dunk. Like Dunk is fine and he does well with the lanes that he does well with. He made a comment on something that wasn't quite correct from what I've gathered, and I don't know.
Yeah,
He did the best he could with what he had at the time, but it's not like it's a mechanic that's not completely recorded correct.
Caldari Prime, PDS's point defense system. So Rain's right. Basically, think of it like a smart bomb on a structure. It's basically a AOE within a range of the structure itself, and any ship, friendly or foe. Friendly fire is on.
I mean, just like a smart bomb.
Yeah, same
it's
as
a smart bomb.
So basically, any ship or object period in the range will take DPS. It's pretty heavy. It's
pretty modest actually, but
if you're in smaller stuff, but like if you're in like a hacker above, it's no big deal.
If you're in a hacker above, well,
that's how smart bombs work, though, right?
Logi
you're gonna kill drones, you might kill tackle. You probably will not kill people who are in ships with like buffer.
Yeah, I mean, hacker above, you still need reps. You will die if you don't have reps. So like, the thing is, like hacks are above, they can survive long enough even without their assault damage controls going active, but they do need reps. Like, they'll take a couple. That's the thing is, like, whenever you're a Logi in fleets of hacks that are going into PDS range to shoot shit, maybe it's because they want to go auto cannons for more damage or whatever. You do have to rep them, so you have to, whatever method you have, but like people broadcast, you have to like rep the damage eventually, but you can survive in the PDS with that, but frigates and dictors and stuff like have a rough time at PDS. I've seen
PDS's too will also like normal bombs will kill dictor bubbles.
Yeah, I've seen ships go like, I'm gonna hero and tackle this guy, and they'll go in there and it's like, try and put reps up. Nope. No, he's gone. Rest his soul. It's like they thought they were gonna be a hero and they just ended up being a wreckage. But
Went from hero to zero.
you know what? Hey, the bravery is 10.0. The intelligence and wisdom maybe a 5.
Let's give it a solid 5 out of 7.
5 out of 7. No, well, I'm like 5 out of 20.
Oh wow,
I'm
Just
going
really
I'm going D&D levels here.
kicking them where they're down.
Yeah, hey, they knew what they were doing, or they didn't.
Fair enough.
If they didn't know what they're doing, that's intelligence 3. If they did, that's wisdom 3.
You mean +3 or like a base stat of
No,
3?
no, base stat 3, like a
Oh.
-4.
Yeah, pretty
Oh
rough.
god.
-4 modifier. Like they don't know. They actually don't even know how to put their pants on in the morning.
Which makes sense because we were discussing how our various plumbings work earlier, and it seems a lot of people do not understand how they do. So
I'm so excited for my. We started a quote unquote new D&D campaign, but it's like we were playing one before, but then someone was leaving, so we like did a shift, and it was kind of like an interesting shift. All the characters we were playing before, we woke up in a layer of like a mind flare, and we were all plugged into the mind flare tentacles. And all the people we were playing before were the other people on the other side of the room that were plugged in as well. We were playing through their memories. And so now we woke up because the mind flare is getting attacked by a group of people trying to save those other people, not us. And we woke up with their memories, not knowing who the fuck we are, but now we're new people. So,
yeah, Caldari Prime asked about tentacles. It's basically some weeb shit. I feel like let's just let him go with his thing. But
yeah, it's a fun. So now I went from a what do you call it? What's the Tinkerer guy class?
Artificer?
Oh yeah. So I was an artificer, having a ton of fun with it. But I had to choose new things. So now I am a no, not weeb. It's D&D stuff. But so now I am a phantom rogue, which is interesting because I collect. I'm like Shang Tsung. Like when people die around me, like collect their souls.
aren't you all dead though? Now that you're like on the other side of the room.
No. We woke up. The mind flare that was sucking our brains out was attacked, and that's why we woke up, and it was disrupted, and we killed it. So
Sounds like a Futurama thing, like the mind slug.
now we woke up, but our memories were the people that we were implanted with that did die. They all died.
Wait, what's the story premise?
It's hard. We were like doing a whole thing.
You were doing a campaign and then your characters woke up as though the campaign was a memory?
Yeah, basically.
That's
because-
really
This is some
fucking
pretty
cool.
deep shit.
Yeah, so we had to do like a 180 on
Sign me up. I
Right,
love RP.
Yeah. So like, we were doing a campaign. And the main thing is because one of the roommates, my roommate's wife, she couldn't play anymore, and the whole campaign was focused on her character. And so he's like, let's switch it up. So he came up with the whole idea of like, instead of trying to figure out how to like work her out of this campaign and all this stuff, all these characters you were playing on this mission and stuff, that was their memories of the stuff that they were doing before they got caught by this collective brain or whatever it's called, hive mind or whatever it is. And so now you're waking up because you're tied into it, and your memories are tied into their memories because you were living through their
You
memories.
guys should do a D&D campaign.
It was,
Or Open Comms D&D campaign.
I don't think most people would be comfortable with the stream of it though, because they're all.
I think you underestimate what the threshold of
Well,
comfortable
half of them are like brand, like this is their first campaign they've ever done. So
Let's talk about where the sperm goes when it's.
Oh,
squirted.
it would be the Open Comms crew.
they're
Just
not.
doing D&D. Like
Oh,
after
you want
midnight,
us-
we're like everybody left. Like okay, pick a character. Let's go.
You want us
Drunk
to do it?
D&D is a
Oh.
whole new element too.
See,
but
that's-
let's-
Okay, so I don't know.
Let's
I
make
don't know all the
choices.
rules of D&D, and I'm not a dungeon master. I've never dungeon mastered
Drayden, the
anything.
rules of D&D is you literally just fucking make them up, dude.
I was gonna say
know.
your dungeon master is making
But
them up as he goes. That's the fun of the rules.
I've always
Hopefully, a
had-
good DM.
I've always had a slight background desire to like, okay, if I knew more and had an idea, I would love to run I want to run a campaign.
Drayden, you can
Just
make
be
up
creative.
a campaign.
Just
You
be
can
creative.
literally just make shit up. I did like a homebrew once with some friends, and like they did my encounter, and it was supposed to be a pure RP encounter, but they wanted to fight my troll for the troll bridge. So I was like, okay, roll the dice, let's see how it works, and then I just made up whatever it was. They rolled kind of high. I gave them a little bit of positive. They rolled kind of low. Gave them a negative. Just make it up.
So
Once I started reading
That's the
about like
combat thing?
DM motivations, it was really eye opening. It was like you literally just keep the story moving in silly, fun ways.
I think the story and the interactions
amazing.
would be something I could totally do. It's more the overarching story and how to find a way. Because here's the one thing: there are campaigns where like the DM like forces you down a path. It's very as much as it's very linear, and as much as you want to like, oh, well, you have creative ideas like, oh, let's do this. He tries like, oh, but that deviates from where I'm. Like, no, you have to go here. And they keep trying to like shove it down your throat to go this way and do this one thing. I don't want to be that DM because I feel like that's kind of So I like DMs that are like very. My roommate DM, top notch, excellent. Like he adapts his story to what we do, and he leaves it very open. And we choose things, and like he prepares every week that we play. And so the thing is, like, he basically will change up a story and build things based on what we did the week previous. So, I would want to be one of those demons where it's like, I want it to kind of be almost like a Bethesda open world, but I have an overarching, story that I want to push you down. But if you guys want to sidetrack and do other shit, then I will work with that too. And then maybe find ways to like, coerce you over there, but not
Drayden,
force.
we're doing a
not
D&D
force.
campaign, dude. We're
You
doing
want
it.
to do it? You want to do it?
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
It
Us
just
three
sounds
here.
like it.
We get
this-
LB, Dominarch, and then we just cycle. We maybe like make some like cookie cutter characters, cycle people in and out, or everyone has a character and only half of them join on the adventure. Like when you're watching an anime and there's like 40 fucking episodes, and they're like, oh, these 3 characters are the main characters this time, and then that's just what you kind of do.
I've been watching some Critical Role stuff, and I fucking love it. So
We could probably, if you want, we could have like chat involved too. Like we do like a survey monkey where they just
Like
fill in blank.
I was gonna say it could affect the DM, so that's a whole fun element in its own right, like chaotic.
I'm down to like maybe put this together. I would ask for a little bit of time to come up with something.
Sure.
Because
I
would
need
be
to know
down
my character quirks
Now,
so
here-
that I know what
So here's
I'm
the thing.
gonna be like fucked up and deranged about.
I'm down to DM. I've never DM'd before. I've played.
That's
Can we-
fine. No, that's fine.
Can we be clear though that the campaign is finding our way through like the urethra or whatever was suggested above?
Yes, it's
Like
a
magic school bus,
It's
like we're
a,
doing like the Fantastic Voyage, and you
it's-
zoom
Drayden,
into the body.
Magic School Bus.
It's a-
Science
it's a-
hour. That's fucking what we're doing.
It's a
We
giant.
have to role play children. Oh my god.
It's
I'm
a
Googling
giant
it.
my God.
biology theme park. There's actually an SCP. We could do an SCP induction. There's an SCP where there's a.
You do yeah. So Drayden, so here's what you do as a DM. From everything I've learned, I've never DM'd, but they have books. So what you do is you essentially just get a book, and it's like, here's the rules, and it like lays out the premise and the introduction and the main NPCs. And so like literally you just kind of read the book, and it's like the players are going to encounter Billy Bob the Troll. They are to either pay him a toll or here's his thing if they want to fight him. And so you give players the option, and then they're like, we're just going to swim across the river. And you're like, okay, well now I got to like bullshit it. Or maybe they ignore the troll and go completely. And then you're like, oh, fuck, dude, what do I do now?
I'm
So
down.
it's all about improv. And
I'm-
like you have
yeah.
if you pick a campaign, you'll have plenty of help. And if you don't pick a campaign, there's plenty of resources online to just kind of make shit up.
I will. I
And
would
there, you
want
can
to,
do it short term as well. It doesn't have to be like
I
months
would
long.
want
like
to
normal
brainstorm a
D&D.
campaign on my own, honestly, because I don't think I could improv on an already established campaign as well, because I feel like I would improv things that I would want to do, and then it wouldn't match up with what's already planned out. So I would want to do a thing on my own, come up with a story, a basic story plot line, and find ways to like implement them in there, and then improv. And then if you guys stray, that's fine. We could go off in a different direction, and I would find a way to reel you back in, but not like force you back in, right? So it'd be like a way that I would take your actions and find a way to like nonchalantly like coerce you.
Essentially that's what a DM
That's kind of
does,
like what,
right?
yeah.
Like, that's
it's like
what they're
they
doing.
will like find a way to coerce the players. Like, we should do this. It's like, yes, you should do.
You don't even have to coerce. You create the environment, and they choose
Right.
what they're going to do within. But so I think
Yeah,
what's
so-
important to highlight, though, because I've done D&D and I've done shorter term things. My first experience with like role playing in such a way was it was a meetup via like
like Steve was like, stop doubting yourself. You sir have an imagination of a god. You stood in front of strangers on the internet and drew a multicolored urethra.
yeah brass balls.
What were you saying, Akrath?
So the first time that I ever did like role playing was like a hero quest thing, and I don't know if that's the official name, but I think it was. But it was basically like it was an evening of role playing, and we played out like this short little story, and everybody had, you didn't have to do abundance of like character development or anything, but everybody like picked their lane and they played it, and it was a fun few hours at some convention or something. It was just like you could go into different rooms that they had set up for different games, and it was like I had some friends that brought me, so they were like, hey, we're gonna do like a quick thing, and it was Hero Quest for a few hours, and we went through enter a village and deal with this issue, and how does everybody approach it, and whatever. It was fun, and it was my first experience with any sort of role playing in that sense. And then afterwards I joined them and we did D&D and whatever. But
So, Drayden,
I think Caldari, it probably was based on the 90s stuff.
So, Drayden, what you could do is like kind of think of a really high level campaign, like a setting, like is it medieval fantasy? Are there dragons? Like pick a setting, and then tell us to start designing our characters. And then when we design our characters, like some people, I think all of us here are really into the role play. Some people aren't into the role play, so they may not do it. So if like Akaroth and I have like a 25-page paper each about our character, then we'll share that with you, and then you can incorporate that into your story. So like maybe I have like 5 pages about my family history, and you're like, oh, so like I know that's important to her character, so maybe I bring some of those elements in. So then that way you're not so set on your story or your setting that it's
would
harder
be
to
a
incorporate
lot,
us.
because like normally when I play games, like it's like we need a character background, I give them like a page, if that. So
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's the default. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the default.
So I would love to incorporate into some kind of Eve thing, but that would require like changing the mechanics of the game itself. So I think we just do a D&D thing. I will come up with
Yeah, I think
something
that's safe.
else. Because I think if we were to do an actual like D&D or Eve Online related thing, it would probably be much more along the lines of like what's that one cyberpunk roleplay game?
Cyberpunk?
No, it's not. It's Shadowrun. Shadowrun would be a little bit more along those lines, but I've never played that, so I don't know the rules for it. So, I know D&D 5th edition decently well.
We can do like Roll20, so therefore you don't really have to know the rules. You can just click the
Well,
buttons.
no. I actually I've played D&D 5th edition several times, plenty enough to where I know enough of the rules, and if I have any questions, I can. And also, my roommate knows a ton of the rules, so I think that I'm willing to give it a shot as the DM. Now, with the exception that you guys have to forgive me if I don't know some things, and maybe if I come across something where like I don't really know the rule for that, and like maybe I just kind of like. Because I feel like if we're doing a streamed thing, people don't want to watch me like search through the rule book for like 10 minutes. So I might just like come up with my own decision off the bat as a DM, be like, this might supersede.
That's the reality, though.
I
know,
That's what DMing
it's like,
is.
this might supersede the rules of the game, but I don't know the rules in this certain circumstance, and I don't want to waste a bunch of time. So I'm just gonna make this ruling.
Drayden,
on
they
this
have an
situation.
SCP
So-
by 26. Wait, is
So
this SCP?
that would be
So they
my
have the
one
SCP
stipulation,
on
as long as
Roll20.
everyone was okay with that. Like, if I blatantly go against the rules set in the game because I don't want to like
So very early,
fact checked where I'm
I
like, you know what, in
entered
this
into it-
situation, I want it to work like this, so like this doesn't work, or this does work. Maybe it shouldn't work, but you know what? Hey, yeah, roll this, and if you make
That's
the check,
essentially
then
you
this'll
literally
work.
just said what it
Something
is,
like that,
Drayden.
so.
When I joined into a D&D group, I had got brought to that like gaming convention at like a college or something. It was like a tabletop gaming convention or something. And we did, I went into the room with my friends. We did a few hours game of Hero Quest, and afterwards, I had an interest, and they were like, "Hey, come play D&D with us." And we did like Friday night D&D for the next year or whatever. But basically, when I entered into it, I'm a very, I guess, in that moment, I was very technical minded. I was very analytical and trying to determine and break down things and try to figure it out, because all these people have been playing together already, and I had no awareness of a lot of it.
It's
And
okay,
what
Isaac.
what they like highlighted to me, and I'm very thankful, because all of the people that I played with were really cool. The DM was amazing. The people that I played with were really cool, and they really broke it down to a very like elementary level. They were like, look, it's literally like, say what you think, do what you want to do, whatever, and see if you get away with it, kind of thing. And they were like, and the DM's doing the same thing the whole time. And it was just like, wait, what? Like, there's no real structure. There's no like real game. Like, they don't have to flip through a book for an hour, whatever. Like, it blew my mind that they were like, yeah, a lot of it's just throwing shit out there and seeing what sticks, like just try things out. And like, as I played it out, like, it was like, holy shit, that's what makes the game so fun, is that it's a bunch of people just being people and just trying out fun, whatever, making the story their own. And the DM, which I was very thankful to have a very creative and interactive DM, but like, that's essentially what it was, is everything you threw out, he was just like, okay, well, roll with the punches. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
would throw his own element into it, because he was still a very good DM, and he was very verbose guy, which made for good narrative, and he would like
Yeah.
orate and stuff. But
So my thing, I put it in chat, and like, this was my thing. It's like, I've played in groups where I've always been like, things like, I might, if the DM says like, hey, this works like this, I'm like, oh, but there's this one ability I have that does this. Maybe the DM doesn't know that, so it's fine to bring it up, and they're like, oh, okay, well then, yeah, then that works. But then there's some times where it's like the DM is like, no, this is supposed to work this way. Like, I'm not gonna let your weird off the wall encounter like fuck up my whole encounter, like the way the storyline is supposed to. I have this whole storyline that this is how it's supposed to work, and just because you have blind sight, I'm not going to let you detect the enemy that's supposed to surprise the party out of nowhere, regardless of what happens. Whatever. Like, things
that's
like
the
that.
thing, though. A good DM would still be able to throw you a curveball.
Right, but
Without
a good DM would be like,
rule-oriented.
they would know that you have blind sight. They wouldn't throw it. But anyway.
It doesn't even have to be that. It would be like, oh, okay, well, now you're throwing that into the mix. Well,
Right,
now
so
I'm throwing
maybe
this
it's like,
into the
oh,
mix.
well,
Like,
you
they'll
would
just
have been
roll with the
surprised, but
punches.
this guy comes in and his blind sight, so he's not surprised. The rest of you are. So roll initiative. Things like that. Like, I'm fine with that. I'm not like one to like just like fuck the rules. I'm God. That's technically the case, but it's like I don't like to break the rules. But the thing is, like, I've been in groups where like it's gotten into arguments between the players and the DM. Like, well, look at this page. This rule technically says.
That sounds awful.
And it's like the DM's like, yeah, but
Yeah.
it just
The
gets into a
DM is
back
God,
and forth,
and they should be fun and let you have fun and make fun with you.
But here's the thing,
There's a couple things, right, where you're like, oh, I want to buy this helmet of comprehend languages. Does that mean I can understand what the monkey's screaming at me? And some of it's like, well, technically no, but for fun's sake, we're just gonna say yeah,
yeah,
or
Sure,
something like
let's
that.
go.
Like,
Yeah,
and like, so very, I
but
don't
there's
think
no
anyone
like
here is
glove
gonna be
of
a
all
role player.
seeing knowledge or
Yeah,
something
so-
where you're like,
so-
well, now I know all the spells, and they'd be like, okay, well, you're blinded by all the spells, because
My-
that's a fun DM, right?
So my
you
thing
have
is,
all
like,
this knowledge, but you're so crippled by it that you never know which one to pick,
yeah,
or
so-
something. Like, that's the way you keep going with the story.
Yeah, so my thing is like, I like DMs that are like willing to work with the group based on their abilities to say, oh well, even like when it comes to the point where it's like, oh, I didn't expect that to like counter my encounter, which makes it super easy. Maybe they'll just like fidget something in that makes it a little bit more tougher, like like on the fly, like that's fine, nothing wrong with that, as long as you don't like, oh, I'm like, the DM should not be out to kill the whole party.
Right, and that's, I think, very important. Is
And I
you
feel like
advance
some
the story,
DMs
but you
Some DMs
cause
feel like
struggle.
it's a competition. Like, some DMs think like that's their goal. Like, I don't want to be outclassed. Like, well, you shouldn't. Be
Drayden, when you pick your setting too, send all the players, say, hey, give me your character sheet or whatever, and then also say, tell me what the goals of the game are for you, and then you can
True.
include. And I've seen Crass Kitty did this with me when I was in the campaign. She's like, tell me things you don't like if you don't enjoy settings where there's like, because a lot of D&D will have like slavery in it. She's like, if you don't enjoy those kind of topics or want to have a character face those dilemmas, just tell me and we won't include that.
That's
Or
I-
like
that's fair.
maybe you have a fear of deep sea water or clowns or some like
Thalassophobia.
yeah, something where like, oh, here's this giant token of a clown that you don't really enjoy, or spiders or something, something where people are like, not really my thing, so I prefer not to do that.
I can see that. Yeah, that's a good
Fear of tiny vagina.
I mean, like, do we not have any tiny dick homies want to hit
Or
this
girls who
campaign?
laugh at me
Like-
naked. Those are very valid concerns.
But no,
Yeah, people can say they don't like being laughed at naked.
but yeah. So I'm like,
Look,
again,
if it happens in the campaign, I get it. But I don't
I
wanna be
think
laughed
I
at.
think both of you would be perfect for the campaign because I think
I think
See,
we
I
can have a
think
really good
Dominark-
time now.
Dominark,
Dom would be great
plays.
too.
Yeah, I think so.
I think LB would just. I don't see LB ever rule lawyering for
I
stuff
don't
like this.
think LB knows
He can
enough.
he can do that in the military if he
I
wants to
don't
rule
think
lawyer.
LB knows.
sounds like it could
he's
be a
never
really good
played.
time.
So, and I think that most campaigns are generally set for 4.
I think Manic would be all on board.
Sometimes 5, but I think
Yeah.
4 is a magic number. So I think we need to find. I think it's you, Akaroth, Dom. Has Dom played D&D at all?
I'm 90%
For
sure. he
sure,
has.
Dom has
Okay,
played
okay.
D&D.
So you 3, if we find a 4th, and I
Manic,
think honestly, preferably,
LB. Just get the
preferably-
5 of us, you DMing, and then like if we just cycle people in and out. It's like if I'm out for a night, no big deal.
yeah. So
Like,
Well,
Manic's-
and that's the
Manic's
fun
out
thing
tonight,
too
no
is
big
you
deal.
can
I-
do that with
I
your campaigns.
I
It's
think,
not
yeah,
hard
yeah.
to do.
I think 5 is a good number. That's what we do here. We do 5, and that way, if someone's out for work or
We
someone
used to do
can't make
that
it,
with
it's-
our
you-
real thing.
It's
know,
like you
some
kind of
people just don't show up for a short
generally-
bit.
You generally assign the encounters for like 4 people because it's rare you have all 5 at all times. So you assign for 4 because generally with 4 you should be able to beat it. With 5 it might be a little bit easy, but hey, you're all
Well,
you all are there. You snuffed it. It's
Even
fine.
with 5, you just include an extra
That's the
couple
thing,
NPCs.
Drayden, is
Maybe you
it's
include a
not
few extra
it's not an
goblins or
actual
whatever shit.
barometer, right? You don't need
Right.
to hit a certain
It's
level
about
to
the
hit
story.
anything.
It's not
It's
necessarily
exactly.
about the
You
so-
determine whether they get past or they don't as the DM. So you're like, look,
Yeah.
if so and so didn't show up, which is a very real thing with D&D.
But if
groups,
2 can't show up,
you'd
then
be
it's
like,
it's
look, they're gonna come back next week, and you're gonna explain to them what they missed. But like, it's not like without them, the whole fucking dungeon crumbled down
Yeah.
and everybody's dead and whatever.
Yeah,
It's like,
so,
well, they had challenges of their own, and here, let me tell you what it was about. But
so I think
continue.
Yeah, so I think 4 would be fine. If we have 2 people who can't make it down to 3, then maybe we just like stop a week, because I think that's a little bit too shorthanded to like make, unless it's like just roleplay progress in a town with no combat encounters,
Selling
maybe.
loot.
But
Shopping weekend.
yeah, shopping
Right.
weekend. Like just learning
Oh, we should do
male
this.
sexual.
I'm so fucking excited.
biology.
Drayden, can you go start writing the story? I want it on my desk tomorrow.
We should do this.
I'm actually excited about this.
Like 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I need to think about it.
Make
So,
sure it's sharp.
like, I'm saying, like, give me like 2 weeks to go, because I want to really think about this and come up with a cool story and like come up with not just because I actually want to kind of leave it a little bit open ended, almost like a Bethesda thing, and develop it as it goes. But I want to leave. I want to
As
at
you
least
should.
have a few different.
Drayden's gonna be like, guys, I got a story. We're in a medieval world with dragons, and then he's like playing Skyrim in the background, describing the town as he walks in and the NPC names.
I'm just gonna like start off with like, so you're finally awake. That and you're riding down the cart down the road.
We're all just
What do you
prisoners in
do?
a wagon, and then we go.
No, so
So we have to craft a breakout attempt.
I want to
obviously,
come up
which
with
we would.
Well, one of the favorite episodes.
Someone's gonna
or
distract him.
episodes
LB,
session-
he's pretty strategic.
Yeah, one of the best sessions is session 0, where like all the like you have to put your characters in the setting, and it's not just like, oh, these 5 people showed up and now they're best friends, like in Lord of the Rings or whatever. Like you have to have like this huge like get to know each other and shit like that. It's super fun.
You're right.
yeah. I think it'll be fun as fuck.
My first game,
I'm down to go into this. Like I said, I want to at least for the beginning, I want to have well, first off, we come up with a general overall arching story campaign to like push it towards, and then I want to come up with like I would like to have multiple different avenues of the start to like, oh, they start this way, maybe it goes this way, maybe it starts this way. So I want to have I might get like a flow chart. Like I said, I used to do. I did programming in high school. I know how to do flow charts. I might make a flow chart storyline, and then leave open ends at the end, and just like develop it as we go. So I don't know. So like I said, I have never DM'd, but I am willing to give it a shot because I think it'd be fun, and I've always wanted to like do the DM thing. I've just never had the knowledge or the gusto to do it. So
I think you have the capability, certainly, and the fun in it is the creativity therein. So my first gameplay that I played through, and actually it's the only game that I played through beyond that Hero Quest one, was I let people know, like, I joined a game that was already ongoing, but people weren't like high level and this, that, and the other, and they let me join in because it was a really positive group overall. Just super cool people. But I let them know I was playing like the stereotypical, like, this is my first, role playing experience. And I was like, every time we find some sort of like flashy loot, like, I'm about it, like I'm super excited to be like, I want all the loot, just how you would in like an MMO or anything else. I was like, doesn't matter what it is. And so that developed into the character that I was. So like, it didn't matter if it was good or not. It was just like, so-and-so's got fucking eyes bigger than his stomach and he wants everything that seems fun. And I don't know, it just developed into its own little side story. But
so the other cool thing is my roommate has done a lot of DMing in the past, and he's got a shitload of stuff like maps and boards and like hex boards and terrain models, everything, like just doodads, all kinds. So I know that a lot of the things, like the whole thing, the cameras on the persons are like the main focus because it's role play, but at the same time there's always the camera focused,
the tabletop of the dungeon or whatever, where you move around.
I can just go get another camera.
Right, you point it at a table with a grid.
Like $20-$30. I can just go get one and just have a second camera and just have.
There are apps or tools for that, actually.
Roll20. So
yeah,
if you want, you can use Roll20, because Roll20 is one of those where it's like,
I've used that before. That's okay, but I actually like the more tangible.
You could do both, honestly. Like, we could be playing on Roll20, and like, so Roll20, maybe you just have like a black square with like some odd shapes, and then it's actually the map that you have, or you take a picture of it.
D&D Beyond, well, I think I might run it on that because that's way more accurate as far as just like keeping. So I don't know if you guys have accounts there.
I think I do.
My roommate has a thing there. He might just be able to make it a separate campaign and let me run it from his thing. And therefore, you guys, it's only subscription based on hosting a campaign, not on joining it. So I might be able to see if he can do a thing, and that lets you create your character online, and it's really good at like keeping track of like what you can actually apply to them, stats, abilities, feats, everything, and it keeps track of all your stuff. The one thing I will probably just not pay attention to is like weight, for the main part of like gold, and you're carrying on this much money, well, you're weighted down, so you're not carrying that fucking sword then, right? You got the money, like I assume money has no, so I generally am just like, unless you're carrying around like, I have these 10 swords and these 3 sets of armor and this fucking, if you're carrying around a fucking storage shed.
The important thing is to treat the slots like almost like a Diablo or something. Where
if you carry around a storage shed with the stuff, you should probably drop some of it off. But I'm not gonna be like,
you have to go to town. You have to sell your shit.
I'm not gonna be like, you're carrying around 2,000 gold. You just have 2,000 gold. Like if that's
that'll fit.
That's a lot of weight. But like honestly, like if you're gonna buy something from a shop, we can just assume that you just like go back and haul it out to them in a bag of holding or something like that, and like. Whatever. So
or you're stuck in a dungeon doing the shit and you can't go back so easily because you've already committed, but you have the means if you were back in town.
Like, I'm not going to be so like Nazi-ish on weight, but it's going to be more of like, if I do come down to weight, it's going to be more of like you're full of armor wearing a sword and you're this and you're that. and you guys want to carry this thing away that's like, 300 pounds. Like, who's going to?
Well, the barbarian, obviously.
Yeah, right. It's
LB.
like you're gonna have like two
He's
or
got
three
such
people.
broad shoulders.
You're gonna have 2 or 3 people dragging this, and they're gonna be incapacitated while they're doing it. So they're gonna be, susceptible to like surprise attacks or whatever. That's like one of the things that I'll just come up with. But
Well, Rain's an assassin, so she's already defended him from the shadows.
yeah.
What?
So I'm excited. I'm
throwing out
excited for
shit
this.
right
I
I think this would be really fun, though. We should.
I am stoked
stoked.
for this.
It's been a long
so
time since I played D&D.
I have to come up with something.
Like I said, so I entered into a group that was already established playing D&D with a really good DM and also just a really nice group. And one of the nicest things that they explained to me early on was something that also like an English professor like explained to me in college. And they were like, look, there's these rules with English and they only matter if like you can make them not matter. Like if you do such a thing well enough, they don't apply to you. And that's literally how English works. Like if you've ever read like various, famous poetry and this, that, and the other, it's like some people break rules and they become famous and they do whatever, and like nobody will ever say anything or judge them for it because they made it work. That was literally how that professor explained it. They were like, it doesn't work unless you make it work. And you can break all the rules of English if you make it work. And that was the same thing for D&D. They were like, look, you're not a superhero or whatever. They didn't say it in such a way, but they were like, and they actually allowed me to do the thing because, like I said, when I started, I was like, I want all the things. I want to be, this super thief and assassin and whatever. And I was aiming real high for myself because like in an MMO sense, I was like, I want to be Mr. Badass, but over time it came with its own shortcomings as they developed as well. But they were like, okay, sure, let's let you play that and see how that goes, kind of thing. And I was just like, as it developed, it was like, well, my character's not amazing at everything. They just happen to be fascinated by like all the shiny things, right? Like I want to take every bit of loot, which, like you said, would weigh me down in every situation because it's like I can't resist all the shiny loot. It may be junk. It may be like a slightly polished sword, but it's like it's an iron sword. It's not enchanted. It's not any sort of anything amazing, but I can't resist it. That kind of thing. And so it developed into its own fun thing where it was like I came into it thinking like, oh, this is what I want to do in a role playing sense. I want all the things that you guys don't want because I don't know what you're doing with your characters and you're already established. And they were like, okay, we'll let you do that, but like, see how that goes.
Thanks, Seaman, for the encouragement. He's like, unlike most men on Tinder, your DMing will be successful. I appreciate it. No, I mean, this sounds fun as fuck. So, like I said, give me a week or two to come up with a general story, and then I think we can set this. I think so. 1 week at least, maybe 2. I'll come up with a story, and then another week for you guys. I will maybe give like a not too much of an intro because I kind of want it to be like one of those like you're just there for a certain thing. And you can create your characters and let me know your character's background so I can read them up and like work on that. And then, kind of like a thing, like not just like you're all in a tavern. What do you do? Like, I don't want to start like that. Maybe a tavern's fine, but like I want to have a little bit more of like a, kind of like Critical Role where it's like maybe the party isn't always like fully together on the same page at all times. They're generally on the same page, but there's some nuances that work back and forth. That's up to you guys to do that. But what I'm saying is like it might be like the reason these people are here are different from the reason these people are here, and different from the reason these people are here, but somehow they all meet up together and maybe like work together. So I would like to like come up with something like that. So I am down.
I think it could be really fun. And I think if you read like some light guides on like, what's some tips for being a DM or whatever, like it'll probably clear all this up to you where it's like
I've watched some of those already.
Lay out a plan and then somebody's going to throw a monkey wrench in the operation and then you just develop from there.
Absolutely. And I've already watched some of those already, but also like I said, my friend and roommate Steven, he is a hell of a DM, like really fucking good. So I can always just go to him with like questions, advice, maybe tidbits, tips on like, or maybe like just ideas on where to go. Because I can always let him like, "Hey, this is where our campaign's going. This is what," and then I don't know. I was seeing this and this. He might be like, well, "What about this?" I'm like, "Oh," with that sound too, and just go that way. So I don't know. I think I have good resources close at hand to get help, at least. So
Kinda
I'm
sounds
down.
like it.
I'm down. Like this sounds fun as fuck. So I'm down. If you guys want to do
I think this does sound worth.
I think that you and Rain want to do it. I will try DMing it. I feel like we
If
should
nothing
get
else,
at
like
least-
maybe just one night a week. You know, we could make it
yeah, well,
pretty easy
just
come, easy go.
post-
If like you said, if people don't show up every week to week, which for the most
we
part
can
it's
take
obviously
weeks
the same
off. It's
cast.
fine.
Well, and that's possible too. You know, as long as you keep an idea of like where we
And
leave off,
I
it's
will
not a huge
upload
deal.
the,
But like
I will
you
upload the
can
VODs to
work your way
YouTube
through a
as well.
campaign without including a character for a night. You know,
Yeah.
it's like so and so got involved with such and such, and we didn't hear from them. And
Yeah,
then the next week, it's like, oh shit, how you been? Kind of thing. Like I saw you got, tugged off into that.
Yeah, no, I've dealt with that before. Like honestly, like what I've now I could always, depending on what we get going on, I've always seen that like plan for 4, but accommodate 5, because there's usually someone that's either working late or has just had a rough week, they need a night off, or they're on vacation, or they're just like, hey, I got plans with people tonight. Someone is generally not going to be there. Usually, it's rare that you just get the same 5 people every night, every week, all the time. So you have to, unless you want to just like skip every other week, you have to be able to plan for people being missing. So I assume that we get 5, like me DMing, 5 other people playing, and just assume that roughly 4 will be there most nights.
Right.
Now, some nights there might be 3, and if it's important, we might just skip a week because we might need more than 3 of the party to like make an important.
Drayden, you've said this a lot.
Have I? Okay.
But I mean,
Yeah. It's all good.
you touched on it earlier.
Or yeah, okay.
And
or
again,
just
like that's the thing.
If there's only 3, maybe if it's not important,
We got
we
5
just
in a
run with
DM.
3.
We'll be fine.
Okay.
There's no hard and fast rules. What happens in the moment is what happens, and you can always evolve what happens in the moment.
Yeah,
Now,
right.
I'm not suggesting that you shorten the story so that we can 3-man our way to like
No.
plow through the most difficult,
No,
occurrences.
I would
but
just maybe expand a more or less important.
Maybe you have a
non-combat
flashback where we
Yeah.
are all on the beach one time and we just have like one of those filler episodes where we're all at a beach or a steam room or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. It's just it maybe be a non-combat
Nude,
thing where it's
of
like it's
course,
more of
as
like
you
a role play encounter
Lots
as
of
opposed to a
laughing.
combat encounter. And it's
I mean, I
just-
looked at balls, and look, I'm not trying to say anything about
you
myself,
looked at
but
the
whatever. I
internal
laughed.
cross section of balls, and now you know.
We call it Dungeons and Drayden. See, but that's
It's-
so good.
I
It's
like
fine
that.
as if Ashtarothi doesn't want to laugh at his cohort's balls, and I'm not suggesting that I should either,
I
but
feel like
maybe it happens.
Ashtarothi would be like a really good NPC in whatever D&D world we have.
I think he would be.
He'd
Yeah.
be like the
Or
bard.
he's like Drayden's like you go into a city and you see a man preaching at the center. Then Ashtarothi comes in, and then we get like all this background on all this stuff that he just like makes up on the fly and all this shit. It'd be so good.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah,
could.
but then it's like Asher is like,
Oh, there's
I
so
asked
much
about the
potential here.
history of the gates, and then it's like
And
he's
he'll
had
just
a
pull
super
something out of his
traumatic,
ass. He'll find it.
super traumatic experience at the gates, and he has PTSD, and he just like attacks you as an enemy because you're the enemy. He crits you, you die. Sorry, Asher.
I think it's important not to
DM.
make people die too often.
Roll a new
but-
character. I wouldn't be that DM. I'm kidding. I would never do that.
See, I'm a lazy player, so I'd be like, well, it turns out they had a long lost sibling with all the exact same personality and stats. What a convenience.
The zigzags.
Oh god, my twin. Where
The
did you come
zigzag
from?
stats.
How's mom and dad? Okay, and now I'm playing again.
Yeah, no, I'm excited for this. I'm down.
This sounds very fun, actually.
So I think
I missed
maybe
this a lot.
maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna think hard about a general basis of a campaign.
Let me
think
know
that's
if you
fair.
want ideas because I love stories.
You can always toss me ideas. I'm down for that. Whether
Like
I
I
take
said-
them or
I
not,
like
don't
Magic School Bus idea. We're all a bunch of
don't
children.
don't be offended if I don't
Let's
take the idea.
be
but
careful
I'm
with
just like,
role-playing children.
I am down for any
Just
idea.
beat the shit out of like
pitches,
creepers. Every time we find a bad guy, it's like an old man, and we're like, "Get away, pervert!" And we just beat the shit out of him.
but
Free
I
candy.
will.
No.
This sounds fun as fuck to me. I like it, so I will. Honestly, tomorrow, I have to wake up and make eggs because it sounds weird because I bought a dozen eggs today and I got home and I was like,
And they
oh,
all
shit.
go bad tomorrow.
I literally bought a dozen eggs yesterday, and I forgot. So I
2 dozen
have
eggs.
2 dozen eggs, and I'm the only person. Like my roommates don't eat eggs.
That's like
I'm the-
4 solid omelets. You'll be
Drayden,
fine.
I have to make eggs tomorrow too, so here's what I'm doing. I'm dumping all the eggs in a mixing bowl, and then I'm adding a bunch of ingredients like I would for omelets, stirring it up, and then you put them in a muffin tin and bake them, and then you get little egg
Oh,
muffin
quiche?
thingies. Nom, nom, nom.
You're talking about quiche.
Is that what that
sounds
is?
So good.
Yes, you're making quiche if you're dumping them in a.
Oh
fucking
shit, dude!
muffin.
I thought I was being so inventive.
That sounds
I mean,
so much better.
Rain, that is completely new, and nobody's ever
My-
thought of that.
my
But that
idea was
sounds
just
really
like
smart.
quiche,
My idea was just to crack 12 eggs into a pan and
and I
cook it and
respect
eat
what
it.
you bring to the table.
I'm googling quiche now.
I'm gonna crack 12 eggs into a pan and eat it.
I mean, Drayden, you should mix ingredients like she said, and then make them into portions. But
Li-
do
little
whatever
bit of s-
feels
li-
good.
Little bit
Do
of
whatever
salt,
feels good.
sprinkle of salt.
Maybe a little
A
bit
lot
of
of
meat,
salt.
some vegetables,
I don't
maybe
got
a little bit of
those.
spinach. Oof, mushrooms.
I
Wait,
why not?
quiche is pie.
Yeah,
This one has a pie
quiche-
crush.
Quiche is a
Quiche can be
pie.
made in very small amounts as well.
No, she's right.
Oh.
Like when you say
No,
it's a
Quiche,
quiche, I was like,
quiche
that's
are
not right.
frequently things that are like served at like cocktail
Quiche is a
dinners and
pie.
stuff. As
No. When you
But
say
is
quiche,
it
I
is
was
there
like, I
a
don't believe
crust
you.
or is it just egg?
You know, quiche is like a
Oh,
pie.
crustless quiche. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
crust. Okay, but quiche has a crust normally.
This is
Although-
what my mom would make if you just add hash
But,
browns.
yeah, like
which also
if
sounds
you're
good.
gluten free, maybe it doesn't have a crust.
Just make a gluten-free
No
crust.
crust. No, I don't want a crust. I just
I
want
just
the
want to
eggs.
eat a bite.
Then I can
Eggs
eat
can make
them
their own
and-
crust.
I bought breakfast sausage, so I'm just gonna like put like
Ooh.
half a dozen.
Chop up the breakfast sausage, put it in the eggs.
Mix
Not
it in
even
it.
chop. I'm just
Oh.
gonna throw breakfast sausage and like a dozen eggs in
Little
the
bit of
pan
bacon?
and cook it and eat it.
What about some bell peppers or mushrooms?
I don't roll that way.
Mushrooms.
You don't roll that way.
I don't eat mushrooms anymore.
What about bell peppers?
Bell peppers are okay. I don't.
What about onions?
I love onions.
Hell yeah.
What about actual peppers like jalapenos or habaneros or serranos? or
Yeah, I'm
something?
just gonna eat eggs.
You're just gonna eat
Just eggs and cheese and fucking
Just
You're gonna have a heart
gonna eat
attack tomorrow.
sausage. I know.
Man
That's-
eats dozen eggs.
Man
dies.
eats dozen eggs, has heart attack, loves life until
Wow.
he dies.
Challenge failed.
It's like
When grocery bills
his last
go
words
awry.
were reach up the sky like, it was worth it.
They were about to go bad.
The expiry
Hard-boiled
date.
eggs are good too. I've been eating those lately.
What is that?
Hard-boiled eggs.
Oh, hard-boiled eggs. Okay. They're okay.
I usually just put them in a pan and turn on and like forget about it for 30 minutes and then I don't have
Dude,
to worry.
I've made an egg pancake.
Look, eggs are
Have you ever
very
made that?
versatile.
I love I have old bananas and I mix the bananas with eggs and then I do banana pancakes.
So no,
Yeah.
no. I don't use
Great use.
I don't use pancake mix.
Nope, there's no pancake mix. It's
No,
just
my
eggs and
egg
bananas.
pancake is like 5 or 6 eggs cracked into a pan and cooked, and then they all combine together, and then I flip the whole thing as one solid mass.
Bless you.
And so
Thank you.
it's basically like,
Drayden, that's just an open-faced omelet.
yeah, so it's
Right.
like 5 or 6 eggs congealed together as a single fried egg. It's an
That's
egg,
an omelet.
It's an egg pancake.
That's literally an omelet.
Egg.
It's just a giant egg of multiple eggs. It's an egg.
The egg.
The egg.
Drayden says, I invented this. Check it out.
I did. No one else has made this, and everyone in the cooking industry says I'm a monster.
Look, a lot of
So,
people try to use one.
I told them, like,
Let's
you
get
don't
2 eggs.
know. You don't
No.
know a monster until you eat the
I put
monster egg.
all the eggs together. I lay them flat. and then I eat them.
They don't know what they're missing. Like, dude, fucking.
I don't
you
have
know
a name for it yet, but
You
I'm
know how
working
much
on
protein's in that shit?
it. A ton.
You
Yeah,
look
sure.
at these guns. You can't see the fucking end
Flex
of these
it.
guns.
Flex it.
Bring
Bring it up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
I make it throw.
That's
me.
the power of the egg omelet.
Look, you know, I think a lot of people in chat may not realize that's what 24 eggs looks like.
That
Like-
is, dude. Like
You may not
Gaston,
he could throw me
Gaston,
across the room.
performance looks
Gaston stopped about 10 eggs too short. What a pussy. Fucking bitch. Gaston.
Fucking Beauty and the Beast.
Straight and do the flex again.
Can I flex? You want me to flex?
And do the flex again. Your shirt does not work with that.
But it hides the
You just look like.
it hides the sadness. Look at the sad muscles. It's fine though.
Oh,
I'm so
oh, poor you.
I'm strong in lore.
Oh, it's getting pretty real here. We're hiding
Yeah.
the sadness at this point of the hour.
No, it's solid. It's a strong sadness. You don't underestimate.
Well, of
it.
course. It's hidden in plain sight. It's a strong sadness.
Cooked eggs are as digestible as raw eggs. See, I told you. My 6 eggs are like 3 eggs in the morning.
I mean, I'll drink some raw
Twice
eggs.
as digestible. So 6 eggs is like 12 eggs.
What? No.
When you say twice as digestible, what does that even mean?
I don't
You know, like,
know.
when
Suggesting that I have trouble like digesting the eggs.
You know,
if
like
I-
when humans eat popcorn and then you poop and there's popcorn in it?
What?
Sure.
It's like that, but eggs.
No,
That's
it's just like raw
digestibility.
corn.
Are you saying that I don't easily digest raw eggs? Because they're pretty
No.
digestible
I don't
themselves.
poop popcorn. I poop regular
liquid.
corn. Damn.
I've
Popcorn.
drank some raw eggs in my day when
Does it
working
make
out,
pop sounds?
and I hear what
They're
people say about
digested
health,
twice
and
as
I'm like, fuck
quickly.
it.
Oh, that's
What?
different.
That just sounds like twice as delicious, and I will agree with that because cooked eggs are
I
twice
don't
as
eat enough
delicious as
corn.
raw eggs.
I don't live in
raw
the
eggs,
Midwest.
if not like multiple times. You put some cheese, put some peppers. Oof. Get it. So maybe in the roleplay campaign, we also stop and get some some omelets.
That's up to you
Yeah.
guys.
Well,
Dude,
I mean,
can all of our characters
And
meet
the
in a
stock
Denny's?
of the tavern keeper.
I was gonna say, what if we cook a
The
little bit during
What
the
if
campaign?
what if your
The
first
tavern's name is Denny's.
what if your first conflict
Oh,
is that you
it's
can't
so
find
real.
eggs?
I mean, what if the whole
And
mission
what if
is
one of
just
you
to find
has a
eggs? What if
crypt-
that's like a wholly unheard of thing
Yeah, well, like,
since
what if-
the yesteryear when like the chickens were taken by the bad people?
No. What if they just have geese and geese are dicks and they just refuse the
They
eggs?
protect
from
the
s-
eggs.
Yeah, they refuse
with
the
their
eggs out of
lives.
spite.
They're assholes.
Golden egg.
Out of spite
Dude,
for the
LB's
colony.
for sure in. He will kick.
And
a
then what
geese.
if one of you has a crippling egg addiction, and therefore
We have to feed them eggs to
you
keep
have
them
to
alive.
force an egg out of one of the geese,
Otherwise, we're like carrying them on like a stretcher. They're
and
like so weak.
therefore roll a squeeze.
I need
check.
eggs.
Roll a squeeze check. No, I won't DM like this. I promise. I'll be better. But
You don't say that out loud. You can DM just like this.
roll a strength check. See if you squeeze an egg out of its ass.
At
Or
20.
it's
You
cloaca.
smash the chicken.
Medic's
You
like,
roll-
well, I did such and
Natural
such. And
20,
you're like,
you
but
killed
did you?
you
Did
killed
you?
the geese.
Let's
All
check
the
for
other
eggs.
geese flee from you. You have no eggs. Your party member dies.
Look, if anybody's weak without their eggs, I think it's Manic.
Yeah, I think he'd
Manic
be
needs to be
I think-
carried around
I,
on a stretcher where he can make commentary that is very cheeky
I think
and
he'd be
intelligent,
egg
and I bet
deficient.
he
Manic
will
doesn't
rise the
play a
occasion.
bard. I'm gonna be really
no,
disappointed.
he would be egg deficient
Is he
with
gonna
a
sing to us?
protein
'Cause
deficiency
I'll
as
be
well.
about
So
it.
he would find ways to get protein without eggs.
Oh,
He would
come on.
actually just be like a fucking he would eat.
He's gotta be
people.
weak.
He would just eat people. He'd be like a lector.
Oh, what?
A neutral, a lawful neutral Hannibal Lecter. He only eats.
Look, is he gonna eat me if I
he
go to
only
sleep
eats
too long?
people that accept his vor that are dying anyway.
Wow. Vor, we're
Why
going
does it
into
gotta
kinks
be
now.
vor?
No, I'm not going there. I'm sorry.
Or
No,
like we had to
I mean-
represent a fetish.
we're not doing
Yeah.
that. No,
Like the
no. we're not.
barbarian can have like a whip.
I don't
want to
be tiny enough to fit in your belly.
I'm kidding. We're not doing that. I'm gonna make an actual.
It's
You can have
unique
like a
kink.
furry
I mean, I'll
character.
go with
No,
it.
I'm
but-
I'm
Another
gonna make
character
an
with feet.
actual. Serious,
Can I be a centaur?
We're joking. I'm
My
saying-
one of my favorite characters is a centaur. They're so much fun to play.
Here's the thing,
I know,
Dream.
Calco.
Why won't you let
that
me
went
have a
down
huge
fast.
horse cock? That's
no,
what
no,
I'm
no,
asking.
no, no. So I was kidding. That joke actually. That joke took it to 11, and
Fuck, dude.
I only meant to go to 7, but it went to.
I mean,
11.
we're like 5 hours in now. That's why I felt.
I
comfortable
know,
with
I
that,
know,
go on.
but
Akrok's gonna start hitting on the wagon ponies or whatever the fuck.
it was one of those things. I was
they
like,
were just
He's
tied up
gonna be
there.
like ladies to like the
This-
mares at the stables.
They were just tied up there doing nothing.
those are both stallions. Could have fooled me.
I couldn't
A
tell.
hole's a hole.
Hole's
In
a
the
hole.
moment,
No,
it's been so long out on these trails.
I did not intend that to go the way it did. I will run this campaign not like that. I will run this campaign actually,
Don't you cuff me in my
I
imagination.
will run this campaign
tell you
soundly but
guys-
also fun.
I tell you guys about how one of my D&D campaigns we came across a dragon egg, and we determined we had to sell the egg, destroy the egg, or raise the baby dragon.
You
And we
raised it, right?
determined, well, the dragon was going to be evil because it was like a white chromatic dragon.
Oh no, it was yeah.
the chromatic ones, not the metallic ones?
Metallic are the good ones. Chromatic are bad.
Yeah. And so then we decided we either had to destroy it or sell it. So I said instead of destroying it, we should just eat it. And my character's dragonborn. So we had a 30-minute discussion on if a dragonborn eating dragon eggs was cannibalism or not.
It definitely kind of is.
Well, we compared it to if monkeys ate a human.
That would be
cannibalism.
like that'd be like
Okay.
humans eating a chimpanzee
they have.
or like a silverback gorilla. It's like
both directions.
is it cannibalism? Maybe technically not directly, but so close enough that probably yeah.
So what does that translate to, though? Like, do you have a moment of
Evil.
silence after the meal?
That is a step towards.
We ended up selling the eggs.
What is your alignment? What is your alignment?
My character was chaotic good, where she was, because she, I didn't understand how Dragonborn
You went to
worked,
chaotic
so I
neutral, and you're
so I
one
made
step
her
away
like
from
the
chaotic
Shrek,
evil.
you know, like Donkey and the Dragon, except it was a human and a dragon. So I didn't understand that, but she was raised by humans, but didn't quite understand dragon culture. So I made her kind of dumb. So she would try to
Oh.
do the good thing, but didn't understand how it would be good. So
Okay,
in this
so-
example, she wanted to destroy the dragon eggs, which was good, but via eating them.
So the fact that you didn't know, I would give you you are chaotic neutral now.
Oh, she was trying to do the good thing.
I know, but it's chaotic neutral.
You thought.
But you are not one step from chaotic evil. You have some leeway, but you are no longer good because even though it's chaotic, you didn't know any better. Like that is chaotic. Like you are eating your kind. And
No,
if you don't- if
dragons
you-
are not
If you
dragonborn.
don't
There's
know
a
any
difference.
better, then that's still chaotic neutral. And the fact that like it's not evil because you're not doing it out of evil intentions, but you are cannibalizing your own
The action is chaotic.
partial
neutral.
kind out of like unknowingness, but still like just out of a chaotic nature. So that is chaotic neutral now instead of chaotic. You cannot be a good character and cannibalize your own kind intentionally.
I mean, that sounds awfully bleak and short-sighted
Well,
for you.
that-
Because what if we're in some real dire circumstances?
What do you mean?
You know, sometimes you gotta
For
eat.
food? Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're chaotic
What if-
good,
what if
you
it's-
would
I will say, none of
refuse-
my-
it's just a breast or a drum or something. You know, you gotta do what you gotta
you would
do.
probably chaotically goodly decide to not eat.
You would chaotically goodly decide to starve. Is that what you're saying?
If you Agraroth
that so
were
good of me?
held in a dungeon and told you have to eat this human meat,
If he ate the human meat or chose to die, wouldn't that be forced circumstances? So he wouldn't
it would
technically
be
be
forced
evil?
circumstances, but it would be a psychological hit.
Well, sure. Maybe
onto
it
his
affects me
psyche.
for
Like,
years to come.
it
but
would
am I
It's
gonna
just
die
called
today or am I
trauma.
gonna die
strongly.
tomorrow?
It would affect you strongly. But here's the thing.
And that should have an
That
effect.
situation
and I agree
sounded like
with that.
she didn't know that it was a bad thing. So imagine if you were just like,
I think she knew.
I don't know.
I think she just
My
did what she had to
character
do.
didn't know. No, not me, the person, me, the character.
Oh, okay.
My character didn't know.
Well, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. And if you got to eat something
I would have-
questionable
I
and
would
it's gonna have repercussions
I would have to
thereafter,
think about it.
I think that's huge and that's
maybe
fine.
maybe I don't change your alignment, but I make a strike against it.
You don't change alignments.
I was
You
gonna say I've
can't-
never
oh,
had
yeah, you
anybody
can.
affect my
You
alignment.
can totally.
Oh, No,
I
your
thought that was
alignment.
more organic.
Your alignment is how how you pick for your character to how they
at
act
the
in the world.
start, at the start, but
And
your
yes, and
alignment,
as they grow as a
your
character, it can
alignment can
develop.
totally change throughout the campaign.
Right, but
A
Drayden, what you're
DM
saying
doesn't
though,
change that. A
Ba- I
DM
was
does
gonna
not
say,
change
It
that.
can't. Based on
You're
your
talking about-
actions.
you're talking about determining someone else's like reactions or how they do things based on
Right, but
alignment
here's-
change.
here's-
But like, I don't think that's quite the thing.
Think of it this way. Based on your I wouldn't change your alignment just because I felt like it. It would be
No,
based
certainly.
on. It would be totally based on your actions. So here's the thing: you're a neutral good player.
My character was chaotic good.
Right, I'm saying you're a neutral good player. You're like you are generally good, but you have certain scruples that you will like let fly. Like in the face of necessity type of stuff like that. If you just go out and cold-blooded murder someone on the street, that's an
That
evil
would be
act.
out of character. That
That's
would be out
an
of
evil
character.
act,
Sure.
and
That'd
now
be out of
you have transitioned to an evil person because
Have you transitioned, or have you had a
it-
momentary lapse
well, here's the
of
thing.
judgment?
if you killed that person for a specific reason that was justified, like they were trying
Right,
to kill me, I
starvation, which is
defended
what we were
myself,
suggesting.
or things like that. But it's like if you're just like, oh man, like they have a lot of money, and just go and murder them. Now that is something that's totally within. If you are the DM and that's how the people want to roleplay, they're like, I'm gonna go murder this person and take their coin purse. It's like, you can do that. Yeah, they're a civilian, and you are a trained fighter. You kill them.
And now
You're
a
now
piece of shit,
evil,
but that's
because
okay.
that is an absolutely evil act. And so you said you were a neutral good character, but you just murdered someone in cold blood to steal their money. That's absolutely evil act. So now you have transitioned into an evil character. You are now evil alignment. Like that so yes, the DM can change your alignment based on your actions. Now they generally won't. Now the vast majority of the time they won't do it. But if you make a
90% of my campaigns, my alignment's not listed anywhere, and I just act the character based on
gonna
what
say,
I internalize the campaign.
and 99% of the time, people design a character and they play the character the way it's supposed to be, and so like the alignment doesn't change. But the thing is, like, if they go so off the wall, out of character, and do something so against the way that their character is designed,
I would normally be called out by other players and the DM before they actually do that, in my opinion.
well,
and honestly,
and based on what he's saying, I think that it sounds reasonable that you would, as the DM, be like, okay, so here's the thing. It's not that you change their. Sorry.
and I wouldn't just do it like online. So it would be on extreme, like what I just said. Like it would be extreme shit. Like here's the thing: if you're a neutral good or like chaotic good, or like even like whatever neutral, you're probably not just gonna walk around the street and just murder people in the middle of the night for their shit. So that's an evil act, and you just probably wouldn't do that, and so therefore you don't have to worry about turning evil. So that's what I'm saying. Like only like once or twice ever have I seen a DM change someone's alignment, and it's one was against me because I was new to role playing, and I was like, I'm a neutral, and I just like went in. And,
I get to do whatever I
like
want.
I literally just went in and just murdered someone because I'm like, oh, I want their fucking scale plate, and I murdered someone for their armor. And he's like,
Shiny.
that's like you're evil now. I'm like, but I'm neutral. He's like, but you just murdered someone for their gear. And cold
Yeah, but he
blood.
looked at me wrong.
Like they weren't threatening. You just murdered someone for their stuff. I'm like,
And you don't even know 3
Okay.
weeks ago before we started
And
this
I was like,
campaign,
oh,
he
I
was
was like,
talking
oh,
shit about my mother.
because I would at that time I was brand new to D&D. I was like, thinking of it as like a video game. Like, oh, you can just do whatever the fuck you want. It's like, no.
See that
Think
the DM
about
should
it
have
in-
been like, "Are you sure you want to do this?"
Well, yeah, he did. But then he's like, think about it in real terms. Like, if you in real life just went over and just, if you think you're a good person and just went over like, literally in cold blood, just murdered someone to take their armor.
You just have to come up with a good reason. That's all.
Fucking evil. That's an evil act. You are now an evil character.
It's only evil to the people who don't understand why you did it.
Right. So my thing is like, it's not something that is always on the table. I'm just saying like, there is the potential if you go so far out of character and do something so egregious, it might change your alignment a little bit. So it's like I said, it's not something you have to like sit there and like worry about. Like, oh my god, am I going to go from like neutral good to neutral? Like, no, like nothing. I'm just like, if you're a lawful good character and you murder someone, you can't murder someone. Like, you're gonna be like that. That's a
Just
tick.
depends on the law of the area.
But I mean, like, if you're neutral is like, you know, like, hey, I've killed people. Now I don't just do it for. I don't do it for fun, but like, you know, hey, there was reasons, and there were good reasons. Like, I was defending myself, or, you know, like, they were a horrible person, and I was stopping, or like.
Oh yeah,
you know,
we did that.
I was a
We found
vigilante.
Noble beating his horse.
Yeah, like
killed
vigilante
him.
stuff. It's like this person murdered this person. I was just getting vengeance for the family member. Like, that's neutral. Like that's not evil necessarily. You know, so that's the thing is like, you know, things like that. But
yeah,
that's
but
what I said.
Let's circle back. What about when I was hungry and I apparently cannibalized my fucking dragonkin?
If you're hungry and you eat,
what do you know about my
being,
hunger?
That is now, if it was out of pure desperate hunger, maybe it doesn't put you evil, but maybe it puts you into chaotic. So maybe if you're like, you know, lawful,
maybe it puts me in the hungry category.
If you were lawful good or like, you know, neutral good or something like that, maybe that moves
lawful
into like
hunger.
chaotic good because you're like, I was starving.
Oh, I found a 5x5
they're
chart
already
where it's
dead, but
lawful,
you know what? I
neutral,
had
chaotic.
to do what I had to do, but you still ate someone. So maybe you're like, you're still good because you didn't murder them and you didn't do it out of hatefulness, but like it was a necessity. But at the same time, like you ate somebody, so maybe now you're chaotic good instead of neutral good. So that's what I'm saying. Slight changes like that, but also I will probably not change alignments unless it's extreme.
In my mind, that's one of those things that you as a DM or anyone as a DM could do on a more subtle level where it's not like,
Right.
hey, let's announce a change for you as like, this is what your personality needs to do. In my mind, it says, this is how the world interacts with you now because of your choices. You don't have to announce it. You don't have to make it like, hey, you know, you thought you were this and now you're that. Because every person wakes up and they think they're a good person and they go throughout their life and they do all the silly things that they do. And sometimes they're kind of shitty and they just don't realize. That's the thing is to be like, you think you're neutral good, you're, you know, whatever. And it's like, but based on your actions, you're actually this. And this is how the world's going to interact with you, whether I say it out loud or not.
I actually totally agree with you on that. And I like that take. And I will probably go with that. And also,
I think that would be fun to hear about at the end, though. It'd be like you were actually fucking chaotic, terrible because you're a piece of shit. And
but also,
look at all those people you're killing. Did you not even notice?
Yeah, but also, like I said, I am not one of those people that think that every single fucking decision and interaction that someone makes has an impact on their alignment. It really doesn't. I assume that people will pick their alignment and probably just play towards that. And if they're like, you know, even remotely close to that, I'll just like allow it as is. So the alignment is like, I would only probably question or maybe change it, and probably more in the style that you just said, like, because I like the actually better. Instead of like, you're fucking this now, I would probably just like maybe have things interact with you differently. But I would assume that would probably just be in like super over the top egregious situations. Because and I feel like those probably just won't really occur. Because if you're playing a neutral good character or even a neutral or like a chaotic and neutral character, you're probably not just gonna go down and do like a murder spree down the street, right? To like get money.
You'd
like,
hope.
That's not how that kind of alignment would work. And so
it was a goblin village.
If you're playing a character like, I'm just gonna murder everyone in the city to get their money, it's like, well, that's
You're not so
that's
neutral
an
good
evil
anymore.
character's tactics. Like, so if you're like, you know, chaotic good, that's a chaotic good character would not just murder everyone to take their money. So if you're playing a chaotic good character, I probably would assume that you're not going to do that. So I don't think that I would ever change alignments on people. So
So here's my
just saying right now, I don't think that's going to be a route I take.
Here's my thoughts though, and I don't know what it's like to be a DM, but I assume that it's kind of like this because I'm just going out on a limb. I think this is one of those things where obviously you've got a notebook because you know people do, and hey puppy, and so as it goes down, you're like, okay, well, is this what you're choosing to do? Okay, well then you know you're murdering the people as you walk down the street, and it's like, so now I'm gonna make a little note that I'm not gonna talk about. I'm not gonna announce out loud. You know, it's not a culture shift or a personality shift. It's just every time you interact with NPCs, you have a stigma to you. You know, like you don't know it, and we don't even have to talk about it. But like, people look at you a little different now because you've got glazed eyes. You know,
I
something.
think that
It's
was
just
more
like
situational
people don't
anyway.
people don't interact with you in the same way because even if it's not expressed, you've murdered a fucking village, and something about your like 1,000-yard stare tells them that like you're not to be trusted.
But so my thing is like I would probably just like do it situationally because like here's the thing, if they haven't heard about that murder massacre, they wouldn't fucking know.
That's true too.
So that's the thing. I was just throwing that out as a cautionary tale to like not just be like I'm a chaotic good, and then you just like the way you play your characters like evil as fuck. Like I'm just gonna kill this guy for loot. I'm gonna kill this guy and I'm gonna rob this guy. It's like that's not really chaotic good play. So I'm just like, I mean, you don't have to like adhere to your alignment like religiously. I'm just saying like take it into account to some point.
Sure.
I mean, people deviate from their alignments all the time. I do.
Sure.
But I'm just saying, like, don't be like, I'm a lawful good and just be an evil fuck.
This
'Cause that's
righteous
like
paladin.
the exact opposite of what you just said you were. So, I'm not going to sit there and just change alignments all the time. I think, like I said, it's going to be in the most extreme cases possible. If you're lawful good and you murder someone in cold blood, you're probably not lawful good because they just would never, ever do that. Even to their own detriment. They would, like, lawful good is like, I would rather die than murder someone. And if you murder someone, then you're not lawful good. So, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to, like, you know, you don't have to follow your alignments to a T. Just don't be so far beyond the pale that it doesn't make sense.
I think it's fair.
But anyway,
I think this has so much merit, and that we should try to
I think
explore
it'll be
it.
fun as fuck. I like I said, I'm not
Like,
gonna be a
Trina's gonna
rules.
come
do a
up with just-
campaign
I'm
where
not
come up
gonna
with
be
a
slowly over time
small
we're
short
like,
story.
are we the
I-
bad guys? We're all like evil by the end, chaotic evil.
If you guys want to do an evil campaign, we could do an evil like raid campaign.
It's like I
I'm
couldn't
down for
help
that
but
too.
notice by the end of it, you guys were murdering everything. Like I made all these
That's
really
the thing,
robust characters, and you guys didn't even give them a chance. Like they were just dead.
So that's the thing. If I am down to design a generic campaign, not generic boring. I mean
Brayden,
generic.
it's your campaign. You can make it
generic
whatever you
cool,
want.
generic cool, right? Generic cool as fuck.
What is
But
that like?
I'm saying like
Like
if
James
you guys
Dean
wanna
generic
do,
cool?
like, if you guys want to do the alternate route of like an evil band of fucking raiders that your goal is to like do some shit and make it to the top, like I'm down to run that too. Just let me know.
There's a band called the Alternate Routes, and they have a really good song called Ordinary, and I like it.
Are they fucking D&D raiders?
Probably. Well, I don't know. Probably not. But it's the Alternate Routes, and they have a song called Ordinary.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
so
look it
I
up.
like I said, I will think on this. Send me ideas if you have ideas for like an idea of well, not like plot ideas because I want that to be a surprise for you guys. So I don't want you guys to like know what's coming up. Not plot ideas. I'm just like if you guys want to do like we want to be like a generic. Now nothing wrong. I think that's like actually the most common thing. Like generic group of like adventurers on a quest or a campaign that moves through stuff, or I think like do you want to be good or evil? I think that's like the main thing. Like good doesn't have to be necessarily good. It could be, you know, self-satisfying, you know, mediocre, neutral shit where it's like, you're out for yourselves. You're not out to help people, but you're actually just kind of like end up doing that anyway. Or do you want to do like an evil undead thing or something like that? If everyone wants to like, I want to be an evil fucking lich. Well, that doesn't work with a paladin type thing. So,
Don't you judge which god I'm being righteous for.
no, that's fine. I think the best route is like to go with like a generic campaign, and I will find a.
I think so as
I will
well.
think of something hopefully fun.
Like I said, so that one little night of like hero quest that we did, it was like literally like you guys make your way into a village and try to investigate something, and then everybody like brought their own little like character nuances to the table and did a little.
And
bit
then we
of
all
side
have to
here and there.
convince Manic to play. and
He will
someone else.
play.
We need
He's gonna play
Manic-
a bard who like
Manic
does
has
karaoke.
imagination. He'll be fine,
We need a
and
fourth
hopefully
one.
he'll serenade us.
We need a fourth one, and maybe even a fifth.
Like,
one.
what if we get weak and we're like, oh,
Dom
I
and
wish you could
Abby.
sing me back to strength.
Dom? You think Dom?
I think
Yeah.
Dom very much would.
Okay, so Dom, us two, or you two, me, and Manic. Elby, you think
Elby.
Elby will play?
Yeah,
I hope LB will.
I'm gonna at him.
we could do it like 2 hours before the stream. We could do it the hour after the stream. We could all do it. We could do it a completely
think-
different day.
I think depending on circumstances, after the stream could be more fun, just because drinking has its
I
own fun
think it
effects
could
on
be,
decision making.
As long as we don't go. No, I think like tonight. I mean, like I'm
obviously
a
tonight's
little
pretty fun.
buzzed, but like, I think I'm coherent. I think everyone here is at a good level. So if we keep it like this, it's fine. Before the stream, I don't know if I could do it reliably because some
Work-wise, yeah.
for work. Because I mean, like the stream starts at 6 p.m. for me. Often I don't get home from work until like 5 p.m. So, I think doing a whole D&D session, which usually is like 3 to 5 hours. I think we go 3 hours.
I think
just
we do
because-
a modest show and then we see where it goes.
Well, yeah, true. Now it could go over time, but I think I'm gonna try and plan. I think for like 3 hour sessions, just
Okay.
because 2 hours I think is like just not really enough to like get stuff in there. But also like past 4 or 5 hours, it gets to be a chore, a nuisance. So I think 3 hours is like a nice. Now it might be shorter, 2.5, might be 3.5, but like I think it's a good spot where it's like enough time to get stuff going, but also not taking up everyone's entire fucking
Right.
day.
And I think honestly, that's the real play, is figuring out a good schedule where people
Right.
can
So
actually show up and make
my
it.
thing is like, do we do it after open comms? That's fine, but like, I know that's late for some people. For me, like
Right.
open comms ends at 8, so going
For
to
me,
like
it ends at,
you know,
like,
10 or 11
2,
is fine
3
for me.
a.m.
But like like that's like 1 in the morning for Rain. That's 1 in the morning for Dom. That's like 2 in the morning for you.
Yeah.
Acheroth.
It could be
like,
tough, but
that-
like I said, I do like the idea, like the aspect of the decision making that it would affect.
Yeah,
because
so
it
I mean,
would be
like,
silly and fun.
I am okay doing it on other days. If we want to do a different, I mean, I'm okay. I have no plans Saturday. But
I could see
don't-
doing it on Saturdays as well. I
don't
just think that
also-
would be harder for people
my
with a real
yeah.
life.
My thing is like
which
I
do
don't
not have.
want people to feel committed to like having to sacrifice their Saturdays.
Well,
doing
and that's why it could be
shit,
fun to
so-
do it as a short campaign just to begin with. Just make a short little story that we go,
Maybe
and then
just
we
do, like,
see
2
where it
hour-
goes.
Maybe
Like
just do, like,
branches out.
2 hours post open comms. Just a quick 2 hour. Maybe like
As opposed to like a movie night, just play
I-
it out and see where it
yeah.
goes.
That might actually be a good idea. Maybe just like plan out 2 hour sessions for like a couple months. We do it for like eight sessions, finish a campaign. Like me plan it out to be 16 hour. Maybe I do that. Like no epic long.
I think
quest.
there's,
just
like I said,
just something
the
that
first
we
thing
go
I ever
through and
did was a
finish.
single
And if
evening.
people love it and they like it, maybe we do another one. That might
The
be
first
okay.
one I ever did was a single evening, and it felt very robust. Like they basically gave people kind of pre-made characters, but like you could obviously add your own spin to it. And then we just did like a single little night of problem solve and have your, whatever your adventure, and it turned out really well. I think I think you could come up with something without being like, well, you have to save the land of blah blah blah, and
I'm not going to make it that
Journey
epic.
through
I'm
and
going to
make
make it
it
more. I
fucking
think I'm
Lord of
going to
the
make it
Rings.
more. more localized, but
We don't
still
have to keep up with our characters
still
whether they
seem
live or
important.
die. It's not about living or dying. It's
Yeah,
about
like,
just
I-
having a good time.
I feel like if we're gonna do a campaign, I don't want to be like, oh, you gotta save the fucking world from destruction. I want
Right.
to be like, it's a localized like.
That's a lot to put on my shoulders.
It's
I've
like-
got kids
yeah,
to
it's
feed,
like-
and
it's like
like
this
I got shit to do
This
tomorrow.
will
You
be
know,
something that will be in Tales around here, but people 1,000 miles that way probably won't hear of it. At least not for a while. You know, so
Sure.
so
until the bard sings about it.
it's
on the
like,
next
you know,
campaign.
the world has troubles. You're focused. You're confronted with one. So
And in this local village, you know, maybe you just help them out here, and then maybe
Calico
one day
Jack says
your,
we have to stop
your
being
name will ring out.
interesting.
I'm tired, dude. I want to go to
It's
bed.
late. Yeah.
We need
it's
to do
late.
that.
I'm gonna do a shot because
Closing shot.
closing. Should we do closing shots?
My drink is
Final
empty,
shots,
but
final
I'll open
thoughts?
another one.
I gotta play. Whoa, stop. Oh, okay.
That's what I was saying. It's like it was empty. It was like a sip.
Oh, okay.
And
We got
it
final
wasn't-
shots, final thoughts.
Yeah. Don't
There's
start.
only
with me,
3 of
I have
us,
to
so
go
it's
grab a
quick,
drink.
right?
What? Final
Uh,
shots, final thoughts. Good night.
Akrath is gone. Rain, that's your final shot, final thought.
Yeah, dude, I'm tired.
Yeah. All right.
I had to grab a drink.
Akrath already did his. You know what? It's fine. Like we already talked for like.
I'll give
2
him a final
hours.
shot.
Yeah, I'm saying we'll just all do a shot together. Cheers. Don't expect anything next week, but the week after. This week I will be working on it, and then the week after that, maybe we'll implement it. The campaign, D&D campaign. So this week I'll work on it, and then I'll get a hold of like Rain, Akaroth, and the rest. See what the characters they want to make. Get a hold of them with ideas for their builds, and then work from there. So maybe in 2 weeks from now we'll have a D&D campaign for Open Cubs.
I think it could be fun. Like I said, I would encourage you to look into something like that Hero Quest thing where it was like look for a very short little adventure that people can do, and you could debatably knock it out in like an evening, but could go for like a week or 2 or 3 or something based on like an hour or 2 here and there.
Yeah,
was
there's
tr-
also so I did a D&D campaign. It was like I forget, but we all like lived in a castle and we were like bookkeepers of this library. And then the DM would just be like, "Hey guys, there's an adventure. Do you want to go on it?" And we'd be like, "Hell yeah!" And so we'd go out on an adventure and then we'd come back, and then we'd go out on an adventure and we'd come back. So we had like the central hub, so we could develop a
Nice.
story and characters. But it wasn't like you're on this massive Lord of the Rings adventure where if one person gets left out, they're God knows where, you're stuck
Right.
in some wilderness or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's important because again, I don't think it's about like life or death or like, you know, you have to worry about everybody, you know, any given person dying at any given time. It's just like play it out, have fun with decision making, and, you know, craft a fun story, but it's not about, you know,
Yeah.
people having life or death decisions every time.
Agree. Yeah. Some of it's just simple as shit, but we'll get there. So, like I said, give me a week. I'll think of something, and then
Pressure's on.
I will give you guys at least the intro idea. No spoilers on the whole overarching thing, but like enough to like maybe make a character that you think would fit well with the story. Hiccups. And then we'll go from there. So, ideally, 2 weeks. We'll see
Hell
what
yeah.
happens. But you know what? That sounds fun as fuck because I love D&D. And we'll just do a whole Critical Role impersonation on the stream. Maybe we'll do like we'll just do a whole thing after the show. Anyway, I've talked a lot enough. Good night.
Good night.
See you guys.
Night, guys.
Bye.
This was good as always.
It's fun.